of the freedom starting ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down here. Oh, brought a courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Transcends many generations, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. What's going on? Welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm HasanAbi Piker. I forgot what my intro was for a second. I don't know what's going on with my brain. I've lost it. I've lost the plot. I got so passionate. I got so goddamn passionate. I've been saying it literally every single day. Every single morning for the past 5 years. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fucking fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's Toby Keith's death day. But that's not the reason why it's a beautiful day. It's welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast, coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. Rainy in an otherwise sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all of the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day, regardless of the rain. Today's a special day as always, folks. That's right. Today is a fucking Tuesday, lads. And you already know every fucking Tuesday it's a beautiful day, even though it's fucking raining. I brought the fucking rain all the way from England down to California. I've done it. I've fucking done it myself, yeah? Lads, it's Tuesday News Day. But there's another fucking thing we do on Tuesdays, right? It's Tuesday, innit? It's Tuesday. It's a beautiful Tuesday to go on a fucking little ride, right? It's flooding out here in a fucking otherwise sunny California, Los Angeles, right? And our ear is sunny out there in Ohio, bruv. Well, let me tell you. Let me fucking tell you. Just because it's a beautiful fucking Tuesday, we're going to be doing something very special today. Very different than what we normally do. Just kidding. We're going on a fucking ice, yeah? We're going on a fucking ice. That's right. We're stealing Drake's penis. It turns out, after fucking leaked photos and videos of Drake hiding missiles, weapons of mass destruction, we're going on a fucking heist. It's a robbery. We're going on his fucking private jet, and we're stealing his fucking penis, bro. That's right. We're stealing his fucking willy on a Tuesday. We're invading Canada and we're stealing a fucking hog. We're stealing it. It's the Big Ben, yeah? Told ya. All right. Missile so big, Kim Jong-un is jealous. Dude, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I woke up and there are certain things you're not supposed to see on the timeline when you wake up. Okay? Certain things you're not supposed to see on the timeline when you wake up, okay? You don't want your enemies. You don't want your enemies having a fat hog, okay? So when you wake up, and that's like all over your fucking Twitter timeline. By the way, shouts out to X. It's just straight up like people just show like revenge porn on there on a regular basis at this point, I guess. Okay. I wake up at 6 a.m. and it's just like Drake's fucking missile is on his private jet. Okay? Drake's goddamn hog on his goddamn private jet, and he's tugging it and he's wanking it. And it's like, and it's just like, I mean, he was just like whipping it around. And when I say whipping it around, I mean like it, You know when you like swing something around and then you can see like in movies and stuff or in like animes, like you see like a wind. You see like a little bit of the wind moving around. Like that's what was going on. It's fucked up, dude. It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that at all. It's a fucked up thing. It's terrible way to wake up. Anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, aside from seeing Drake's meet, okay, and being genuinely upset. Like, not disappointed in the sense that like, he didn't come correct. Like, disappointed in the sense that like, you hate to see it, folks. You hate to see it. I'll be honest. You hate to see it. Is the first. Would leaking it count as revenge porn? I mean, I just think that it's like, it's just, I hope it's not him. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't want to just talk about Drake's meet though. Like, we'll get the Drake's meet in a second, but I'll just start off by saying Drake has the most small penis energy I've seen from a dude with an elephant trunk, okay? Crying, damn. This music is making me think about Drake's Schmeat. It's just like, why is he singing like that? Okay. As far as meets goes, here, I'm just diving right into fucking Drake's meet. As far as meets go, I mean, it was literally this. This is exactly what was going on. Okay. Literally, this is what he was doing, which is really fucked up. Okay. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who don't understand, like, I woke up this morning and the first thing I saw was Drake's meet on the timeline on Twitter, okay? And it fucked me up. He definitely got cosmetic surgery on his meat. You don't even know. Dude, it's like, it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up, okay? And it's really fucked up because like, it also hypes up some of the worst people on the planet. Like, apparently Adam22 had seen his hog because of some girl that like he was DMing and like sending meat pics to. Okay. And honestly, like everybody was like, Adam, shut up. You're gay, lol, whatever. Right. You're a cuck. And he was right. Like, it's just so annoying. I'm surprised TSA allowed that missile on board. They don't. That's why he has to fly private, dude. Drake got his meat on the timeline. Carti a scammer and wears thongs. We lost the plot already. Yeah, I don't care about Carti wearing thongs. He wears way weirder shit than thongs. But oh my god, Drake moving that thing around like one of these. Dude, it was really fucked up. Çünkü dünya göre diye insan biraz utanmaz mı? Abiciğim, utanırsın da yani Böyle bir yarak var, böyle yaraklar var yani, öyle söyleyeyim. Herifin maşallah. Yani deprem vurduruyor yani. Anyway, it's just like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I wake up to this image. I went and I worked out. Okay, I went and I worked out because I was angry the entire time. I was just like, I was mad. Okay, it's not fair. It's not fair. He also doesn't have the vibes of a dude with big penis energy. You know what I mean? He just has like the most little dick energy overall. But congratulations. Listen. Congratulations to Drake. I must say, okay, the dude really has it. He has a fat one. Okay, he has a fucking fat one. Hasan, you can't be mad, bro. Like, come on, think about your below average bros. I mean, listen. No, I'm not mad because, like, listen. I'm not mad in comparison to myself. I'm very happy with my penis. This is, you know, it's gotten good marks, gotten good reviews, right? I'm more mad about the injustice. Okay? I'm more mad about the injustice on the planet. Okay? You can't be like that and then also have a fat one. Like, I am a firm believer, okay? I'm a firm believer that, like, there has to be a delicate balance in the world. Like, deep down inside, I don't believe in karmic justice or anything like that, but deep down inside, I am a firm believer that there is, like, something that's supposed to give. You know what I mean? There's a little give and a little take. Cock watching is crazy right now. Dude, no one has ever cock watched harder than everyone on the timeline. Is just fucked up. It's fucked up. You have to get, like, it's like poop karma. You know what I mean? Karmic justice is not real, but, like, if you don't actually, pick up your dog's poop, like, you're inevitably going to step in another dog's poop. Like, that's just how it works. I don't make the rules. That's the rules, right? It's like having a dude. It's like having a dude who's like a fucking multimillionaire. Okay. He's like texting people that he definitely should not be texting. Notorious culture vulture. Always on the top of the fucking leaderboards. He's in his private jet, tugging his shit, playing around. And it turns out he's got a fat one. It's fucked up. What about Dick Cheney and LBJ? Well, Dick Cheney, it makes sense. Like, yeah, Dick Cheney's got a fat hog, but he's had like 8 heart surgeries, man. Dick Cheney's living like Iron Man. Okay, he's got, like, he's not a happy person. Drake, on the other hand, he is a happy person. Like, he's living La Vida Loca. Okay, jelly alert. Bitch, yeah, I'm being honest. What the fuck? You think I'm hiding it? I'm pocket meat watching. Nobody needs a huge hog, but we should all aspire to the boyfriend dick, your father's medium, if you will. Regardless. This does wonders for men whose perception of size is warped like mine because of the porn industry. Wait, what do you mean? Drake literally has porn star dick. What the fuck are you talking about? People that say not really are just, I think, like, they're just trying to be like, yeah, dog. Nah, my shit's fucking 13 inches soft. Like, shut up. If it was half pumped, it looked kind of thin to me. Yeah, the only thing I'll say is, like, yeah, he does have one of those long ones. He does have one of those long ones that maybe not girthy. Okay. But regardless, like, high key needed to a girl to tell me how to fat one. Porn industry really fucks your brain up. Is he cut? I didn't look that hard. Okay. I don't know if he was cut or not. I didn't see that part. All I'm saying is he was wagging that shit around. Okay. That's all I saw. And I was like, ah, it's literally winter and high altitude. Come on, bro. I think the karmic justice is that he's blessed with a howitzer, but has no idea how to use it. Like, he has to fucking last like 3 seconds or something. Like, there's got to be a balancing act here, because the only thing balancing here is just like, he's just balancing the weight of his cock. That's what he's balancing. Okay. When you go inch for inch, but Drake pulls out more. Shit was flopping harder than LeBron. Dude, it had its own centrifugal force. Okay? This shit had its own gravitational pull. It was going in different directions. I don't know if it's because like he was in space in a private jet or not. Like, I don't know if it works differently up there in higher altitude. It was going in directions that he wasn't moving it to. Motherfucker had the Monkey D. Luffy gum penis, okay? Shit was like, you know how like Luffy will like pull back and you're like, that's not how physically this is supposed to work. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing with the dick. You're like, why is he pulling it that way? But the dick is still on it. The dick is still on the left side. What's happening? That's fucked up. Oh, God. Fake dick and intentionally leaked. I'm a cock truther. That's what I mean, dude. Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy, but the D stands for dick. Apparently, Aiden confirmed. Wait, what? Why are you so upset that he has a big one? Why do you want him to have a small penis so bad? What do you do to you? I'm a hater, man. What do you mean? What do you think like half my fucking haters are like? Why do you think they plot on my downfall? Because I have all the other cool stuff and I'm a happy person. So they're constantly fucking waiting in the dark corners of the internet, like hoping for my downfall. It's the same shit. That's it. Also, Drake is like, I like his music, but he's kind of lame. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just, he's just too lame to have like a nice penis. It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's just fucking blast off. No pun intended. Fuck it. There's like no personal news today. Okay. I might talk about my One Piece adventure because I finally finished. I finished Reverie and Whole Cake Island. Talking Drake's missile, Trump's immunity fails. I finished. I am finally in Wano on One Piece, and it's amazing. Big recap alert. Talking Drake's missile, in parentheses, Hogwatch. You saw more of the Revolutionaries in Reverie? Yes, I did. It's fucking amazing, and I'm very excited about it. Tucker Carlson, why I'm interviewing Vladimir Putin? Oh, God, he is. He is interviewing Vladimir Putin. Vladdy Poo. Tucker interviews Vladdy Poo. Get in now. So much. Oh yeah, R.I.P. Toby Keith. I even forgot about that. Okay. It's just like here, replace the Tuesday one. Okay, we got it all. We got it all, baby. Okay. Do not watch CNN segment on Tucker being in Russia, whatever you do. Wait, why? I think it's lame as hell that Tucker Carlson is going to Russia and like interviewing Vladimir Putin. It's so fucking lame. Like Parallax Stella, hi Hasan, longtime lurker, and today we went public with our IGN union, and it would mean the world to us if you're able to support us with a signature or retweet. Hell yeah. Urge Ziff Davis and IGN management to voluntarily recognize the IGN Creators Guild. Of course. Love that. That's hype. Yeah, it's like, bro, come on. You got as far as Vladipu goes, like you literally have like American journalists in prison, dog. That's crazy. And I'm not even talking about like CIA agents. You know what I mean? Like I'm not talking about the guy who is like a really fond of collecting passports or whatever. Because like that guy, yeah, that guy's an agent. Okay, that game is game. You are going to arrest a person like that. You're going to apprehend a person like that. You got caught. Okay, you got. That part makes sense. But like when you arrest like straight up journalists, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. What are we doing? 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 Like obviously there is always going to be utility in interviewing anyone and everyone. Okay, 100%. But I know why Tucker Carlson is doing it, and he's doing it for the lamest reasons. He's doing it for one, clout related reasons, which is pretty funny. And two, he's not a good guy. Like Vladimir Putin is not a good dude. Okay. I'm not even talking about like morally questionable guy. Like he's just straight up not a good guy. I don't know. It's not going to really mean anything though. I think people are just like, people are exaggerating the impact, which will inevitably turn into a larger impact. Like Tucker Carlson interviews Vladimir Putin on his own. Nobody gives a shit. Tucker Carlson interviews Vladimir Putin, and then people get negatively polarized by like CNN saying this is bad. And then boom, all of a sudden, now it's a big deal. Now you got to watch it. You know what I mean? Because like overall, yes, I think that you can interview anyone and everyone. Okay. I've said this before. I've done it myself. I've interviewed people that like many people have called me a terrorist over. Okay. It's just that like the reason why, one, I don't think the impact of it is as severe, but it will become more severe because CNN talks about it and says this is the worst thing I've ever heard of, right? This blouse is not nice. What does this mean? Morgue pie. Collecting passports a valid hobby, normalize clandestine behavior. Yeah, all right, look, let's talk about the major news, okay? Dick watch. Cock watch. Drake has, did you see Drake's penis, which is small to me? Yeah, that's my favorite genre of like people who tweet. They're like, dude, wow, you guys think that's big? Yeah, me on the other hand, I have, I'm packing 15 inches, so not a big deal. It's like I have a medical condition. Okay, dude. Is this the news of the day? Drake's penis? Yes. Stop fucking crying and complaining. We're doing cock watch. You can either one, have fun with it, or two, complain and be a weirdo. Okay? Yes. Yes. We're doing cock watch, dude. Okay? We're doing it. We're doing cock watch. It's like the opposite of that Stavi tweet about Greek statues. Hold on 1 second. Oh, haha. I think people actually like it when it's smaller. Yeah. Boyfriend dick, right? Listen. There's no way to look at that situation with Drake and be like, and be the same person afterwards. Do you think if that was Drake, if Drake was a woman, this would be treated differently? Yes. Yes. The difference between fucking something being considered revenge porn and not is like how the person who is leaked behaves or feels about it. It seems like due to the phenomenal reception that it has received, I feel as though Drake himself doesn't mind it. Here's what I mean. Let's get started on the Adam 22 side of things, okay? I wake up this morning, I see Drake's dick on the timeline, and he's wagging that shit around. It is actually a genuinely sad moment for me because I'm like, God damn it, you can't, that's fucked up. You can't be the type of dude who is in a private jet, okay, who is a fucking multi-millionaire, and you're simultaneously wagging around and you got hang time. It's just not allowed, okay? It's unacceptable. It's fucked up. Okay, stop talking about it. Show the penis. I am showing it to you. Okay, this is my Cuban Missile Crisis. This is my Cuban Missile Crisis. We must invade Toronto right now. Weapons of mass destruction. Weapons of ass destruction. We have to take action. Do you understand? We must take action and invade Toronto right now. You cannot be out there flying around with fucking missiles in a private jet, okay? People were saying, like, how does he pass it through TSA? That's why he has to fly private. It's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. Invade T-Dot. Okay, so I see that, and it is a genuinely frustrating, legitimately disappointing moment for me, because, like, personally, I am a firm believer, not in karma specifically, but like in a little bit of a balance, right? If you got it all, if you are already like kind of a lame dude and you got it all, you should not be allowed to have a fat one. Okay? You should not be allowed to have a fat one. I think that's unacceptable. Like, something's got to give. There's a little give, there's a little take. It's not fair. Okay? This the man that said, I feel like I'm bi because you're one of the guys. Yeah, like, he just sings way too much. Like, he just sings, like, the way he sings makes me feel like that's not the penis that is appropriate for a man who sings like that. Like, what's that one rapper who, like, can't fucking talk at all? Like, there's that one rapper who has also a missile that Aiden Ross was, like, also dick riding. No, it wasn't. It's not NBA. It's not Young Thug. None of those guys. No, it's not Kodak. It's like he is just a NLE Chopper. Okay, like NLE Chopper has a fucking massive penis, and he carries himself. He carries himself like a dude with a massive penis. Okay, so when you see NLE Chopper, if you see an interview of NLE Chopper, okay, and then you find out that he has like an absolute fucking meat missile, you're like, that makes so much sense. Like, this is like, he's the classic archetype of a skinny dude with a fat hog. This is like this is a most commonplace thing, okay? It's just how it works. Skinny dude with a fat penis. Let me see if I can find it. What is that famous, like, he's on the beach or something and he's just like, fuck, where is it? Does anyone have that? This is the most homosexual stream of all time. There is nothing more homoerotic while also simultaneously being heterosexual than meat watching. Okay? That's it. That is like, no, the NLE Chopper interview has nothing to do with his penis. It's just like him trying to respond to a person and having a hard time responding. But I can't find it right now. But it's like nothing gay about admiring human anatomy. No, it's gay as hell, dude. What do you mean? We're meat watching. We are meat watching. That's crazy. That is the gayest shit you can do. But like, it is also an incredibly heterosexual thing that people do as well. It's just still homoerotic. But yeah, here, this is the bar, first of all. I don't really say this often, but this long dick nigga ain't for the long talking, not beat. Like, just, dude, look, first of all, this lyric is real, it turns out. Okay? It's real, it turns out. But like, look at him. Look at him. Like, this is what I mean. There is no world in which you look at this line and look at this dude and go, that's a dude with a big dick. Okay? It just doesn't make any sense. It does not make sense. Nigga ain't for the long talking, not beats. I don't really say this off. Oh, here, this is the one I was thinking of, maybe.
Podcast in the world. Well, today I'm in here with NLE Chopper. What music were you surrounded by as a kid?
The wrong music.
Right.
That's why I wanted to make music. Like music,
yeah, dude. This is what happens when your penis is so large that all the blood flow is restricted. Like, it's just going directly to your dick. So it's like it's like the Dick Cheney phenomena, right? Like Dick Cheney has a fat hog, right? And because he has such a fucking fat hog that like he's had to get like 11 heart surgeries. Like Dick Cheney basically is operating on borrowed time since like 1957, okay? Why? Because too much blood flow to the dick is restricting the blood flow to the heart. So he had to like go murder babies and take like baby hearts and put it inside of his heart instead. Okay? So like it makes sense. There's a give and take. I totally get why NLE Chopper has a missile, right? But when it comes down to Drake, is like it doesn't make sense. I don't know how else to describe it other than the fact that it just simply does not make sense. Okay? He does not have the energy of a dude with a big dick. He does not have big dick energy. Okay? What are you going to do in your pigs league? I mean, there's like enough there's enough photos of the outline and stuff out there that you can figure it out. I'm not like a, zest equals not equals small dick, but also kind of understand where you're coming from. It just doesn't make sense. You keep saying the same thing for the past 40 minutes. Yeah, bro, I'm fucking pissed. And I need people to understand it. Okay. I need people to understand that there is no God, there is no justice. And also it doesn't make sense that Drake being the type of dude he is, okay, is packing a heater missile, is packing a cruise missile, is fucked up. Now, beyond that, what is this broski's fuck OnlyFans? Drizzy just gave us fat material for a whole week. Is he the baddest in the game right now? If you say no, name who is. He didn't actually tweet this, but he thought it. Okay, he thought it. I believe that he thought it. Canadian humble dick energy, yeah. So the other part of this, of course, is that we didn't know if this was the case or not. Turns out, and I hate to recognize this, but Adam22 was right. I can't believe I'm saying this even, okay? Adam22 have talked about this before, apparently on No Jumper on his podcast, about like how he was meat watching. And then, hold on, there's even a funnier moment, but here. Adam22's bold claim about Drake having a missile on him.
What's crazy
confirmed.
is that the other day I was around this girl, and she just showed me Drake's on her phone.
It's crazy.
And I'm just Dub's like, I'm uncomfortable. No, I'm just, it was just like, somehow this just randomly came up, and she's just showing me, and I'm not believing it, and she could tell I'm not believing it. I'm like, yeah, all right. She goes right back to her text messages, scrolls through the rest of it, shows me a bunch of other selfies and like photos of him that I never seen before. And I'm just like, what the f? And then like, she's still trying to prove it to me more. She goes to the Instagram DM, shows me the full Instagram history with the DM, the blue check, whatever.
Oh my God.
I don't know this girl to be a psychopathic liar or anything, but she showed me, and the skin color matched up with the skin color that I would think that Drake's would actually be.
This is such a dumb thing to say.
And I'm not gonna lie, like I'm sure you're wondering right now, Adam, was it big, was it small? The man's got a missile on him, like a baby arm, if you will.
So that shit didn't make sense, obviously, when he first said it, but it turns out he was right. Okay, he saw that and he's right. It is a baby arm. It is a fucking child's thermos. Okay, it's a third leg. And it's fucked up. But let me tell you, here's what actually did it in, okay? Here's what genuinely confirmed it.
Oh my God.
No, wait, can I see, please? Can I get the link? Thank you. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna send him a voice memo.
I'm just gonna start this part of the conversation by explaining to you really quickly that you are about to see a new level of dick riding. Okay. Now, as much as I just talked about Drake's penis for the past 46 minutes, okay, what Aiden Ross is about to do takes it to the next level. Okay. You know when people say, oh, he's doing tricks on it, he's blowing bubbles on it, like it's something different than that. I feel like it's in the same metaphysical space as blowing bubbles on it, but it's something more than that. What do I mean by this? Okay, I think we've unlocked a new level of dick eating, dick riding, blowing bubbles on it that is somehow, and I mean this, way gayer than if he actually just sucked Drake's dick. Okay? Like, this is the type of shit that, like, God, I wish Austin was here right now. Like, this is so much that like, I feel like, I don't know. It's just you'll see what I mean. Okay?
1 second. Yeah, bro, I'm still live, bro. We were just looking at the shit. It's like crazy, bro. Like, god damn.
He's sending a voice memo to Drake after looking at his penis with the boys.
You're blessed with your voice. You're blessed with performing. You're blessed to be you. You're blessed to be number one. But you're also blessed to have a fucking missile. I said it.
Bro, we literally just saw a ghost.
I swear to God, I swear to God.
You might notice another familiar voice in the background there, which, by the way, I mean, look, if you're going to do dick watch with the boys, you got to have Trainwreck on. Look, he might hate me. Okay. He might have, made me to be a villain in his mind or some shit. He might be out of his fucking mind. But if there's one thing I will be honest about forever, it is that, let me tell you something. Okay. If there is a guy that he's like one of those, it's like one of those like very random areas of expertise. Okay. This is Train's area of expertise is cock watch. Okay. He is the cock watching expert.
We just saw a goat's dick.
Is it?
Wait, that's on his jet?
Yeah, it's on his jet. Yeah, but his is real. But like, it is possible, Jesus.
Oh, he was flying. Oh, he just texted me. He put like 8 laughing emojis.
He doesn't care? Shit, I wouldn't either. If my shit was like that, well, God, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, bro. Chat. He said this might be my next album intro. Oh, great. Well, hey, at least we made the cut. Wait, let me hear it again, Cheezer. Hold on, listen. Yeah, bro, I'm still live, bro. We were just looking at the shit. It's like crazy, bro. Like, god damn. You're blessed with your voice. You're blessed with performing. You're blessed to be you. You're blessed to be number one. But you're also blessed to have a fucking missile.
You hear him laughing emojis?
Yeah, he loved it. He loved it.
That's facts, bro. Oh my god.
How the fuck does Aiden know Drake like this? Because he's a steak guy. Drake is the reason why I jokingly said Drake is my enemy is because he's also like Steak's #1 roll dog. He is literally sponsored by Steak. That's why he has like unparalleled Aiden Ross's unparalleled levels of access to motherfucking Drake. Yeah, dude, he's a crypto gambling fiend. TikTok flaming Aiden. Yeah, dude, this is 600,000 hearts. Okay, 600,000 likes. Like, chatters yesterday were like, why are you talking about this? It's like, bro, are you fucking crazy? This is literally like, this is huge news for Gen Z. Okay, just like Drake's dick is also huge news for Gen Z. So many people don't know that Anita Max Win meme is him saying, I need a Max Win because he's so gamba rotted. Yeah. Yeah, no, he is like, bro, he does the steak shit. He does the steak shit like Morgan Freeman does movies. You know what I mean? It's like why are you clinging on for dear life at this point? Like, shouldn't you have already made out like a bandit? Like, why the fuck are you spending this much time? Like, why are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing so much? Like, do you have debt? Like, what the fuck's going on? If you have a Boeing 747 jet, okay, you probably should not, like, you have your own private Boeing 747 jet. At that point, it's like you probably shouldn't be doing like weird sponsorships. You know what I mean? But he doesn't just like do weird sponsorships. He's a 767. Sorry, not a 747. Yeah, which is ironic because like what we're talking about, the dick meat, like the video is from the jet. Anyway, he likes gambling, even on sports. The guy's addicted. Yeah, you're just not about your bag, Hasan. I just don't get it. I don't understand it, but whatever. So that's it. That's like that's the insider analysis on Drake's meat. We did our meat watching. Okay, it's fucked up. We got the memes out. That's all I wanted to say. Okay, will you react to OTK Will Neff's video? Brother, I reacted to it live. Also, I reacted to it while I was in it. Drake definitely was dick maxing, holding his dick at the base like that. It leaks, smells scripted, dude. Oh, the one aspect of it that I wanted to mention, about the penis situation is that, like, I think personally this will spawn legitimate, like conspiracy theories about whether or not he's actually meated up like that. Like I feel like people are gonna say like he got a weird only rich guy procedure to make his dick look bigger, because like there is a mismatch there. There is a mismatch there with like his output and his penis don't line up. They don't align like that. So it's gonna make people go, there's no fucking way a dude who sings like that, like a pop star like that, has a dick like that. So I think that just be on the lookout for BBL conspiracies and all this kind of shit. But I guess instead of BBL, it's like a BDL. I don't know, a Brazilian dick lift. DDL, a Dominican dick lift. Anyway. So. Anyway. You mean we were all hoping for a mismatch, lmao? No, I was not. I was not hoping for a mismatch. Megan said it. Wait, really? Megan clocked him for his BBL and now this leaked. Interesting timing. Anyway. That's it. That's what I got on the dick watch, okay? On the dick watch. Here's our boy Brandon. Here's our boy Brandon going crazy with it, okay? Going crazy with it, going nutty with it. Watch Joe Biden says he recently met with Mitterrand from Germany. Mitterrand was the French president between 1981 and 1995. He also died in 1996.
People have pled guilty. Right after I was elected, I went to what they call a G7 meeting, all the NATO leaders. It was in the south of England. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And Mitterrand from from France looked at me and said, how long are you back for? And I looked at him, and the Chancellor of Germany said, what would you say, Mr. President, if you picked up the paper tomorrow in the London Times, and the London Times said, 1,000 people break through the House of Commons, break down the doors, 2 bobbies are killed in order to stop the election of the Prime Minister. What would you say? I never thought about it from that perspective. What would we say if that happened in another democracy around the world?
Dude, Jake Bros from Pendejo Time says, fuck it, I believe him. He's 81 and completely gone. Soul got 1 foot in the door and 1 foot in the afterlife. He's seeing the dead, and they're happy to see him. They want him to let go, but he has a Pop-Tart in the toaster he's excited to eat. Yeah, I think it's a lot funnier if you imagine that he does see dead people. Because, like, at least in that situation, there's a sense of clarity. You know? Maybe even, like, cool special powers. You know what I mean? Rather than, that's the fucking president, and he's goddamn gone. He is zooted. He is on a phenomenal, completely illegal cocktail of pharmaceuticals that are being round-the-clock updated, okay? To just both keep him alive, keep him standing, and also to be able to say words on camera. Good thing this guy is running for re-election. I'm telling you, man, he is fucking senile. This level of lack of mental fortitude is enough for us to recognize that, like, especially look, Ronald Reagan, by the end of his presidency, was done. Okay, he was also done. He's got dementia. He gets Adderall refills more consistent than anyone else in the country. Dude, Adderall does not do this on its own. You need more, okay? He's on some experimental shit. Anyway, he clearly met Macron, not Mitterrand. Move on. Brother, I don't think you understand. The entire point is, when you get to that level, when you got dementia patient energy, okay? When you have that, like, when your brain is no longer working, you're not forming new memories, okay? You're constantly, like, your recall is, I know this, my grandmother had Alzheimer's, okay? Before she passed away for years and years and years. She was super sharp when it came to, like, not by the end of it, but in the beginning stages, she was super fucking sharp when it came to, like, remembering things from when she was, like, 18, 19 years old, okay? But, like, beyond that, she had no fucking clue. There was no new memories being formed in that process. Okay? Yeah, the hard drive is full. Brandon is too old, but this take is mid as fuck. I legitimately 100% stand on this. I think Brandon's brain is definitely gone. Okay? It's not impressive that he met with Mitterrand. Or he remembers Mitterrand. It's not impressive because he just has, like, all of these. Those are the last times that his brain has been fully functioning. Okay. I just, like, guys, real serious question. Okay. Here's the test. And I ask this all the time. I've brought this up before with Dianne Feinstein. Okay. The test is this. Do you feel comfortable with him driving the car? You get in the car, he's driving. Do you feel comfy? Are you good? Are you like, oh, I'm safe? Hell no. Get the fuck out of here. No shot. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. He should not be behind a wheel, let alone behind the wheel of the nation state. Okay? And it's, like, odd because so many people look at this. What's with defending Joe, chat? That's weird. He's old. It's because people recognize the writing on the wall and they know that, like, Trump is worse than Brandon. So they're just basically trying to lie to themselves and others because they think, like, being a partisan, being a loyalist in this situation is going to somehow save American democracy, not realizing that, like, the DNC keeps pumping this message, okay, that this is going to be saving American democracy, while simultaneously they're the ones who are capitulating and caving to destroy American democracy. Okay? Now, I don't think, still with all of this, I don't think that the Republicans are going to win easy here, okay? Because the Democratic Party's platform and the Democratic Party is, like, relatively more popular than it's ever been. And not only that, but Brandon has also done things overall that definitely play well. The issue is he's the worst person to champion this cause. Okay? There is a reason why like a generic Democrat, faceless, nameless Democrat is 18 points more popular than Brandon. And that is because this is not a thing that you can manage. Okay? This is not just a simple gaffe. It's not just like, oh, he misspoke. And the more liberals say, oh, he's just misspeaking, they're just going to look like hacks and loyalists and partisans. This doesn't mean that like Trump is all there either, but Trump is definitely more coherent than Biden, even though he's fucking insane. Okay? That's it. Between the two of them, at least Trump knows that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? Biden doesn't know what day it is. Biden doesn't know what time it is. Trump at least knows at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Maybe he doesn't know that if you subscribe, you could avoid the 3-minute ad break, avoid seeing it, you know, for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Right? Man, he's been old forever, too. Look at him at 30.
The youngest new face in the U.S. Senate next year will be that of Democrat Joseph Biden of Delaware. So young, in fact, that at the time of his election on November 7th...
This is, like, Brandon is younger than me here, okay? Bro, it's black and white. That's crazy. That's crazy. Stop playing with me, dude. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. System Stirs. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Biden was not yet old enough to serve. Yesterday, that problem was resolved. ABC Capitol Hill correspondent Bob Clark has the story.
They gave a surprise party yesterday.
Bro, he's 30 here, okay? He's 30. He's so old. This is when he's, like, younger than me, and they're using the transatlantic accent on television. It's black and white. I got to pee. Hold on. I'll be back.
Biden will make history because of his age when he takes his seat in the new Senate. The boyish-looking father of 3 young children was celebrating his 30th birthday. That makes him just old enough to be a United States Senator, 30 being the minimum age prescribed by the Constitution. Biden, a liberal Democrat, pulled one of the big upsets of the election by unseating a 63-year-old Republican, Caleb Boggs. In Washington today, he was having trouble convincing some people he really is a senator and having some doubts about the Senate seniority system while hoping older members won't hold his age against him.
I expect these fellows are going to eventually judge me on my merit, not on my age, and I have to establish that merit, assuming there is any there. I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. Beyond having other senators' staffs think I'm applying for a job or as a page or something.
Would you like to see some changes in the seniority system?
Well, I would like to see some changes in the seniority system, but, and it's not going to make any difference my saying this, but it's not because I'm 30 and
Dog, this is literally 1972, okay? Please, please. This is his first year in the Senate, 1972. He is literally younger than me, and he still looks so goddamn old. This is crazy. And he wants changes in the seniority system. Okay. So old before color was invented? Yes, dude. It is crazy.
I think that the seniority system has many more drawbacks, and it has...
Why giving up and just saying Republicans are going to win what we're resorting to? Biden sucks, but voting for other candidates isn't going to do shit. I'm trying to be realistic. Man, vote for whoever you want. Okay? I don't give a shit. Of course, don't vote for Trump. That's ridiculous. But, like, don't come in here and fucking complain when I tell you how it is, okay? It's ridiculous. Take it up with the Democratic Party. You're chirping at the wrong person. You're barking up the wrong tree, brother. My whole point is that the Democratic Party does actually have the power to change the outcome a little bit and has had it and has refused to exercise it. I'm sick and tired of this, like, false dichotomy that we present ourselves all the time. If Trump is a fucking fascist, okay? If Trump is a fascist and a genuine threat to American democracy, and I believe he is, right? For sure. I think there's a validity to that claim. What the fuck are the Democratic Party doing then? Why are they capitulating to the Trumpian right-wing immigration policies? They're like, Trump is a fascist, which is why we have to be fascists? Suck my dick. Get the fuck out of here. Trump is a fascist, which is why we have to keep doing genocide in Gaza. Get the fuck out of here. Come on now. My criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around the Democratic Party doing bad politics and bad policy. Okay? If he's a fucking genuine fascist, how are you going to put a carcass and roll him over? How are you going to roll up a carcass that has been around since like before color TV was invented? It's crazy, man. Everybody talks a big game about appeasement. Neville Chamberlain, Neville. Okay. Well, this is our appeasement guy then. Okay. This is internally appeasing to Adolf Hitler. If you think Trump is Adolf Hitler, well, why is this the guy? Why is he the guy that's fighting against Hitler then?
Merits. Where I'm not going to lead any move to change that in my formative years in the Senate, but were there to be such a vote to come up, I clearly would vote to eliminate the seniority system.
The indications are that you may be 100th in seniority.
Anyway, genuine ask here, shouldn't we be focusing more on voting in the right VPs, given that both Trump and Biden are 100-year-old corpse fascists who dropped at any moment? Bro, I'm gonna be honest, evil never dies. So I mean, I think that both are evil in different ways, but like, dude, Trump is like a fucking dynamo. His heart is like all his entire blood flow is just lard, okay? I genuinely wonder how capable he will be at debates this year. I think that they're gonna try and not do a debate. Bad advice, dude. Republicans vote Trump no matter what. So why shouldn't we fuck it? If you want to vote for Biden, go right ahead. If you want to vote for Biden, go right ahead. But if you come in here, okay, I'm never going to tell you like don't vote for Biden, okay? Unless you are trying to extract a concession out of him, which by the way, it clearly doesn't fucking work regardless, but you shouldn't stop trying, okay? But having said that, if you come in here and act like voting for Biden is saving American democracy, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Okay? You're not right. Don't do this fucking classic, like, marginally better bullshit when we are currently going through the marginally better system. Oh, if we vote for Biden, we will make him change. We will make him change. We will be able to pressure him. We'll be able to pressure him. He's the lesser of two evils. Look at the lesser of two evils. It's like far beyond the lesser of two evils is still evil. What percentage of the Republican Party's platform does the Democratic Party have to adopt entirely and champion for Democrats to turn around and go, you know what? Maybe this is the same as the Republican Party at this point. Because it is. It is. There is no third option. I'm simply saying, you know, make up your mind, do whatever you want to do. If you want to vote for Brandon, okay? I'm not telling you not to vote for him. I always urge you to go out and vote regardless, okay? You should always vote, especially in your local elections, especially on your ballot measures. Those are actually very important, okay? But don't come in here and fucking act like, you know, oh, well, my hands are tied. Like, okay, you know, all right, then vote for Brandon. Don't act like it's going to change anything, though. It's not moving the needle in the direction that you think it's moving. People are chirping at you because they have the guilt about their personal decisions. No, because no, it's not just that. I think because people are chirping at me because they want me to basically lie to them, I think. Or they think it's like still a philosophical decision here. They're not seeing the bigger picture, okay? They're not seeing the bigger picture here at all. They're not recognizing that the Democratic Party is where the responsibility should be placed. I've been saying this since 2016, okay? They take advantage of a false dichotomy, a false choice, to put shit-ass candidates who then end up losing, okay? I want the Democrats to win, and I want the Democrats to actually push for decent legislation, not like watered-down, nonsensical bullshit. I want the Democrats to fight as hard as the Republicans do, Okay? Difference is they don't. I'm not going to sit here and feed you fucking bullshit copium to make you feel happy about it, though. Okay? A multi-party system also will devolve back into the same two-party structure, which is technically a one-party structure anyway. Look at the fucking Labour. Look at the Labour Party in the UK. Look at the Tories versus the Labour Party. There's multiple parties there. What kind of concessions are they extracting? The border bill paired up with like the ongoing genocide in Gaza is a perfect example that the Democratic Party wants to lose or does not give a shit. Okay? They don't care. We are currently in the 1930s Germany era. Okay? We're on our 1930s Germany era. That is where we're at. 100,000%. That's it. Young people have a bad voter turnout problem. That's not the problem. It's not the problem. The responsibility is laid on the shoulders of those who control the political process. The institutions are at fault. Stop thinking it's like people just not going out and voting. Why would they? You are not looking for solutions. When you turn around and basically repeat what the DNC wants you to think, which is that it is actually the voters who are at fault because they just don't tactically vote because they're stupid. They don't recognize that they should be voting for us because they're too stupid and too selfish. Okay? I've said this time and time again. The irony is it's not rich people that don't vote. It's poor people that don't vote, man. The idea that it's like all privileged people that don't vote is so stupid. People develop apathy because they don't think that the Electoral College sucks. Okay? And two, people feel like their needs are not met. The politicians don't even try to reach out to them. And then when they do try to reach out to them, when they play a big game about like fixing certain problems, they never actually end up fixing those problems. That's it. Like, I laugh at the viability of the third party because, like, I'm saying it doesn't really matter, right? Ultimately. It doesn't really matter ultimately, which is why it's even funnier when people are like, I'm going to vote for Gloria La Riva or whatever. It's like, fine, go ahead, have fun, you know? Like, third party choices are even funnier, in my opinion, than the current duopoly. Like, you're not breaking through that at all. Like, the way that our system is designed makes it impossible for a third party person to like legitimately get enough votes in all these other fucking states. You know? Frustrating to be white and have all your childhood traumas remind you how lucky you are. What? It's crazy that people are still doing this vote harder bullshit after the 2020 election. Dems won, had both the House and the Senate. What do we get? Basically jack shit. Things are just as bad, if not worse in some ways, than they were under Trump. I'm not saying that that means don't vote, but you would have thought that the last 4 years would have thought the vote scored something. No, it didn't. It's never going to, because those guys are just playing team sports. They're not thinking about it from any other framework. Okay? They're just thinking about it from the perspective of like team sports and team sports only. There's nothing else there. Anyway, so trying to argue about what would you say the solution to this would be? Keep organizing outside of the party structure. You need to build power outside of the pre-existing party structure so that you can try and not motivate the party, the Democratic Party, but extract concessions. Okay? There is no world in which the bourgeois democratic process, which you shouldn't like refuse to participate in, for the record. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm not saying that you should stop participating in this process at all. I'm saying recognize that it's the least significant, most important thing you can do, voting, right? Sure. But also beyond that, work to create movements that can extract concessions from the Democratic Party, because there's no other way that you can actually get anything done. That's it. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. In my opinion, telling people that voting is their only option in political action and engaging in electoral politics is the only option for change, the form of political suppression that lives under the guise of voter rights. Yeah. What's your argument against voting third party? I don't have an argument against voting third party. I just think it's like, I think it's laughable to think that I already think it's like ridiculous to think that like, voting for a person that is a part of the Democratic Party without any care or consideration for their track record, without any care or consideration for like what their message is supposed to be, is already ridiculous. It's already silly. Like, it's meaningless, right? There are marginal differences between the two parties and their platforms, but those differences get smaller and smaller when it comes to the actual issues that change your material realities, okay? Deregulation, tax cuts, things of that nature almost always find bipartisan support. Foreign policy especially always has bipartisan support. And beyond that, we've gotten to a place where that explanation didn't make sense. Wait, what? Can you explain why third parties useless? If they get 10%, doesn't that send a huge statement? It's not going to change in one cycle. First of all, this has happened before. It still doesn't matter. I think you guys legitimately misunderstand how like third party voting works. You're doing the other thing, right? You're doing it'll work if you just vote for them. But instead of fucking doing it for Hillary Clinton, you're doing it for the third party. Okay? Like, there is no statement. There's no statement. The idea that you're like tanking the Democratic Party's chances of winning the presidency is surely going to teach them a lesson this time. Okay. Did 2016 teach them a lesson? No. So maybe you learned that lesson. What lesson did the Democrats learn from 2016? They lost, and then they spent every fucking waking moment being like, yeah, remember when the Bernie bros destroyed us and that's the reason why we lost? Yeah, they learned all the important lessons from that one, right? No, they didn't. They didn't learn. They didn't learn shit. They don't learn shit ever, okay? Trump is basically an outsider third party and took over the entire party's platform. Seems possible to do it with DEMS. No, it's not. Because Donald Trump's opinions as a fucking right-wing weirdo, as a right-wing hyper-reactionary weirdo television host, is perfectly in line with the Republican Party's agendas. As a matter of fact, he communicated the Republican Party's agenda better to a broader population, while also simultaneously presenting himself as like relatively moderate, like a peaceful dove and shit. You know what I mean? It was insane. It was insane that it worked because Hillary Clinton was seen as like this establishment figurehead, and all of the negativity associated with the establishment was directly placed upon Hillary Clinton for good reason, for the most part. But like, obviously, Donald Trump wasn't going to be better than Hillary Clinton. The difference in why this doesn't work for the Democratic Party is because the Democratic Party's interests do not align with like a real anti-capitalist figurehead. Okay? That's the reason why like Bernie can't overtake the Democratic Party, at least as it stands currently. Maybe chatters need to hear something we can do since clearly electoralism isn't the answer. I have told you what you can do. Okay? You make gains wherever you can. Start small. Organize. Organize in your workplaces. Okay? Organize within your communities. That's it. You have to build outside power so you can extract concessions from the Democratic Party. Even then, it might not work, but ultimately, that is how it takes a long fucking time, but that is how you get to a point where you have some level of power to make the Democratic Party meet your demands. We watched yesterday Chuck Schumer defend a far-right immigration bill because, like, they thought it would be hypocrisy baiting. They could get the Republicans to look bad because, like, we pushed this incredibly far-right immigration bill and then the Republicans didn't want to vote for it. Look how stupid they are. It's like, no, dude, you're the idiot. You just basically conceded that there is a massive problem with immigration at the fucking border, dumbass. And the right is always going to win that battle. Okay? It's so stupid. It's like being a football player and trying to fucking win a dunk contest against LeBron James. Play football. Why are you choosing to play basketball against LeBron James? You're a football player. The fuck's wrong with you? He's always going to beat you. It doesn't matter if he's not the greatest person at dunking, okay? It's so dumb. Let's go into their territory and let's fight on their terms and let's lose all the time is so dumb. Guys, I've been doing this for years, okay? You're absolutely correct. The concept of dual power that leftists constantly get wrong is not that it's labor and the state, it's labor and the party. We can do one before the other. Labor comes first. I've been doing this for more than 10 years at this point, okay? I'm on my 11th year of covering American news and politics, okay? On my motherfucking 11th year at this point. I've gone through election cycle after election cycle after election cycle. I am telling you, these guys don't give a fuck. We always go, oh, surprise Pikachu. I can't believe the Republicans blew up their own bill. They did it. They did it time and time again. They did it during the grand bargain with the Obama administration, where the Obama administration was the one who pushed, alongside Joe Biden, by the way, to cut Social Security. And the Tea Party caucus nuked it. The Biden border package is pretty much Stephen Miller's wet dream, just total fascist policy. Remember when people said that voting for Biden was harm reduction for immigration? Obama tried to cut Social Security, lmao. Thank God for the Tea Party caucus. Exactly. Thank God for the psychopathic Christian fascists that are like more interested in, voting in Trump, that the Democratic Party couldn't push this comprehensive immigration reform as like a bipartisan bill. And the way that it's being sold on television is making me want to fucking video game myself in a very public way, okay? And putting Morning Joe as the sole reason on my fucking note. Jesus Christ, dude. Morning Joe. Oh, Joe Biden loves watching Morning Joe. That's his favorite show. That's his Fox and Friends, right? It's not harm reduction if you literally look at the right-wing framing on immigration and go, no, we are the real guys who are going to be reactionary on immigration. You're at that point, you're not doing harm reduction. You're just like taking it on and doing the harm yourself. It's very stupid. See, look, and this is the secondary impact. Look. If you're that kind of, wait, what? I think you're kind of ignoring the Social Security spending is expanding at really insane rates, though. If we cut Social Security, there could be more spending available to get HasanAbi to do a Minecraft series. Oh, God. I thought this guy was like legitimately making the right-wing argument. Like, oh, Social Security is expanding. I mean, he is. I hear it all the fucking time. The secondary impact of this sort of thing is that people do adopt the right-wing framing on the issue because they are little fucking bots that just repeat what they hear on MSNBC. That's the problem. Okay? The problem is When the Democrats adopt right-wing framing, the Democratic voters that love to vote, they're like, oh, fuck, I love voting. Oh, my God, I'm going to vote so fucking hard like they're 78 years old or some shit, okay? Those guys turn around and start repeating the point that they start repeating the point that the Republicans were making last year. And that creates this normalizing effect. People, for some weird reason, do not understand this, and people, for some reason, discount it. Okay? Democrats end up calcifying right-wing reactionary perspectives and right-wing reactionary framings. Okay, dude, how are you so cranky after we just been blessed with Drake? It's very, very frustrating. It's good that the Republicans blocked it, though, right? Yeah, I mean, it's good because, like, at least this dog shit legislation doesn't pass. But the reason why they blocked it is so that Trump can keep using it as a weapon against Joe Biden in the upcoming election. Like, yesterday, we watched Al Sharpton and Chuck Schumer defend right-wing framing on the border policies. This is crazy, dude. Anyway, let's start here, and then I'll give you the NIJC, National Immigrant Justice Center, Senate Supplemental Funding Bill, and how it is devastating to refugee protection analyses one more time.
Here in Washington, the Senate immigration compromise, well, it's gotten a big endorsement by a group that knows the issue well, the generally right-leaning Union for Border Patrol Agents, the people actually down there. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter because Republicans are being told to walk away from the deal by former President Donald Trump. Nicole Killian reports now on the politics that are killing this deal.
The bipartisan border compromise is now on life support in the Senate.
Every city in America is saying this has got to stop.
Lead Republican negotiator, Oklahoma Senator James Lankford.
This is the funniest guy, okay? The real, like, actually racist Republican guy who, like, doesn't get why we even have this conversation. Like, he's just like, nah, you don't understand. I just don't want them Mexicans in my neighborhood, okay? We already gave it to the other Mexicans, the native Indians, okay? We gave half of my state to the Indians, and I don't want the other half to go to the Mexicans. Indians are Mexican themselves, okay? Different type of Mexican, but still Mexican nonetheless. Like, this is the one guy who's like, no, you don't understand. I do want to stop immigration. I do want to stop immigration. Do you understand? We already have New Mexico. Don't need an old Mexico. What is this? Where business are closing? AI is taking over 40% of jobs immediately. It's true, though. I read every day. I'm not crazy. I suggest you educate yourself. Where will the money come from? The homes, the food. We can't even take care of ourselves. We can. The problem is, this is exactly the reason why we feel like we can't take care of ourselves, because we're too busy fucking complaining about Mexicans coming over the border and how we must stop it. The real reason, okay, if you want a secret, if you want a conspiracy, it's not a conspiracy at all, but it's a reality that somehow people don't understand. The only reason that the immigration problem is a problem at all in a country like the United States of America is because we have a two-tier immigration structure. We have a two-tier labor structure that is designed on top of making a permanent underclass of black and brown immigrants coming into the country. That's it. If they were documented, okay, then there would be no way to legitimately use the undocumented labor pool as a way to depress wages against the documented labor pool. That's it. That's it. That's the reason why Republicans are not, like, actually fucking pushing for this anyway, because they rely on this being a problem. They rely on this being a supposed problem so they can present it as a problem to the racist fucking idiots, okay, that will get very mad and go out and vote for the Republican Party. This is the oldest trick in the book. Constantly going, those are the guys. They're coming in. They're taking your jobs. Now, it's not that they're taking your jobs. Now they're raping your daughters. Now they're doing crime, okay? Neither is true. Neither is true. The entirety of the American immigration process and the way that we have, like, criminalized immigration instead of allowing people to come in or making the process way easier so that we can have everybody documented, is so that, you know, those devoid of documentation are permanently in like slave labor conditions. And when they speak up, they get clapped, they get deported.
Admits the bill may not have the support to pass a key procedural vote tomorrow after a contentious Monday night meeting with Senate Republicans. And there was this warning earlier in the day.
I would hope people don't make their decisions based on what a presidential campaign is going to do.
Former President Donald Trump is urging lawmakers to kill the package while taking aim at Lankford himself.
This is a very bad bill for his career. This is lunacy, this bill.
The measure would be one of the strictest border policies.
Look, I was thinking about this while I was taking a shower earlier, okay? There's two different kinds of races in this country, okay? Two different kinds of races. One, the kind of races that's like, yeah, we gotta make the Mexicans do the jobs that we don't want to do, right? And that's like the broadest majority races. And then you have the second kind of races that's like the die-in-the-wool, like Klansman, who's like, no, brother, I don't even want to enslave the immigrants because I don't want to live around them. I see a taco and I go, yuck. Okay. And obviously that second races is marginal. It's like much smaller than the first kind of races. The first kind of races is basically bipartisan. Okay. Yes. The Oregonian racism, the Pacific Northwest being a white enclave devoid of slavery so that you don't want to be even around any black people whatsoever. That is the real aggro type of racism, okay? Many Americans do not fall in that category, okay? Many Americans do not fall in the Klansman category. This guy is presenting a bill that is literally in the Klansman category, okay? Stopping immigration dead in its tracks would cripple the American economy. That's the reality that people don't want to talk about at all for some weird fucking reason, okay? I feel like the sentiment among normie libs is that this bill is supposed to be good. Even Philly D presented a bill as if it's a tragedy that it most likely won't pass since Republicans are going to block it. Yes, because Democrats and the Democratic Party on the liberal line on this issue has basically become that immigration really is a problem when it's not. It's just like crime. I have been vindicated time and time again over the course of the past couple of years. People have come in and yelled at me, Hasan, crime is a major problem in the cities. You're so wrong. We have defunded the police. We've never defunded the police, and crime was never that big of a problem to begin with. And it was just simply just fucking hammered into your brain over and over again, all the way from local news to social media to next door apps like that, all the way up to fucking the Fox Newses and the MSNBCs of the world. And the same thing goes for immigration. Okay? Bro, you're just wrong on this point because they are talking about illegal immigration, not legal. Yes, brother. The difference between illegal immigration and legal immigration is simply documentation and processing. Did you know that? There is no difference between someone who is illegally coming over the border as far as like their humanity and someone who is legally coming over the border. That's the problem. That's the issue. You don't understand this though. You think like magically when you slap on the illegal sticker onto someone that it's an issue. Illegal immigration is not an issue. We make it an issue simply so that these guys don't have any fucking legal recourse when they're working the jobs. If you truly were a real one, okay? If you were with the shits, if you were just straight up like, I don't want to be around a fucking Mexican for the rest of my life, fuck this shit, okay? If you were a real racist, you would be targeting the business owners, okay? If you truly wanted to stop illegal immigration in this country, okay, illegal immigration, right? You would go after the business owners. You would make it so that it is impossible to fucking hire an undocumented immigrant. And a lack of knowledge would not actually help you, okay? Ron DeSantis tried to do that. Not to the same degree, but that's it. But they don't do that. You know why they don't do that? Because everybody understands that you got to keep it illegal, but also still allow people to come in so you can abuse and use the undocumented laborers. Okay? That's what the bosses want. That's the entire reason why there's a tiered structure of immigration anyway. That's it. That's it. The only reason why immigration, undocumented immigration, actually is used as a way to depress wages is because these people have no fucking rights and no way of legal recourse, no way of like fighting back against it. Okay? It is one of the most devastating ways that the American economy runs. One of the secret ways in which the American economy heavily relies on more than 13 million undocumented immigrants working every goddamn day behind the scenes for incredibly low wages in awful conditions, with the fear that if they actually were to demand back pay or whatever, they would get fucking deported. That's how it works. Okay? It's even worse than the way that the EU operates with like Polish workers, okay? Like there's obviously always going to be some level of like currency exchange or like cost of living being cheap in the host nation that creates an environment that makes it so that it's like much cheaper to hire someone from a different country, okay? There's already that. There's already that level of like inequality baked into any kind of migrant labor, okay? But we take it one step further. We take it one step further. That level of exploitation is not enough. We got to also, beyond that, make sure that these guys are like basically criminalized. Over 40 NGOs are actively working to bring in military-age men from all around the world, no families with them. Agenda 2030 is a globalist agenda. NGOs are actively spreading billions and bringing in military-age men with no families from China every day. What do you think is happening? Listen, I think you just don't have all the information on the subject. The information I have, sources cited, crack pipe. These are facts. Military-aged male is such a funny way to frame this. Like, you think they're fucking invading the country by immigrating? Take your medication, dumbass. Oh my God. He's like, will you allow me to prove it to you? Let me put my tinfoil hat on. Agenda 2030 is literally Alex Jones bullshit. Yeah. Except, guess what? It's awesome. Willful ignorance? No, man, it's not willful ignorance to tell you that you are smoking the crack pipe when it comes to immigration. Lol, brother, I'm just laughing simply. What? Do you think the border force should be disbanded and an unlimited amount of people let through the border? Are you completely against border control? As if someone had a criminal record, are they okay to be let through? Brother, open borders does not mean that there is no surveillance, okay? Open borders does not mean that there is no, like, actual fucking processing, okay? Freedom of travel simply means that you can use legal methods to come into the country. That's what I'm advocating for. That's it. That's it. That's it. This does not mean that there isn't like any kind of border patrol whatsoever. This does not mean that there's any kind of law enforcement whatsoever. Typical leftist tactics, more derogatory comments about how the person you're debating so you don't have to face their argument. Bro, your argument is insane. What are you talking about? That's not an argument. I can't. Just write what you mean, okay? You write your proof, please. Mods, you can give him permission, parish bishop permission, so he can send me a fucking Infowars.com article so we can like go over it. Okay. Cites Alex Jones, complains he didn't take his argument seriously. I know. I don't know what to do here. The liberal right, freedom of movement, the hypocrisy. Brother's argument literally is there's an invasion happening. Voluntary migration into the United States by people, okay? It doesn't matter if they're military age, by the way, which is ridiculous to be like military age men. Okay, dude. Like, the fuck do you mean? Why are you implying that they're like coming in to invade the country as though they are like a military force and not people who are just simply trying to make a living. Same as you. They're just brown. So I guess it's different. Same as your fucking dumbass parents who probably came here just 2 or 3 generations prior. That's the only difference here. That's also a hilarious fucking way to frame this in the United States of America, because like this is a nation built on immigration. This is how it started. He was a fan of your J-Rock cosplay, at least. That's awesome. At least he liked my at least he liked my Gerald cosplay. Respect.
In decades, requiring the border to be temporarily shut down when migrant crossings hit 5,000 a day, boosting the number of Border Patrol agents and speeding up the asylum process in an effort to end the controversial catch and release policy.
It would not resolve any of the problems.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, a Trump ally.
I love that the only thing that the Democrats are doing here is like masterful gambit. Haha, we push for the most right-wing framing that you could possibly arrive at on this issue where we will always fucking lose. Okay? Masterful gambit, though. The Republicans actually hate immigration. The Republicans actually love migrants. It's like, do you hear yourself? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Like, this isn't a win, idiot. How do you explain the Chinese military bases in some USPS offices then? Chinese military bases in some USPS offices. It's over, brother. China has taken over. Okay? Yes, China has invaded America. President, Supreme Leader Xi Jinping put a military base in every USPS office. Okay? And why did they do that? Specifically to steal votes, to do mail-in ballots to help Joe Brandon. I used to work at USPS. That shit ain't there. Dank McMuffin. Maybe that's why they fired you, brother. So they could hire a Chinese man. Anyway. Also, what happened to the chatter? I asked him to deliver some scathing analysis here, and he just shut the fuck up. He quieted down so quick. Oh, he did? They did offer me some incredible analysis. Let's hear it. Start with this.
From the lower class.
Can you please ask your chat to stop dogpiling for having an opinion? I'm getting attacked with the whispers. Start with this. It's recent and it covers a general way in what I'm talking about. Dude. Here's my source. A 1-hour YouTube podcast between two people that I suspect is saying the most mentally ill things I've ever seen in my entire life. Brother, this is not an argument. You didn't present an argument. Give me some fucking evidence.
System would necessitate this fusion of these different entities. So we'll see what happens. There has been a lot of talk of, different cyber attacks happening this year from the WEF and from other entities. And what better way for, the financial system, which is sort of on its way to ruin anyway, to absolve themselves of any wrongdoing and point the finger at faceless hackers and then come back as this, newly.
In an era where the data is the new gold mine and AI influences every aspect of our lives, we stand at a crossroads between technological empowerment and dependency. Join Whitney. Wait, what the fuck? What does this have to do with immigration, man? What are you talking about? This is like an entirely irrelevant subject matter here. The fuck? What is this? sdgs.un.org goals. What? The Department of Economic and Social Affairs Sustainable Development, 17 goals? Bro, are you lost? Did you just send this to me to be like, this is the win here? This is the ownage? So you can't even give me the respect to read a paragraph? How can we talk? Brother, the only reason why we're still currently talking is because it's entertaining to showcase your mania here, okay? I'm sorry, but you're talking about the AI influence, which is here. Let me explain something to you. I'm a leftist, which means that I believe that there are material realities that dictate our culture, dictate our way of existence, oftentimes, I mean, not oftentimes, directly that are shaped off of the way that we create commodities and consume them. This is our entire culture, okay? This is everything that we know. Our material conditions are fucked under a capitalist organization of the economy. This is what I believe. So you, much like many other liberals, okay, engage with the subject matter from an entirely different framework. Our fundamentals are different. I believe the problem is the structures that we exist under. You think the problem is like good or bad, okay? Like evil people, good people, bad people. Maybe you think like something in between, but you feel like there is a more of a spiritual, ideological reason for why things are occurring in the way that they're occurring. Because of the fundamental differences that we have in the way that we think, when I see something new like AI, I immediately recognize that as a new technological achievement that is going to displace the pre-existing labor pool, because that's how all matter of efficiency works under the capitalist organization of the economy. It's not the technology itself that is a problem. It is how this tool is being used. The bosses use every new tool to displace the pre-existing workers instead of making their lives easier. Okay? That's it. That's it. They're going to email you? Okay. You look at a new way, a new tool that is displacing the pre-existing labor pool and think it's actually because of immigration. Immigration is going to make it worse. I try to describe to you that this is going to happen with or without immigration, and you have to change the system. That's the problem. And many people don't want to recognize that the problems are baked into everything that we experience. The system that we exist under is the issue. Capitalism is the issue. It's not AI that is an issue. It is how AI is used to displace workers that is an issue. And that is always going to happen, even if you have immigrants or you don't have immigrants. Okay? I'll give you another example. A lot of white supremacists think that, like, if America was a fully white country, okay, the Pareto principle would magically not apply. The Pareto principle, for those who don't know, in the sexual marketplace, something that Jordan Peterson talks about all the time, is that the top 10% of dick is having sex with 80% of women, okay? And then the 80% of men have to just fight for the bottom 20% remaining, okay? It's a very gross way to look at the situation. I don't agree with it, but if you believe in the Pareto principle as it comes to the sexual marketplace, then your solution still cannot be to make America a white supremacist nation. Why? Because if everyone is white, the underlying problems still remain. The top 10% or 20% of white dick is still going to fuck 80% of the white pussy, okay? You didn't solve the problem. You just made the problem white. That's it. And this is the way that a lot of people experience the world. They think AI is an issue. Yes, okay? Why is it an issue? Because it displaces the existing labor pool. It makes it more efficient, and efficiency under capitalism means that it's not the workload that is getting lighter. It is the workload getting worse, actually, because one worker can now do the output of 10. Okay? What do you mean make the problem white again? If you are a no pussy having ass motherfucker, but you're white, even if you live in a white nationalist dystopia that you believe is going to solve your problems of being a no pussy having white guy, it's not going to fix it. You're still going to be in the 80% because you didn't try to fix the problem. You didn't actually look within. You didn't actually look at the systems. You didn't look at the structures. You just thought maybe white supremacy is the answer. It's not. Anyway, sending me a fucking podcast with like a crank in it talking about AI that is completely irrelevant to immigration and trying to haphazardly tie it back to immigration is silly. And then going and sending me the United Nations Development of Economic and Social Affairs Sustainable Development 17 goals is also additionally ridiculous. Hasan, you have to admit no poverty is bad from the UN. Yeah, like, dude, I can't believe they want to end poverty in its all forms everywhere. That's really fucked up, dude. I hate that. Anyway. It's a self-defeating phenomena that comes from copium, by the way. You're absolutely correct, Stevie X McFly, something I talk about quite frequently. White supremacists believe in it because they have nothing of their own to be proud of and trying to value and tying their value to their accomplishments of others with similar skin tones is their brain's defense mechanism against the constant desire to nap in the garage. Absolutely. That's what you do when you're a fucking loser. Okay, I often joke about like the Ottoman Empire and its glory or whatever the fuck. Okay, that way of thinking, if serious, is a way is loser think. It is. It stems from not having any accomplishments of your own and basically automatically making yourself feel like you are still superior because, like, guess what? The color of your skin is good. Anyway. It's just dumb. It's a very dumb way of thinking, but beyond that, not only is it a dumb way of thinking, but it's copium and it forces you to not see the real issues.
Is urging fellow Republicans to reject the deal, knowing immigration policy is a political vulnerability for President Biden.
First bill I introduced was on the border. Why won't they give me the help all this time?
Meantime, the House is preparing to move forward with an impeachment vote today against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who helped negotiate this border deal. If passed, he would become only the second cabinet official in U.S. history.
Look, my top priority is security at the border. With all those people flooding in, there's no way to keep track of them all. I'm not the guy who thinks we need to shut crossing down entirely, but what are we supposed to do when the border towns are overwhelmed? This is our country and we have to defend it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, dude? No. There is no invasion happening. There is no invasion happening. There's no way to defend the top of the hour ad break. That's actually a really good fucking segue, you son of a bitch. I didn't want to give it to you, but I felt bad because you tried so goddamn hard. So I'm going to give it to you, okay? This guy literally did a Taylor Swift leak style QAnon breadcrumbs ass top of the hour ad break debate, and I have to celebrate it. I didn't want to steal that from you, okay? If you break this down by reading the third word of each sentence, you'll be singing a different tune. Top of the hour. My man said hour, not hour with an H. That's excellent. I mean, you did a fucking puzzle here, okay? You did a puzzle here, and I respect it. I think it's a valid fucking segue. Respect. You get that one. Of course, if you want to avoid those ads, okay, at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe. It's not a real puzzle. It's not very complicated. It's uncomplicated, as a matter of fact. You can subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. It's a 3-minute ad break now. Have you reacted to this MSNBC broadcast yet?
Talking to these folks who have come from all over Texas, even other parts of the country.
Dude, this is fucking crazy. MAGA convoy makes it to the border only to find out that the invasion they told about doesn't exist.
Here, and some of them, even though we are about a half hour from Eagle Pass, have driven down to Eagle Pass to try to actually see what's happening at the border. And I've spoken to a number of people who said that they're...
I love that while this is going on, the liberals are like, no, you don't understand. There is an invasion, okay? It's like, there is a real problem at the border, and we have to fucking deal with it in violent ways. But like, I wouldn't get, all of my liberal friends in an RV and go down to like kill them personally, right? I want the machine to grind them. I love that the liberal position, if you are to listen to Chuck Schumer, right, is that no, there is a real problem at the border. You don't get it. There is a real problem at the border. It's just that the way to fix the crisis at the border is by letting the machine handle it. Right? It's great. Yeah, 666 chatters voted.
A little surprised by what they're seeing here. I want to play a conversation with a woman, Misty. Take a listen.
It's pretty surreal. We actually made it into Eagle Pass and we went and saw Shelby Park. I was able to see some people actually trying to cross and stopped at the wire there. So it's very eye-opening.
And tell me more about eye-opening. Is it what you expected? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's not what I expected, but then again, I don't know what I expected. I can tell you it's not as bad as what I thought. So that's kind of eye-opening in itself too. Yeah.
I hope people understand that this right-wing framing and this madness is also a continuation of the madness that the Democratic Party also plays into by doing this. Okay? The underlying problem is built around a falsehood, a false notion that immigrants are actually scary. Do you understand? It's so scary and so sad. It's sad because the Democrats are doing this thing that is like they've done 1,000 times over. I call it the John Kerry phenomena. Okay? The John Kerry phenomena. I was talking to one of my friends about how I've been watching you for 7 years and they were going off on a tangent saying you're not a socialist, says that you're nuts and being used for propaganda. This motherfucker said you are yay before he went to the psych. I think his brain has become broken. Yes, I'm being used by George Soros. Scary George Soros is guiding me to push for open border immigration policy and also Islamist fundamentalism and Sharia law. It's so cool that like every single type of fucking narrative that I've heard from psychopathic right-wing Republicans in the beginning of my career, okay, I'm hearing again, over and over again. What is this? Lex Friedman is seething. Your friend is right. Yes. Yeah, I am. I'm pushing for Islamic Mexicans. Islamo-Mexican. I'm an Iranian proxy. Thank you. That is what I told him. He's gone so far right is bad. Yeah. I'm an Ottoman imperialist who is also an advocate for Islamo-Mexicanism. The jihadi Mexicans coming over the southern border, brother. They will implement Sharia law and tacos in every corner. I fucking love that. You're the left-wing George Santos. Yeah, that too. Okay, but the Ottoman imperialist part is true and you know it? No. You want to know why it's not true? Because I'm fucking joking. I don't think that it is better overall. Oh, okay, you're joking. All right, sorry. I hear it so much from people that like it makes me feel like people take that shit seriously. No, I don't give a shit. I just described how stupid it is to like hyperfixate on former glorious empires or whatever. It's loser shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if the fucking Balkans are controlled by the Ottoman Empire or not. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? I want people to be happy. Okay? I want people to have a life worth living. Okay? It's like looking at when I say Flexicans are Turks and thinking, wow, he must mean this for real. He's being for real when he says that.
And the toughest set of reforms to secure the border ever. Now, all indications are this bill won't even...
Sheltered Rosebud comes in and is like, always brings in the most annoying energy. I respect you, Sheltered Rosebud, for this. I know you won't stop talking about Palestine, but will we be talking about Gaza today? So sorry to be annoying, but I'm very passionate. Every day you come in here. Every day you come in here and say that. Okay? Sheltered Rosebud every day comes in and is like, hey, I know you haven't gotten to this part of the broadcast yet, but can you get to this part of the broadcast now, please? A real one. I respect the dedication. I admire what you are doing, okay? So, I take you seriously when you talk about French people and anarchists. Yeah, you should. Where were we? Oh, here it is. All right, let's talk about Biden urging the Congress to pass the border security foreign aid bill amid GOP opposition.
We move forward to the Senate floor. Why? A simple reason. Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump thinks it's bad for him politically. Therefore, he doesn't, even though it helps the country, he's not for it.
This one thing that I have to remind people here, by the way, is that this framing not only is bad because it like is antithetical to the things that you pushed for when you were running against Donald Trump, and it's also bad because like you're never going to win. Like I said, this is the John Kerry phenomena. When John Kerry is propped up against GWB, okay, the Democratic Party said, well, this is a decorated, celebrated veteran. He was in Vietnam. This guy is the best, okay? This guy's a Vietnam veteran. What did GWB do? George W. Bush didn't fight. He didn't serve. Right? All he was doing was serving margaritas, getting DUIs. And what happened to John Kerry? The Republicans turned around and were like, yeah, dog, John Kerry is gay as hell. He's not a real patriot. GWB is the real patriot. You can never out Pizza the Hut and you can never out patriot the Republicans. That's it. They own patriotism and what they fucking believe patriotism actually is. Patriotism isn't actually about like serving in the military either. So stop with this nonsensical bullshit. But the Democrats never learned that lesson. They kept pushing it. They still do it. They did it with like Amy McGrath in Kentucky. It's just crazy. You will never win on the border issues. You need to message against it. You need to tell people the truth. And the fact that the Democratic Party had no response to all of this border crisis, manufactured crises at the border for 4 fucking years is so frustrating. We are actively making everyone around us dumber. We are making America's dumber and dumber and dumber. Biden wouldn't be pushing the border if it wasn't for needing Ukraine aid. Okay, here's the thing. You want to give Ukrainians weapons, okay, and you want to fund that through Congress? Fine. Then say you're going to do that. That's what you want to do. Try to advocate on those conditions. Try to make it punishing for the Republicans not to vote for Ukraine, but you can't do that because you know deep down inside that Americans don't really give a shit about Ukraine. We've moved on from it, right? Same with the Israel funding bill. If there was a genuine counter to giving $14 billion of weapons to Israel, okay? And if it wasn't like going to be bipartisan regardless, then Americans would be like, okay, I don't give a shit. I don't want to give Israel $14 billion. Who fucking cares? Okay, deep down inside, we are selfish people. And that selfishness could be a good thing sometimes, okay? Like giving money to Israel. But he's not doing that. He's not doing that at all. He's not separating the issues. He's not saying like, well, here's what it is, Jack. We got to give Ukraine more money and more guns. They got to defend themselves. Republicans, for years, set up this agenda by basically saying immigration is a national security problem. It's not. Okay, that is not a correct way to frame the immigration problem. It is an economic issue, right? And it's only an economic issue because of a lack of processing and a lack of documentation, not because these guys are like nefariously coming in to steal American jobs. Okay? The solution to that problem, if there is even a problem there, is to allow them to be documented so they can also advocate for their wages, their fair wages, alongside the rest of the documented labor pool. Okay? Here's the thing. Regardless of all of that, if your goal here is to fund Ukraine, then fucking say that. You don't have to take on right-wing framing on immigration to simultaneously push a funding package through that will send money to Ukraine. If the issue is that serious, if the issue is that severe and you believe Americans do care about giving Ukraine money, make that argument. Make that argument separately. The fuck are we doing here? When you capitulate and concede to the right-wing framing on the issue, the framing that Marjorie Taylor Greene was making, the argument that Marjorie Taylor Greene was making 2 years ago, that we laughed at, Democrats are making now. The idea that why are we caring about the Ukrainian borders when we don't care about the Mexican border? That was an argument that Steve Bannon was cooking up. That was an argument that Marjorie Taylor Greene was cooking up. And now that argument is being repeated by Joseph Robinette motherfucking Brandon. Are you insane? That is so crazy. That's so dumb. Democrats went from vote for me for harm reduction on immigration to actually vote for me because I want to be the one killing the immigrants. Where's the harm reduction? Separate the bills. If you want to ride for Ukraine, separate the bills. Don't tie it to fucking border policy, and definitely don't adopt a right-wing framing on border policy that your enemies pushed for. You fucking idiot. The right will always defeat you. All you do when you take on their talking points is normalize the position that there really is a problem at the border when there isn't one. The problem at the border comes from the fact that we don't want to process these people when we should be. That's it.
He'd rather weaponize this issue than actually solve it. So for the last 24 hours, he's done nothing, I'm told, but reach out to Republicans in the House and the Senate and threaten.
Like, this is such a stupid way to fucking argue. This is literally like Redditor brain shit. It's like a gotcha. We got him. The Republicans, turns out, doesn't care about actually funding the border. It's literally the same. It's the same mentality behind going, no, no, no. We are the ones who really want to fund the police, not the Republicans. Like, the Democratic Party looked at an entire year of protests, Black Lives Matter protests, and said, here's our messaging strategy. We want to fund the police, not the Republicans. The Republicans own the police, okay? They do. Adopting right-wing framing on these issues is never going to cause you to win. It's only making your side feel like there is a real problem. You have to counter message against it. Republicans are so good at counter messaging that they make up issues where no such issue exists. They do a great job. They fucking create like a phenomena. They're like, ooh, trans people, scary. Watch out. They cause their fucking fan base to believe that trans people are like actually, trans species now. And the kids are pissing in kitty litter in schools. And then even if there isn't enough momentum on that front, even if the people don't care about it enough to like actually make that their single issue voting, they still push for legislation at the state legislature because they know how to win. They know how to get their agenda across. And then Democrats a couple of years later turn around and go, yeah, you know what? We do have an issue with these trans kids. Okay, we got to fucking fix that. Like, it makes no sense. It feels like we're voting for the Democratic Party so that they could push the exact same message that they were ostensibly against the prior election cycle. What are we doing? Yeah, vote for the Democrats. They will adopt the framing on central issues that they're supposed to be against 4 years after the Republican Party. That's great, man. Thank you. I genuinely think this stuff is starting to shift public opinion. So many apolitical people I know are now asking, why can Congress only pass bills that give money to foreign nations for war? Why isn't there any money for stuff we want? That's an ongoing thing. What? Hasan, Texas is succeeding in displacing immigrants to other states. MA is overfilled with immigrants. We need to do something down there. Anything is better than nothing. I know you rail against the DEMS party, but doing something is a popular action. Failing to act is also bad. You're so wrong on this. I never said do nothing. Okay? I have talked about this quite a bit, as a matter of fact. The problem is that, as you also correctly pointed out, Texas is funneling immigrants into other states without giving them a go-ahead, without telling them ahead of time that they're going to do that. I don't believe that Massachusetts is overrun with immigrants, by the way. That part is ridiculous. You have to arrest Greg Abbott immediately for trafficking migrants across state lines. That's number one. Number two, you have to give additional federal funds to these states to help with the overflow. That's it. I can't believe you're looking at a system, you're looking at a situation where someone is like very openly trying to fuck up the process and use real human beings as a political pawn with like actual human trafficking, like people being shipped off to other states like they're parcels. And you think the real issue is that, we're not stopping immigration. You've already conceded. You might as well vote for Greg Abbott. You might as well be a Greg Abbott defender at that point. Could it be argued that the Dems leaning into it because their constituents already believe it, that there's a problem at the border? It's harder to deprogram them than it is to lean into it? Brother, you know that the Republicans are going to push for immigration. Do you think there's a new caravan every 2 years during the midterms or during every election cycle? No, when they run out of other shit, they go back to the hits. That's it. They're playing the hits. So when you know that, work against it. What kind of fucking loser shit is this? We know that they're going to push for immigration being an issue. We knew that they were going to push for crime being an issue in big cities. All of that was a lie. 90% of my job as a political commentator in the United States of America is basically yelling at a fucking brick wall. I have to take into account the psychopathic fantasies of people who are basically hallucinating because the television man is telling them that there is a real issue here. It's fucking crazy. The solution is to stop it. Okay? The solution is to stop it. To stop Greg Abbott from being able to ship migrants like they're fucking cargo without informing the facilities or the people in the other states. And anyone that doesn't see that as the major problem here is losing sight of the reality. You put the cart before the horse, you jumped a couple steps, and you are now looking at people becoming more reactionary as a consequence of what they're seeing in the fucking television. It's crazy, guys. The fact that that kind of shit goes unpunished also is you know, completely unacceptable. You might as well be supporting it yourself at that point.
And try to intimidate them to vote against this proposal. And it looks like they're caving. Frankly, they owe it to the American people to show some spine and do what they know to be right. So I want to tell the American people what's in this bill and why everyone from the Wall Street Journal to the Border Patrol to the Chamber of Commerce, the United States Chamber of Commerce, support this bill. Because it's going to make the country safer, make the border more secure, treat people more humanely and fairly, and make legal immigration more efficient and consistent with the values of our nation and our international treaty obligations. It would finally provide the funding that I've repeatedly requested, most recently in October, to actually secure the border. That includes an additional 1,500 border agents and officers to secure the border, to physically secure it. In addition,
like this is almost identical with the Republican line of thinking. Okay? What do I mean by this? Governor Greg Abbott spends hundreds of millions of dollars shipping migrants to other states instead of utilizing $100 million in processing said migrants, okay? In hiring more people, in hiring interpreters, in hiring more legal aid, okay? In hiring or spending that money on shelters, okay? It's about where you put your interest. It's about how you want to deal with the issue. It's so stupid. Isn't this just JD Vance or whoever signing on a dead or alive M4A bill? It's bullshit messaging. Yes, but the difference is Medicare for all is a good thing. Right-wing framing on immigration is not a good thing. Okay? So JD Vance is not the one who is literally writing the Medicare for all bill. He's signing on it. Do you understand? There's two different reasons as to why this sucks. One, it's not like JD Vance is the one who's like, I actually love Medicare for all. I've decided that like we are the party of Medicare for all, as a matter of fact, and we are the ones who are going to push for Medicare for all. Also, Medicare for all is good, objectively. Okay? The Democratic Party writing the bill basically themselves and adopting the messaging and adopting the points that like immigration is a real problem is a dead ender. It's a complete loss for them. It's a major L for them. Not counter messaging against like Republican fear mongering on immigration year round is a major L for them. We keep ceding ground on these issues. Republicans keep winning despite having genuinely unpopular ideas.
100 cutting-edge machines to detect and stop fentanyl at the southwest border. We have that capacity. An additional 100 additional immigration judges to help reduce the year-long asylum backlog. You show up for asylum, and the judge is supposed to talk to you. It takes a year to get that discussion going. This bill would also establish new, efficient, and fair process for the government to consider an asylum claim for those arriving at the border. Today, the process can take 5 to 7 years, as you all know. They show up at the border, get a bracelet, told them to come back when called, 5 to 7 years, not in country. That's too long, and it's not rational. With the new policies in this bill and the additional of 4,300 more asylum officers who spend hours, I might add, with each immigrant to consider their claims, whether they qualify, we'll be able to reduce that process to 6 months, not 5 to 7 years. This bipartisan bill will also expedite work permits so those who are here and who qualify can begin work more quickly. That's something that our governors, our mayors, and our business leaders have been asking me for and asking them for. All across the country, they've been asking.
The fentanyl crisis, is the fentanyl crisis real, and does it actually have to do with the border? It is real. And no, it doesn't have anything to do with border crossers. Okay? That is one of the dumbest things that you could ever fucking say as a Democratic politician. It's just complete misinformation. Look at the Department of Homeland Security's own numbers. Fentanyl is trafficked across regular points of entry. Okay, that's good. Hasan, you skipping over that quick work visa? What do you mean? That is not a valid concession. When the other side of it is literally just doing everything you can, like shutting off immigration across the board at 5,000, capping it at 5,000 encounters, that's crazy. Okay? This is an incredibly militant bill. It is also built on top of real ideas that like immigration is actually a matter of national security. That framing is so busted. I'm so sick of smug leftists hating Dems that reduce all critique of U.S. policy. America bad when shit is clearly not good. This border shit is not good. What kind of mental gymnastics are they engaging in at the moment to make a W for this guy? Wait, what? Are you talking about me? I'm a smug leftist hating Dem that reduce all critique of U.S. policy as America bad? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Are you delusional? At that point, I just don't understand it. If you're saying that like this is smug leftist hating Democratic or leftist hating Dems. Oh, I got it. I misunderstood what you were saying. No. You're saying that leftist hating Democrats keep saying like this is good. Okay. I thought you said the leftists that hate the Democratic Party. Anyway, do you think the ruling class wants people to become more reactionary on immigration, knowing the future border crisis coming with global warming intensifying? I'm sure that's part of it. The bill also requires that single adults remain in camps, which they are spending to double in size. There's also $480 million in new funding for Trump's wall. This is a far-right bill. 1,000%. Okay, here. 1, mandatory closure of the U.S. border based on trigger numbers or quotas. The bill creates a new statutory authority for the Department of Homeland Security to close the border to people seeking asylum after certain trigger numbers have been met. It's 5,000 encounters. If over the course of 7 days, the cumulative number of people arriving at the border or between ports, or regardless of whether they're actually processed for asylum, reaches 4,000, the authority is discretionary. When it reaches 5,000 or a single day's encounter exceeds 8,500, the authority is mandatory. As a mandatory shutdown. Can you imagine? When the authority is triggered, DHS is required to turn away or expel all people arriving at the border without so much as an asylum screening. These are people who are well within their legal rights to actually arrive on U.S. soil to seek asylum, and we're turning them away mandatorily, like making it the law. Okay? The provision means that a person's access to asylum in the United States depends on luck of the draw. No due process. Whether that they happen to arrive at the border during a period of closure, and if so, whether they happen to be able to get to a port before 1,400 other individuals, a quota-based asylum lottery violates the United States compliance with its obligations under the Refugee Convention and would mean regularly sending people with strong asylum claims directly back to their persecutors. Okay? A similar policy known as metering was found unconstitutional by a federal judge under Trump. That's the thing. Trump tried to do this. It's literally unconstitutional. Not that it fucking matters. On the ground, this expulsion authority will mimic what we saw during the Trump administration with the enactment of Title 42, which was the CDC provision, by the way. Like that it was a health risk to let these dirty migrants in, you know what I mean, over the border. Because they're bringing in COVID. Like we gave a shit about COVID. The only time we ever gave a shit about COVID was so that we could shut down the border. It's crazy. Under Title 42, human rights monitors track more than 13,480 reports of murder, kidnapping, rape, torture, and other violent attacks against people blocked in or expelled to Mexico. The proposed legislative change would fuel and incentivize organized crime on the border, creating more chaos and confusion, not less. Okay? Yeah. But this is Biden getting completely rolled. This is why we didn't want Biden to be president. He's always getting rolled by the right wing. He's not getting rolled by the right wing. He's deliberately rolling to the right wing. That's the thing. That's the problem. I don't think it's like, oh, he's just a bad negotiator. I covered this. This was also heavily featured in Ryan Grimm's early book, We Got People. So for those of you who are interested in that or want to know more about that, this was a very famous deal where Biden sidestepped Harry Reid. Well, this is a newer version of the debt ceiling negotiation with Kevin McCarthy. But under the Obama administration, Biden sidestepped Harry Reid. It's a long story. I don't want to get into it. Fuck, I have too much information in my brain on this stuff. Okay, let's continue. New fast-track process for asylum processing at the border under surveillance with no judicial review. What the bill does is it creates an entirely new asylum screening process called protection determination for people arriving at the border who are not subject to expulsion. This new process would be concluded entirely by officers within U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services with no judicial review whatsoever. People denied asylum under this process could be denied asylum and deported in under 90 days without any right to request review by a federal judge or even an immigration administrative law judge. Okay? And also, they would be placed under the protection determination program, would be under heavy surveillance, either in the form of a GPS ankle monitor or through electronic monitoring. Remember, 95% of people that are asylum seekers go to and attend their court date. 95%. It's vile. We're just like marking people. It's crazy. The new process will render due process illusory for most people seeking asylum. Just eviscerates due process. No more judge. No more situation where like you have a reasonable person giving you what you are constitutionally afforded, okay, in the form of due process, and also what international human rights law dictates, which is that you have a right to seek asylum in the United States, okay? You have a right. It is not only moral, and it is immoral for us to deny people the right to seek asylum inside of our borders. It is also illegal. But guess what, dude? Private prisons that are going to have to take care of the overfill, those guys are going to make out like bandits. We're going to have to pay them. We're going to have to give them a lot of money, okay? We're going to have to hire private contractors, new ankle monitors. Like, think about all the money that gets circulated around in that process. Yeah, GEO Group and Civic Group stocks going high. The complexity of immigration law, punishing timelines and obstacles caused by electronic surveillance will make it extremely difficult for people to find lawyers or get the information they need to fully articulate their claims. Indeed, for people, DHS's current non-detained expedited removal pilot, fewer than 3 in 100 people actually have legal representation. Further, the judicial review stripping provisions of this bill will mean that many are wrongfully deported because of a bad decision-making at the agency level that cannot be corrected. No legal recourse whatsoever. This program also envisions a dramatic expansion of immigration and customs enforcement surveillance and monitoring program, GPS ankle monitors. Number 3, heightened standards and new bars to eligibility at threshold asylum seeking. The bill envisions nearly all people arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border to seek asylum being placed into expedited processing under either the new processes described above or with the existing expedited removal process. Under either system, a threshold asylum screening determines whether a person is able to present their full asylum claim or to an adjudicator. This bill heightens the standard of review in all threshold screenings, including the existing credible fear interviews used in expedited removal and threshold screening in the new process described above, known as protection determination. The new standard will require people to show a reasonable possibility they could establish eligibility for asylum rather than a significant possibility, which is the standard in current law. So they're upping the standards. The bill heightening the credible fear standard will mean that many of those who are in the most desperate need of protection will be unable to access asylum, like rape, murder, domestic violence is a big one here, right? There is a femicide occurring in Mexico, which was one of the safe harbor First Nations under the Trump administration's policies that dictated that if you actually go from Guatemala to Mexico, for example, you have to stay there because technically you didn't go to the first immediate country that wasn't your own, right? Now, the irony itself is that there are people in Mexico that are also fucking escaping Mexico to come to America. So how the fuck are you going to turn around and make Mexico a safe harbor if it's not a safe harbor for Mexicans? Crazy. Indigenous peoples, LGBT people. Oh, here, the Biden administration's asylum ban, which already imposed the reasonable possibility for most credible fear screenings, has already tripled negative findings and returned refugees to harm. Indigenous peoples, LGBT people, and people with complex asylum claims, such as survivors of gender-based violence, will be rushed through with fear screenings without the time and support they need to understand how to articulate the legal basis for their claims. The vast majority of asylum seekers are unrepresented when they undergo their credible fear screenings due to the rapid nature of these screenings and their frequent occurrence in ICE or CBP custody. Under these conditions, asylum seekers have been unable to retain their attorneys and deported to danger. Number 4, entrenched criminalization of migration through increased detention, prosecutions, and border wall funding. That's the other part of this. People talk about the fucking coyotes. People talk about the drugs being funneled over the border. The issue is not having a safe, legal, and efficient process to rapidly process incoming migrants that are seeking asylum legally. When you don't give this opportunity to people, they look for alternative measures, alternative means. Because if you're being fucking hunted, let's say, or if you're a victim of domestic violence and you have nowhere to go, and you want to escape into America, and you know that the American government is going to deport your ass back to fucking Mexico, then you're going to do everything you can to scrounge up every fucking peso you can and go into the United States of America by other means that are extremely dangerous, as a matter of fact. Okay? That's how you find yourself dead inside of a fucking inside of a container in the back of a goddamn 18-wheeler with 42 other migrants, like it happens in Texas all the fucking time. The way to reduce the number of fatalities in border crossings that die on the Rio Grande or die when trying to cross some of the worst treks in that border, okay, that are incredibly gruesome. The conditions are awful in the desert, is not by making booby traps for the children in the Rio Grande. It's by opening up the processes so that they can come through with legal measures. Okay? All this does is create a bigger industry for those who want to. All you're doing is incentivizing people to come through illegal and illicit measures. You're giving money to the cartels. If you're worried about the cartels, this is the greatest way to help them. Okay? That's it. Something to also consider here. The bill provides $3.2 billion for immigration detention, historically high levels of detention funding that surpassed the immigration detention budget during the years of the Trump administration, by the way. Okay? Remember that. The Trump administration, more than the Trump administration's budget. Things that the Democratic Party railed against when Trump was doing it, now they have adopted and are championing themselves and trying to push this bill. The Democratic Party is trying to push this bill. If only the Republican Party ate that bait and legitimately were like, yeah, actually, we are going to pass this bill. You think this is good? You think this would be overall a productive thing for the Democrats to push for? You think any singular fucking Republican would turn around and be like, well, they did push a really comprehensive immigration reform, so I'm going to vote for the pedophile vampires who are socialist and want Mexicans to come fuck my daughter. You think that guy is going to turn around and be like, you know what, actually, I am going to vote for Joe Biden, even though he's a demented pedophile vampire? No. All you did in this situation is make the border crisis worse, genuinely a fucking crisis. You didn't want a single fucking vote, and you normalized the position in your own audience, in your own side of the fucking bargain. That now Democrats are like, you know what? Actually, Mexicans are rapists, as a matter of fact. Mexicans are trying to come and fuck my daughter. So maybe we should do something about it. Good job. All this does is push the Overton window further to the right. This is the ratcheting effect, even though it's worse than the ratchet effect. Because in the ratchet effect, it's at least the Republican Party that is like pulling the country further and further right. And then the Democrats are basically stamping their seal of approval without scaling it back in the leftward progressive direction. In this circumstance, it's worse than the ratchet effect because you're pulling the fucking country towards the right too. You're pulling the country in a reactionary fascist direction. Now your MSNBC watching parents can listen to Al Sharpton talk about how there's an invasion happening on the southern border, which he said yesterday. We watched it yesterday. Now your MSNBC watching libbed up parents can also feel in the same way that the Fox News watching parents feel about scary immigrants coming over the border to rape your daughters or whatever the fuck. It's awesome. Thank God. And it's like, if you normalize that position inside of your own party, if you normalize that position through your own organs of propaganda, like MSNBC, then why shouldn't they inevitably vote for the Republicans, dumbass? If I'm watching MSNBC and the MSNBC is repeating the exact same thing that Fox News is repeating about fucking immigration being a genuine problem, the only thing I'm seeing is Biden is fucking weak. Biden is old. He also admits that immigration is a problem, but he can't even fucking put forward a deal that the Republicans will agree on. But you know who I think will actually do whatever it takes to purify the blood pool of this nation that is being polluted by Mexicans and Guatemalans? Donald Trump. That's it. Why? Why would I vote for the old man who can't purify the blood pool, who actually won't do anything about the great replacement that is occurring, that white people no longer are the dominant force? Now I'm believing that white people are the dominant force. Now I'm believing that immigration is a problem. Now I'm believing that Mexicans are rapists and they're invading. And if I personally believe that, then Donald Trump is my guy. So why is the MSNBC people not recognizing that? Thank you for proving my point for me. Agenda 2030, bro. Yeah, exactly. This is it. The guy who is so brain broken literally thinks I'm in agreement with him because I just repeated what the Democratic Party is saying. Do you understand? We got the most mentally ill motherfuckers. If you are wondering how QAnon and all this other stuff like blows up so hard in America, why is American politics so fundamentally flawed, so brain broken? This is a part of it. Okay? That's it. The bill provides $6.8 billion to Customs and Border Protection and $7.6 billion to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Again, historically high amounts that are intended for surveillance, programming, infrastructure creation, and detention and deportation management with few guardrails. The bill provides $210 million for incarcerated detention and transport of people facing federal criminal prosecutions for migration-related offenses, which is likely to mean increased use of prosecutions for people who attempt to enter the U.S. outside of a port of entry. The bill further entrenches a carceral approach to the humanitarian challenge of processing people seeking asylum at the border. People should never be punished for seeking safety, yet that's exactly what immigration detention does. Immigration detention is rife with sexual, physical, and verbal abuse, punitive use of solitary confinement, denials of basic necessities and medical neglect, even slavery. Remember, that's another wonderful outlet for us. Immigration detention separates families, produces less fair outcomes, undermining the due process rights for people seeking asylum and their ability to fully pursue their claim. The bill also lines the pocket of private prison CEOs who lobby mightily day in and day out for exactly the type of provisions found in this bill. But it doesn't end there. The bill also funds the border wall construction. Dude, I had a flat tire last week, and the truck driver who towed my car had me ride with him the entire trip, and all he did was talk about Agenda 2030, and I was trying so hard not to laugh, I ran into an IRL hogger. I love that shit. I love experiencing hogs in the real world. Okay? I do. I think it's awesome. It's just that when we're having a conversation about, like, with the big boys, okay? When we're having a conversation, like, with adults and what adults should be doing, and the Democratic Party is supposed to be the adults in the room, we cannot be capitulating to the hogs, okay? Democrats are pushing for a Agenda 2030 bill. The bill also funds, if you don't agree, you're wrong. You're either with us or against us. Democracy in action. I knew it. You're either with us or against us. Very extreme. Wait, what? Brother, I am against the Democratic Party. I don't know if you understand this or not, but I am against the Democratic Party. I think a lot of you have very binary thinking when it comes to American politics. Okay? Can't Dems win this by writing a border bill without the foreign money part? Then there's no excuse not to pass it. Brother, I don't want to pass it. No, and they will not be able to pass this. They should have never written this bill to begin with. This is crazy. What are you talking about? It's a bad bill. This bill is bad policy and really bad politics. It's crazy to me. Like, this bill looks like it was written by a Republican because it was written by a Republican. The only difference is Democrats are now saying we actually champion this far-right white nativist immigration agenda. That is insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind. People say Democrat, you got to vote Democrat. You got to vote Democrat for harm reduction. And then the harm reduction is just the Democrats doing the harm themselves. That's not harm reduction. This is so stupid. Like, as long as we got like a rainbow flag on the side of the Customs and Border Patrol units, that it's fine, that the system is perfectly fine. We're just doing it, but in a gay way. Is that what it is? Yay, Democrats. We'll drop bombs on you, but we'll do it in a gay way. Homofascism. The fuck? The irony, of course, is that they don't even defend gay people, okay? Republicans are actively moving in that direction, too, with no recourse from the Democratic Party, with no defense from the Democratic Party. At a certain point, it's not even homofascism. It's just fascism. It's not even gay-friendly fascism. Before you know it, it's going to be, of course, as is the way how fascist movements are designed, anti-gay fascism. I'll give you an example on abortion so you have a better understanding of this. It's like if the Democratic Party were to say, you know what, the right-wing framing on abortion is correct. Abortion is murder, which is why we should limit abortion. So here, we're going to pass a bill that limit abortions ourselves. Oh, wow, the Republicans are not agreeing with me on limiting abortions. They must be so hypocritical. We are the party who now thinks abortion is murder. You're like, if that happens, which, by the way, it did. That's what Hillary Clinton used to kind of do, for the record, kind of allude to. If that were to happen, you'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? I got into an argument about this with my lived-up parents, and they kept telling me how when Trump was doing the things he did at the border, it was different because there was an actual crisis. Exactly. Because the actual crisis was being presented by Fox News, and when Fox News says it, it must be fake. But when MSNBC says it, they've never lied. They would have no reason to lie. They would have no reason to defend Joe Biden unconditionally, right? So on that front, it's actually real. There is a real crisis now because the TV man said so. The TV man that I agree with said so. Same with Biden. What is the same with Biden? Yeah. The border wall and barrier construction wreaks destruction and causes irreparable harm to the borderlands and millions who call the border region home. Border wall construction during the Trump administration resulted in the bulldozing of Native American burial sites, the dynamiting of pristine mountain wilderness, and unjust seizures of private ranches and farmlands. Okay, hold on. It includes literally all the border wall funding that they were demanding. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Yes, dude. Yes. The funniest part is every Democratic Party voter turns into like an armchair quarterback Democratic Party consultant because that's the way that MSNBC likes it, right? They don't think about it on the boundaries of this issue. They think about it like, well, this will probably be good for independents to come and vote for the Democratic Party. And it's like, you're a fucking idiot. No, it doesn't. Okay? Like, you have to sit there and think, is this correct? Do I think that this is a good bill? Do I like what's in the bill? Do I like the impact of this bill? That's the first thing you should be saying, because that's the reason why you voted for the Democrats. And then the second impact should be, are Republicans going to look at this and go, wow, this is a good bill for them? Now I actually will vote for the Democratic Party. No? Okay, then why the fuck are you pushing for it? And also on top of that, why the fuck are you advocating for right-wing framings on issues? Thank you, Hasan, for shitting on the Dems this much. Right-wingers are low-hanging fruit, so this discourse is pretty important in my mind. I'm shitting on the Democrats because they are doing right-wing shit. If they weren't, like when Joe Biden beefed up the NLRB, I gave him his fucking roses. Okay? I'm fair. That's the problem. I'm fair and honest to a fucking fault. That's why people get so mad. They're like, what? This guy's not playing team sports. He's not telling me what is what. He's not telling me that that Biden is actually doing the best expert 5D chess move here. Well, you can get that from MSNBC if you want. But before you know it, you are also going to be incredibly right-wing because you're now sucking in this framing for no reason. It's not correct. It's incorrect. This bill isn't going to pass. It's not. Couldn't this just be a stunt so the Dems can point the finger at Republicans for not taking action? If that is the case, that is the most idiotic way that you could do this, okay? That is so unimaginably stupid. Why? Why is that stupid? Because you just conceded that there is a major problem. There's a crisis at the border. What do you not understand about this? Adopting the right-wing framing on immigration, knowing full well that the right already is going to run on immigration no matter what, is the most idiotic thing you could push for. Okay? It's the dumbest thing you can push for. And I've been saying this about all matter of Democratic Party policies in perpetuity, and it seems like nobody fucking hears it. Here, Osita says, friend of the show, I'm sorry, but the wait, so Republicans never really cared about border security stuff is hard to take if it's in earnest, and if it's not, I wouldn't expect it to be more successfully politically than when the Dems tried. Actually, it's the Republicans who wanted to defund the police. I said this exact same thing yesterday, and I said it today as well. Oh yeah, we're the ones who want to we're the ones who actually want to fund the police. The Republicans are the ones who want to defund the police. That's not a fucking good argument because they don't give a shit. Republicans own the police. Yes, this may represent a gargantuan concession to the right that will change the politics of immigration for years. But on the other hand, Dems got a new talking point about how Republican dysfunction. So who's to say who won here? Exactly. This is not worth it. It's the dumbest fucking way to do this. You went against all of your campaign promises about harm reduction. In an election cycle, in an election year, it blows my mind. How fucking stupid are you? It is so unimaginably dumb, dude. Just trying to outcompete Republicans on reactionary right-wing racist policies is a dead ender. You're always going to lose. Basically, you're saying the mechanics, the Dem leadership and MSM rule the dynamics of voters in elections are wrong. Independents won't like this, or independents don't exist. I disagree. I think Biden and the Dem leadership like this bill, to be honest. I think that this bill, in and of itself, is very beneficial for people who are incredibly right-wing on immigration, people who are going to benefit greatly from immigrant detention processes, people who are, for example, in the business of having stocks within GEO or Civic Group, like all these other companies, the private prison facilities. Those are the people who benefit from this, okay? But as far as like the Democratic Party winning anything on this, it's not even a good messaging bill is what I'm trying to say. Because you have now adopted the right-wing framing on this issue. There is no problem. Republicans invent the problem. First, it's like the psychopathic Republicans that invent the problem, Marjorie Taylor Greene and like the Breitbart, or not the Breitbart, sorry, the Steve Bannons of the world. And then 3 years later, 3 years later, it's the Democratic Party on an election cycle adopting that right-wing framing and saying, yeah, there is a problem actually. Here, we're the ones who are going to fix it in the right wing, in the most right-wing way possible. And then the Republicans go, nah, actually, we're going to leave it up to Trump. We're going to use this as an election issue, as a matter of fact. And they go, see, they don't care about the border. Lol. It's like, yeah, dude, they don't care about anything. They just want to win. Who gives a fuck? If they don't care about the border, why are you trying to make that argument through this? In my opinion, Dems can win by increasing avenues for merit-based legal immigration and cutting out the foreign money part of the bill. Dude, Joe Jorgen's son. Of course, with a name like Joe Jorgen's son, I suspect you already personally are a libertarian who, wants to implement merit-based immigration, not thinking about all of the restrictions on free travel that this bill features, building a wall and all this other stuff, eminent domain to build a wall. Libertarians fucking falling short of their supposed principles every single time is awesome. Okay? My man, this bill is awful. Okay? It's an awful bill. It is a dog shit bill. It is a right-wing bill. I just described to you exactly why it is, point by point, on why this is a dog shit Republican bill that the Democrats are pushing for. The only thing that's Democratic about this is that it's the Democrats pushing for it. That's it. Nothing else says this bill is progressive or even good for migration. That's it. Why are Dems pushing away from proven popular points with their voters? Because they have bad, I think they just have bad oversight. They have bad wonks. They have bad analysts that are telling them wrong things. I didn't even get to the foreign policy part of the bill, by the way. After suspending UNRWA funding, U.S. aims to send aid to other agencies operating in Gaza. The bill also cuts UNRWA funding entirely. The foreign policy side of the bill dictates that they fucking give $17 billion to Israel so they can keep, accelerating their baby murder. That's the real reason why the Democrats are pushing for it, by the way. Yeah. And like $10 billion to Palestinian groups that will go through Israeli subsidiaries and not UNRWA because they politically wanted to take a stance against UNRWA after Israel put forward fake bullshit that there were 13 UNRWA members that participated in October 7, which, by the way, is also, turns out, a fucking lie. Shocked, I tell you. I cannot believe Israel lied once again. Oh my God. I did not see that coming. Israel lied and said that the UNRWA workers were actually, not participating in October 7. They had very little evidence for it. Here, Channel 4 went and looked at the claims that Israel made about how UNRWA is working alongside Hamas, which, by the way, even if, and by the way, U.S. has also admitted that it hasn't verified Israel's UNRWA claims despite cutting off access to UNRWA already. Even if it was true that 13 of UNRWA's 13,000 Gazan employees participated in October 7, you cannot shut off access to the only fucking refugee relief works agency that is created to keep Palestinian people alive when there's an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign happening. 13 out of 13,000? Even if it was true, that's fucking still ridiculous. But it turns out, in the most Israel way possible, maybe those claims are not true.
Children in Gaza are hungry, and the fear is that they're about to get hungrier. Donors to UNRWA, the main UN agency that supports Palestinians, including the UK, withdrew their funding 10 days ago because of allegations in a confidential Israeli document that this program has now seen. The document repeats an allegation the Israel Defense Force has made many times, that the Hamas terrorist organization has been methodically and deliberately emplacing its terrorist infrastructure in a wide range of UN facilities and assets, but provides no evidence to support its explosive new claim that UNRWA staff were involved in the terror attacks on Israel, just stating, "From intelligence information, documents and identity cards seized during the course of the fighting, it is now possible to flag around 190 Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist operatives who serve as UNRWA employees. More than 10 UNRWA staffers took part in the events of the 7th of October." Israel gave the document to donors just after the International Court of Justice in The Hague made an interim ruling on a charge of genocide against Israel.
Israel must take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance.
It is utterly shocking that the donors who accuse UNRWA of instrumentalizing aid, as they have done, are themselves weaponizing UNRWA. It is a violation of international humanitarian law. It's a violation of international principles. It's a violation of the ruling by the ICJ, which says nobody.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, it came directly after. It came directly after the ICJ decision. So if you want to understand why this happened, it's because we wanted to state a message here. Okay.
Nobody should squeeze international humanitarian aid. What's Britain and others done? They've squeezed the aid. And it's a violation, arguably, of the Genocide Convention, because it will devastate the lives of 1.2 million people who were on UNRWA's food lines even before the 7th of October. And that's going to get longer. It will undoubtedly, if unsuspended, lead to mass starvation.
Apart from emergency aid, UNRWA runs schools, hospitals and other services for 5.9 million Palestinian refugees across the Middle East. It employs 13,000 Gazans, all of whose names have been checked against a UN terrorism list and as recently as last May were vetted and approved by Israel. UNRWA immediately fired the staff members named in the document and mounted an investigation.
UNRWA is playing a critical role. It's true that the Israeli government has been very critical of UNRWA, not now, from many times ago, but we cannot punish 2 million people by depriving them from the support that UNRWA is providing. Who will take care of that? Hello?
The Israeli Prime Minister, who met a UN delegation last week, is angry that UN reports about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza were cited as evidence in the genocide hearing, adding to his anger that UNRWA staff allegedly took part in acts of terror.
I think it's time that the international community and the UN itself understand that UNRWA's mission has to end.
Fucking Nazi piece of shit.
Today, UNRWA released photographs they say show a food aid truck in Gaza which was hit by Israeli naval gunfire. The Israelis haven't yet commented. In Gaza, the suffering never seems to end. Today, the UN Secretary General announced an investigation into UNRWA to be headed by a former French foreign minister. If UNRWA were forced to close, another organization would have to step in. Under international law, in the West Bank and Gaza, the occupying power, which is Israel, would be held responsible.
Well, earlier I spoke from our studio to UNRWA's spokesperson, Juliet Toomer, and I began by asking if they had received any evidence from Israel to support the allegations being made.
There is an ongoing investigation that is not conducted by UNRWA. It is being done by the highest investigative office of investigations in the United Nations. That investigation is ongoing, and they are going to do their work and look into all these allegations.
When was the last time UNRWA had given a list of employees or contractors to Israel?
Every year. we send a list of all our staff working with us across the
UNRWA is the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees. It is the most important, is the single most important refugee agency that exists, okay, for Palestinians. They hire 13,000 Palestinians. They literally, they clothe them, they feed them. It is designed and established specifically because of Israel's genocidal actions, okay? It is an agency directly propped up as a consequence of Israel's ongoing ethnic cleansing, ethnic displacement campaign, okay? It's crazy. They are basically like, they're not a government, but they're the entire industry. And for the record, yeah, they are also directly stopping aid by letting Israeli civilians sit in front of the trucks. They're letting Israeli civilians sit in front of the trucks to deny aid going into Gaza. And Israel itself bombed an UNRWA relief truck. All the while, the U.S. has admitted that it has not verified Israel's UNRWA claims, and yet the media has not talked about it.
the region to the host governments. And we have not received.
Israel is, all nations lie, but Israel lies so much more. Like, as someone who has criticized American foreign policy in perpetuity, I have never seen a country lie so much. Every fucking organ of propaganda is just straight up, like, lying in the absolute dumbest ways too. Okay? With no real interest in even like trying to cover it up, because they're playing in journalist difficulty, because the media oftentimes has baby gloves. Okay? You've never heard of Serbia and Russia? Brother, actually, it's pretty good. Russia is like, you know what? No, Israel is even worse than Russia. Why? Because Russia at least adopts an interesting technique where Russia plays both sides of the equation in the Western world. Okay? Russia lies all the fucking time too, of course. But let me tell you something. Russia also adopts this very interesting strategy where, at least because they're our foreign adversary, they have to find creative ways of lying. Their goal is to destabilize, right? Because they're not going to get a lot of support. They're not going to get a lot of support from the American government or the Western world anyway. So they go and they do this weird thing that I've talked about a lot, where Russia Today will literally have like Chris Hitchens on, or not Chris Hitchens, Chris Hedges, sorry. And then talk about like American imperialism and how devastating it is or whatever, right? And then the next hour it'll be like some fucking psycho right-wing guy being like, Russia is upholding the white race by eliminating every transgender Ukrainian. And that is still a more unique way. It's still a fucking lie across the board. They're doing propaganda, right? But they hit it from both angles because they have to, because they know that their goal is to destabilize, right? Their goal is to destabilize and cause commotion and cause confusion in the Western world. Okay? Israel, on the other hand, is completely aligned with the American State Department because it's an extension of America's State Department. So therefore, they don't even feel the fucking need to like come up with creative reasons. By the way, I'm not saying that Russia's lies are okay. Please do not misunderstand me. I'm not defending Russia at all.
Received a response to the content of that list from the government of Israel.
Were the 12 names that Israel has made allegations against on that list that was sent in May 2023?
I would assume they were.
It must have come as a surprise then.
It came as a shock.
Normally, as you know, if allegations are made against members of staff in any large organisation, sacking is not the first action. There's usually a suspension pending an investigation. Had UNRWA been given or had it acquired its own evidence that showed there was some sort of prima facie case?
The Commissioner General of UNRWA took that decision in the best interest of the agency.
Yeah, sorry, do you understand the question I'm asking you? I mean, I understand that there are allegations made. You then sacked those people, terminated their employment. Did you take that step, which is a big step normally after allegations are made, because of evidence that has perhaps not yet been placed in the public domain, or merely because of the seriousness of those allegations?
The latter, because of how serious these accusations are. And like I said, the Commissioner General of UNRWA did this in the best interest of the agency due to the huge risks, both to the reputation of the agency and also the largest humanitarian operation in response to the war in Gaza.
So did you realize in that time that the donors would turn off funding to UNRWA?
I would say we have informed our largest donors. I don't think any of us has anticipated this huge number of our friendly donors who have been our partners for decades on end to suspend the funding so quickly like they've done. I mean, in just over 24 hours, 9 of our donors suspended funding to UNRWA. I also think none of us have anticipated that this would be done in the middle of a war and to the largest humanitarian organization who's responding to what has become very quickly one of the most complex and most difficult humanitarian crises in the world right now for the UN.
Is there any comparable example you can think of funding being suspended before an investigation has been?
Just some normal shit happening here. Hogwatch, baby. Better sanction those individuals. Yeah, Biden sanctioned like 4 people, by the way, called it a fucking day. And Israel is so used to just like unconditional support from the U.S. that like they were complaining about 4 fucking settlers in the West Bank getting sanctioned. It's like, bro, there's at least 75,000 American citizens that are currently participating in an illegal act of terror, okay? Settler terrorism is illegal under international humanitarian law. Those are American citizens that are in the West Bank right now. Sanction every single one of them. Are you out of your fucking mind? 4 people? 75,000 immediately. It's crazy.
Reported.
Nothing.
I would literally, dude, magic wand, okay? Criminally prosecute every single American citizen that went and fought with the IDF immediately. I think every nation that claims to care about international human rights law should abso-fucking-lutely criminally prosecute every single motherfucker, whether they're from Australia, whether they're from England, whether they're from the United States of America, that flew into Israel to fight in the IDF. Every single one of them should be prosecuted as murderer terrorists, okay? I don't care. I'm sorry if you have friends that fucking did this very same thing that I'm talking about. I'm sorry. They should 1,000,000% be prosecuted to the full extent of the motherfucking law for the war crimes that they contributed to.
Comes to mind, perhaps others who spent longer in the United Nations, they might know the answer to this. But the worth of the suspension of funding is about half of the agency's operational.
And before people go, did Embrace do this or whatever the fuck, because I saw some people saying in the chat, notice how I'm not saying that about fucking Ukraine? Because there's a difference. I'm sorry, okay? I don't have to be a fucking Ukrainian flag in the bio guy, but I do recognize that there's a difference there, okay? There's a difference.
Budget. So we're talking about a huge amount of money.
Given the suspension of the funding from these key donors. How long can you continue to operate?
So we're likely to be forced to suspend our operations by end of February, beginning of March, if the funding does not resume.
What does that mean in practical terms, as you say, because it's so extensive, the activity of UNRWA? Does that mean, all, schooling, all agencies, all work will just stop?
We're going to be forced to make very tough decisions that humanitarian aid workers are not supposed to be forced to do.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, even the New York Times did a visual investigation analysis of social media videos found Israeli soldiers filming themselves in Gaza and destroying what appears to be civilian property. The footage provides a rare and unsanctioned window into the war. It's not that rare. I don't even think it's unsanctioned. I think it's just evil, pure evil, and that is exactly what the Israeli actions are. So it's not that shocking. Here's the White House response to that report about UNRWA, by the way.
Did the White House receive an ironclad evidence that actually the UNRWA staff member, 12 of them, were involved in the October 7 attack? Because 4 news organizations, including Financial Times, Channel 4, and Sky News, found no evidence to support the Israeli claim. They said actually what they provided was just cell phone messages and cards that being found after Israel went to this. Yes. Well, so where are you in the process of reviewing that? And second, considering the disaster humanitarian situation in Gaza, what's the alternative if you're waiting for the results to come out or the review to come out?
The alternative of
that's the White House suspended.
Bro, they're not even doing a good job. They're just so bad at defending this genocidal policy too. How is it? It's been months, man. It's been months. It's been months. You should have gotten better at defending baby murder by now. You know what I mean? How? How are they so bad? It genuinely shocks me at how bad Israel is at lying. Okay? And it genuinely shocks me how bad America is at responding to this kind of shit.
So, look, a couple of things there. As you know, there's an investigation happening, so we're going to let that investigation move forward. And look, funding for Palestinian civilians is a team effort. And so, for example, while we continue to provide funding to organizations like WFP, other countries may continue to fund UNRWA, which is their own sovereign decision. That is their right. As we've said before, it is important for UNRWA to complete its internal review, as I just stated, before the U.S. will provide any additional funding. We got to get to the bottom of this. To your point, we got to get to the bottom of this. But there's no denying that UNRWA does critical life-saving work here, and we get that, and we understand.
That's great. Thank you. Which is why we shut it down.
So we're going to, as I said, it is getting that critical need to Palestinian civilians is a team effort, and there are obviously other avenues that we have used, but they have to have this investigation. We got to get to the bottom of this. Okay.
We got to get to the bottom of this. After we participated in the killing of children. Yeah. Let the investigation run its course, even though we already shut off the fucking money. Am I correct in assuming any other aid agency would basically funnel funds to Israel in some way? Yes. Most likely. All right. There are some good news here. I've moved on from the fucking idiotic border bill thing because I can't talk about it any further. But here,
and I'll fight it all the way. I notice a lot of the senators are trying to say respectfully they're blaming it on me. I said that's okay. Please blame it on me, please.
Sick, man. Thanks, Joe Biden. Salty Joe, I love it. Yeah. Did you already cover the new camps? Ron DeSantis endorsed the Florida bill that would not only ban sleeping or camping in public spaces, but it also puts homeless people in camps. The bill is backed by Texas venture capitalist think tank, which advocates for 10 cities instead of housing. Nice. It's great. It's like everyone's a goddamn liberal, dude. The tech feudalism is upon us. Like we got our tech overlords that are finding the most efficient solutions. The libs are already running screen. Yeah, yeah. Here, youngest Biden delegate. Boom. President Biden says, if the bill fails, I want to be absolutely clear about something. I'll be taking this issue to the country. The American people are going to know that the reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump. Dark Brandon is about to rise and make them find out.
Other programs. Trump and the mask immediately. Immediately.
Okay, now I have to watch this. Fuck, it's triggering the shit out of me, but I have to watch it. Boom! Oh, boom! The Democrats did it again. We're going to be the ones killing all the Guatemalan children ourselves, sweaty. That's right, blammo. We're going to do it, but in a gay way. Yup, that's a lightsaber, dude. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The Democrats have done it again. It's time to address the immigration crisis at the border.
But if the bill fails, I want to be absolutely clear about something. The American people are going to know why it failed. I'll be taking this issue to the country. And the voters are going to know that it's not just a moment. Just at the moment, we're going to secure the border and fund these other programs. Trump and the MAGA Republicans said no, because they're afraid of Donald Trump. Afraid of Donald Trump. Every day between now and November, the American people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends.
That's so sick, man. That's such a sick way to message this. It's great.
It's time for Republicans in the Congress to show.
Fuck me, dude. Holy fuck. How do you I don't want to. We will not concede an inch to the fascist Republican border policy. Yeah. When they said fascism was on the ballot, they meant on both tickets. Yep. You see these dorks? Oh, I don't want to even look at it. It's so bleak. Yeah. Dark Brandon, baby. Turns out Dark Brandon is just like personally the fucking fascist that we should have been worried about. Folks, I'll be in New York City on March 28th to support Joe Biden. Who's coming with me? Chip in for a chance to join. Count me in. Who else is going to be there? You guys know you can just call me next time, right? By the way, As much as I like to make fun of Maoist third worldist lexicon, like this is America KKK shit, okay? Straight up. They are so right on this issue. I can't believe I'm handing it to the fucking Maoist third world this year, but this is some real America KKK nonsense, okay? I mean, it's just ridiculous. You will be crushed under the boot of the JD Pond firsty. Yeah. It's great. Another stupid lib solution to homelessness. I hate America. Bellevue has chosen an organization after a months-long search to run its safe park and pilot program where people who live in their vehicles can park on dedicated city-owned property. Yo, every type of communist I know occasionally use America KKA. That isn't just Maoist, dude. That is directly Maoist third worldist language. It's called Maoist American Vernacular English. Okay. Anyway. Fuck me. This is so bad, dude. Does this mean you will stop slandering us Gonzaloists as baby boilers? We only boil disabled people. Anyway. Okay. As a non-American, I've realized that U.S. foreign policy is bipartisan, so I'm hoping Trump wins so Americans can suffer also like the rest of us. Also, the mainstream media wouldn't be as supportive of genocide if Trump was the one doing it. I mean, look, if you're outside of the United States of America, I get why you would totally fucking be like, yeah, I hope you guys suffer and your entire world falls apart. Not realizing that like Donald Trump is going to be just as violent, if not more violent. You know what I mean? That's it. Think about it. It's not like Trump's foreign policy was better for the rest of the world. All right, here's some good news about Donald Trump. Oh boy, good news. Court rules Trump does not have presidential immunity from prosecution, okay? Here's some fucking here's some of that good news, okay? That's all I got. Really big news. Oh boy. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Sometimes it comes in the middle of the hour when I forget to run it at the top of the hour. Oh boy. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Trump will at least crack some jokes. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just I don't want Trump to win. I do think he will, most likely, if the Democrats keep doing this. And it's 2:30. I know. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I told you, middle of the hour one.
Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed, Senior Supreme Court Analyst Joan Paskupik, also a team of the best lawyers on earth. First, to Paula Reed. Paula, tell us what the judges said here.
So here, the D.C. Circuit Court rejecting former President Trump's argument that presidential immunity should shield him from the federal election.
Donald Trump is better inadvertently. He's the only one stopping the terrible immigration genocide aid going through. Wait, what? No, he just wants to push his own bill, which the Democrats will resist against and then inevitably capitulate on, most likely, or the Republicans will be able to push through if they actually have majority in both the House and the Senate. Republicans, with the exception of John McCain, actually are pretty aligned usually when it comes to like deregulation and tax cuts and shit like that. I mean, people literally talk about how Donald Trump was going to unwind Obamacare, right? And John McCain very bravely stood up against it and whatever. Bro, Donald Trump literally nuked the funding mechanism of the individual mandate anyway. Like, he ended up getting what he wanted to do out of Obamacare regardless. Another lost in the sauce narrative that many people don't even talk about. So he won on every issue, okay? Trump won on everything, pretty much. And the only problem is that he is a victim of his own success.
Subversion case. Now, this outcome was very much expected. He lost on this issue at the trial court, and a month ago, when they held oral arguments on this question, the 3 judges hearing the case appeared quite skeptical of Trump's lawyers' arguments that their client enjoyed near absolute immunity for anything that he did while in office. Let's listen to this.
What is this? Oh my God, they're posting my fucking nuke strategy. Give up nukes, get invaded. Americans being reticent to support Ukraine will affect global history. Rules to having sovereignty for your country. 1, get nukes. 2, do not give up your nukes. 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything and immediately find some nukes. Dude, the HasanAbi doctrine is fucking moving, baby. We even got the weirdos of world news pushing for it. Let's go. Let's fucking go. It's ironic because I literally wrote the doctrine off of Ukraine. So, big L for Ukraine, giving up the nukes.
Quote now from today's opinion. They say, quote, for the purpose
Stolen from
of
Brace? No. Brace is different doctrines, like never get on a helicopter.
this criminal case, former President Trump has become Citizen Trump, with all of the defenses of any other criminal defendant. But any executive immunity that may have protected him while he served as president no longer protects him against this prosecution. Pretty clear there on what they think of his claims of presidential immunity, but this is also very much about timing. The Trump legal strategy, while they are litigating some legitimate constitutional questions, they are also trying to do anything they can to delay these federal cases until after the November 2024 election. If Trump is reelected, he could, through his attorney general, likely make both of these cases go away. That is part of why they want to delay these. And this appeals court heard this case on an expedited schedule, but it still took them a month to issue this opinion. But now they are making up for lost time because they're saying that they're going to send this whole case back down to the trial court next week unless the Supreme Court intervenes. Now, if the Supreme Court does not opt to intervene here, if this does go back to the trial court next week, that means that it is likely that this case could go to trial before November.
Yep.
All right,
big L. Oh boy, big L for Trump.
Response very quickly. What is going to happen next? In other words, how quickly might a case go forward, Jack Smith's case in particular, go forward?
So first, we know that the Trump team is going to appeal. They issued a statement to our colleagues. They're saying they're going to appeal. What's not clear is if they're going to take a sort of a midway step, which is to ask the full circuit court of appeals to have a hearing en banc, so all the judges in the circuit would hear the case. Now, many people opt not to do that because if you lost with 3 judges, unlikely many times that you're going to win with the full circuit. But here again, it's about anything to delay. So they may try that. These 3 judges have laid out instructions if the Trump team does that, or they will appeal to the Supreme Court. And they've set this deadline of February 12th. If the Supreme Court does not intervene by February 12th, the circuit is going to send this back down to the trial court. Now, after that, when can this find a place on the calendar? Well, possibly April. I mean, they're going to need a little time to prepare. The case has been on hold. The judge has frozen all the filings, the things that they need to do to prepare. But it could absolutely go this spring, possibly this summer, if it goes back to Judge Tanya Chutkan next week.
All right, Paul, stand by. I want to bring in our senior Supreme Court analyst, Joan Paskupik. The Supreme Court now has to decide by February 12th whether they even want to take this up. What are the considerations here, Joan?
Well, first of all, isn't that the deadline for when Donald...
This isn't the Trump trial for the RICO one. That's the one that's going to be televised. Unfortunately, the federal court case is not going to be televised because the federal circuit is lame as hell and they don't do it. which is messed up, in my opinion. Yeah, this is the J6 one. It's not the this is a federal one. This is Jack Smith. It's lame. It's lame as hell, to be honest. It's super lame. Whereas, what is this? Bachelor Joey Gradazzi confuses Gypsy Rose Blanchard for Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I don't even know what this article is. Do you think this is the most depressing election in American history? Do you also think it's the most important? No. I don't think it's the most. I think 2016 was way more important in the grand scheme of things in American history than this one. It is definitely the most depressing. No, man, it's the most boring. It's the most depressing. It's the most like both parties are kind of literally pushing for identical positions on a lot of issues that matter. It's Jover, dude. The Supreme Court has a fucking Republican supermajority. The Republicans have won, guys. They already completely gutted the power of the legislative body. They utilized the state legislatures. I've been saying this for years at this point. I don't know what the fucking, I don't know what else to do. I just keep repeating myself over and over again. Republicans don't care about legislation. Unless it's like a budget bill that you can pass with a simple majority, and that oftentimes always finds its way to success. And it's usually about deregulating certain things or basically pushing for any kind of tax cuts for the wealthy. Okay? But beyond that, Republicans always just go back to pushing bills at the state level where they win, even if they lose, because of incredible amounts of gerrymandering and redistricting gerrymandering that allows them to win state legislatures, even if they're fucking losing the elections overall. So then they sidestep the actual federal legislative body, push for bills at the state level, have those bills be contested at the federal level through the courts, okay? And then it makes its way up through all of the Supreme Courts, all the federal courts, and also the obviously the Supreme Court that they've packed to the gills with Federal Society judges and justices. It makes its way all the way up to Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court basically says, yeah, no, it's fine. Go ahead. They legislate at a state-by-state basis and enact all of their cruelty-laden agendas, even if there is no real appetite for it in the actual states where they are pushing this kind of agenda. They do it already. And you don't even need to use Congress at all. The greatest example of this is the anti-LGBT stuff that they've been pushing at every state. There's no real appetite for it. There's no real like single issue voter for it. They're just designing it as, I think, the next wave of culture war issues and trying to desperately manufacture insanity surrounding trans stuff and implement like a trans panic so they can get a new wave of single issue voters to mobilize around the issue. It hasn't worked yet, but I think eventually their goal is to try and get enough people to be so brain broken that like it will work. But all the while they're in the process of trying to make it work, they're still pushing these bills anyway. I don't think it will. I don't think it will like ultimately lead to enough people legitimately pushing like anti-trans messaging or becoming like single issue anti-trans voters or anything like that. Lol, you're helping them. I'm so defeated. You can't be tanky right now. I've raised more money for trans issues and I've been advocating for trans rights for longer than you probably, if you are trans, have been trans. Okay? I'm just going to say that real quickly. Get this shit out of here. Don't even come at me with this nonsensical tanky bullshit. What do you mean tanky? What is tanky? The fuck am I talking about tanky? Explain your position right now. One, are you trans or are you not trans? Tanky equals transphobic? What? Tanky does not equal transphobic? They're stupid, ignore them? No, I want to know what happens in the mind of an 8-month subscriber. This notion that like we have to vote for Biden because he's going to defend trans rights is really funny. But I do want to know what I want this person to explain it to me. I'm not saying that Trump is going to be better than Biden, but everything that I just explained literally happened under the Biden administration. You understand that, right? Everything I just explained happened under the Biden administration. Everything I just explained is a byproduct of the Republican Party basically completely sidestepping the Oh, I'm coming in, not about the current conversation? What? I'm coming in on your last Twitter post? My last Twitter post, which is what, this? This is the tanky. I'm being a tanky for saying this. I'm a tanky for saying Joe Biden should not push a right-wing framing on immigration. Especially one that like won't win him any favors. That's me being a tanky. Like, this is pro-Democratic Party. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. There is perhaps no better demonstration that, like, people have completely lost their minds. And just basically, like, YouTuber essayists, especially when it comes to, like, debate YouTubers, have been such a massive burden on, like, political discourse in this little marginal space that we exist in. Obviously, no one is like pushing the needle in any direction, but it just makes people way more fucking stupider, way dumber, way more brain broken. Like, you have dumb motherfuckers coming in here just like repeating whatever claims they think the other guys are making. We've just become progressively stupider. What are you talking about? What does that tweet do, he says? What do you want me to do? Lap up the Democratic Party and be like, actually, this is a brilliant 5D chess move? Just go back to Vosh so he can agree with exactly what I'm saying. So then you can come back and be like, okay, never mind. You aren't a tanky. The fuck are you talking about? I'm willing to bet that even Vosh probably looks at the situation and has enough fucking brain cells to recognize that he literally, this is dumb as fuck. At what point do we not vote for the Democratic Party then? Tanky, tanky, tanky. Put a tank up your fucking... Jesus Christ, dude. Motherfucker said, I'm a tanky for saying the Democratic Party should message better on immigration. That's me being a tanky. What the fuck's a tanky, dude? Anyone that ever has criticized the Democratic Party? QAnon brain dumb fuck? That's so insane, bro. This is pro-Democratic Party. My take here is pro-Democratic Party. Okay? I'm criticizing the Democratic Party for doing bad politics and bad policy. What a perfect demonstration that these fucking dumb, brain-broken losers have no way of understanding politics at all. They just like literally repeat and rehash the talking points that other YouTubers have given them, which, by the way, they don't even fully comprehend. Because I'm willing to bet that even Vosh would fucking probably not disagree with me on this. At what point, the question remains, at what point do you think we can criticize the Democrats in an election year? Can we criticize them on this? Are we allowed to criticize them on this when they're pushing a right-wing immigration bill? Or is that me being a tanky? Is that me being anti-electoralist? At what point? Is it when the Democrats say, well, trans rights are actually Not a real issue. Why do we care about it? We should concede and capitulate to the Republicans on trans rights. That's why I'm pushing for a bill that also makes it illegal to be trans in public. When Joe Biden comes out and says something like that, will you go, oh, dude, you still got to vote for the Democratic Party. They're still going to be better than the Republicans on trans issues. Is that what you're going to say? Stop getting your fucking political views off of YouTubers. Do some reading, myself included, okay? It's not worth losing your cool over this. What a fucking sad, pathetic state of affairs that the supposed left has become online. Oh my Lord. We were already fucking powerless anyway. We have no real political power regardless, okay? But goddamn, dude, I didn't realize we were going to be even dumber than before. Holy shit, tanky this, tanky that. There are people who think that they're like radical in their politics, who basically are like for free defending the Democratic Party without even getting paid by them online, thinking that they're making good arguments. While the Democratic Party is pushing for, it's not a Vosh fan, it's a KF's fan. I don't even, what is a KFS? It's just, it is literally the bottom of the barrel, okay? We're racing to the bottom with who can have the dumber take here. People use the term tanky unironically isn't serious about politics. Yeah. Fuck. I can't wait for someone to clip that trans thing out too, by the way, to be like, Hasan is transphobic. Look at him yelling at a trans chatter here, which probably isn't even a fucking trans chatter, by the way. Just like someone who's LARPing here. But no, fuck the Dem Party. When Trump is elected, y'all can suck my dick. Yes, it is better than Trump, you fucking idiot. Better of evils is where I live. It could be better, but you're going to get Trump elected with this bullshit? Yeah, dude. Shut the fuck up, you dumb, brain-broken loser. This is Trump shit. This literally funds Trump's border wall. Suck my dick. I'm the reason Trump's going to get elected? Hell yeah, baby. I can't wait. I can't wait to get Trump elected. I love Donald Trump. He's my favorite. I have such profound abilities to fucking get whoever I want elected that's why Bernie Sanders did his own like 8-year regime. Yeah. This stream is so unpleasant. I'm turning it off. Yeah, take a fucking week off, jackass. Let me help you out with this, dumb bitch. Where's the other fucking idiot? I'm going to ban that one too. What was it? NWS or whatever the fuck? There you go. Suck my dick. You got permad. Fucking stupid idiots, dude. Jesus Christ. I swear to God. Democratic Party's dick riders disgust me, okay? At least Republicans get something from voting for the Republican Party. They're racist as fuck, and they think they're like dominating the motherfucking, servile masses that are of a inferior race when they fucking vote for Donald Trump. The Democratic Party doesn't even give you anything when you vote for them and is doing the same thing that the Republican Party is doing, but you still think you're like intellectually superior to the dumb hogs that vote for the fucking fascist party. You're so fucking cucked. How? What good did this do here? What did you do? You didn't do anything. You're just riding for a team for no reason. Oh. Fuck me. How long before transphobic laws become enacted in California with all these anti-trans laws passing? I feel scared. No. There's always going to be like blue state enclaves, okay? That's it. Please calm down. The chatter was only an 8-month sub and is probably also on their own journey. Yeah, their own journey to becoming more brain broken, okay? I have no fucking patience for people who are so smarmy in their stupidity, okay? I'm sorry. It is so ridiculous. I spent the past 3 fucking hours describing in detail, going through step by step as to why this right-wing bill is bad policy and bad politics, only for some dumb fuck to come in here and be like, oh, I guess you want Joe Biden to lose. Get excited for when Trump wins, sweaty. See you at the camps. And then you ask me to fucking calm down? What the fuck are you talking about? I literally am at the end of my rope here. Some dumb fuck reads a tweet, doesn't even like think about it at all, and immediately goes down and comes in here to be like, I guess you want Trump elected. You must be a tanky. Half the tankies these guys, mostly cis guys, blame for letting anti-trans stuff get passed are literally trans people. Yeah, that's the other part of it too. It's just like, remember that, wasn't there like a trans Twitter user who literally was like, hey guys, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but like under the Biden regime, okay, under the Biden administration, I as a trans person had a lot of my civil liberties removed in a red state. And then half of the fucking libtards were dunking on the trans person, being like, oh yeah? Well, fuck you. Bitch, you deserve to be fucking genocided when Trump wins. And it's like, dude, this is a person who is trans. Like, you're saying that you care about trans people. This is a trans person openly recognizing their own personal conditions. The fuck? Like, what is the reason to vote for the Democratic Party if is it just to make you feel good? Is that what it is? What the fuck? Remember your New Year's resolution? You try to teach someone and they showed their ass and got clapped. Yeah, this is like, I'm unwinding a little bit because like on my New Year's resolution to be charitable, but like I can't be charitable to a person who's so smarmy and annoying in their stupidity. Like as soon as someone goes, rage bait, fucking got him because I read your tweet and I'm mad. Like it's just, that person is too stupid for me to reason with. It sucks. I wish they were better. It also freaks me out when people just like come in here and immediately hit the, what about the trans people line? It is the liberal version of like what Republicans do. You know how Republicans say, what about the homeless veterans? Like we're letting in immigrants in this country. What about our homeless veterans? It's the same exact cynical bullshit. Liberals being like, oh, well, you don't care about trans people, I guess. That's why you want Biden to lose. It's like, one, I don't want that. Okay. And two, you're a cynical fucking asshole for coming in here and saying that to me of all fucking people. Okay? You assumed a position, most likely, that like trans people participating in sports was probably the most important thing to talk about for months on end, which is a completely right-wing framing on a nonsensical issue. Now you dare to come to me and fucking complain and say, I don't care about trans people? Every single person that literally spent months on end talking about like dunking on the one 14-year-old trans girl at the swim meet in fucking Kansas, as though it's the singular most important force that moves the needle in American politics. Utterly dominated by reactionary charlatans, okay? These guys with like 3.5 fucking brain cells are able to dominate the conversation all day, every day, because so many liberals are hyper fixated on whatever the fuck Republicans are pushing for, because they want to come across as morally coherent against Republicans. They're like, oh yeah, I'm not hypocritical. I want the Republicans to believe that I actually genuinely do have a consistent moral position on this. Let's debate the 14-year-old trans girl at the swim meet 1,000 times over. Anyway. Trans, cis, doesn't matter. You're all seeing ads at the top of the hour. Okay? That's it. Can't wait for this to be another fucking 25-minute to 45-minute video on like every fucking dumb charlatan liberal debate pervert channel being like, Hasan loses his mind on a trans chatter. I literally have fucking PTSD at this point from like the way I react to people, because I know that like everyone's going to be eating good for a week. Okay? Every single person. I'm so broken, man. I'm actually broken as fuck. I can't do this any longer. I don't want to do it.
I also want to bring in CNN political director David Chalian. He has a closer look at this new CNN poll on Trump's legal troubles. David, how do Americans view Trump's in the aftermath of the 2020 presidential election, and do they trust the U.S. Supreme Court on these issues?
Wolf, in this brand new CNN poll conducted by SSRS, we see that 45% of Americans believe that Trump acted illegally in the aftermath of the 2020 election. 32% say he acted unethically but not illegally. And a quarter of Americans, 23%, say Donald Trump did nothing wrong at all. But look at this 45% who say he acted illegally. I want to look at that number by party, how it breaks out. So Democrats, 80% of them think he acted illegally. Independents, 45% think that. And 10% of Republicans only think he acted illegally. Look at what that was a year and a half ago. These opinions of Donald Trump's actions after the 2020 election are locked in. They're identical, basically, to what they were a year and a half ago. To your question about the Supreme Court, well, only 11% of Americans have a great deal of trust in the Supreme Court to make the right decisions on 2024 cases. 31% say a moderate amount. Another third say just some trust. And a quarter of Americans, 23%, say no trust at all in the Supreme Court.
This is great, man. Who are the 11% that trust the Supreme Court? I mean, who is the American that's like, I love the Supreme Court. I trust them unconditionally. They're so good.
Supreme Court on these 2024 election cases, Wolf.
That last number is disturbing. How important is it, David, to voters to have a verdict in the Trump federal election subversion case?
Well, we asked that question, is it essential to have a verdict in that critical case, that election subversion case? 48% of Americans say yes. It's essential to have a verdict before the 2024 election. 16% additionally say, yes, it's not essential, but yes, they want a verdict. So add that together, you have a clear majority of Americans who want a verdict before the 2024 election. A quarter of Americans say doesn't matter at all, and 11% say no, they do not need the outcome of that race, of that case before the election. Wolf.
Interesting. David Chalian, our political director, thank you. I want to bring in our senior political analyst, Gloria Borger, and CNN legal analyst, Elliot Williams. And Elliot, we just heard how Americans feel going into this important Thursday historic Supreme Court hearing right now. What did the Trump team's arguments that we learned about reveal to you?
I think what they reveal is that there are a few different ways that the Trump team is saying that the Supreme Court can, in effect, keep former President Trump on the ballot. And many of them, if not most of them, don't involve touching the insurrection question at all. The Supreme Court can actually resolve the issue without weighing in on whether Donald Trump is or isn't an insurrectionist. They can answer this question of whether, for instance, the president or the presidency is, quote unquote, an officer of the United States, which seems obvious to us talking, but is a complicated legal question in the Constitution. And there's a few legal issues like that that I think the Supreme Court probably focuses on rather than insurrection.
You know, most Americans, according to this new CNN poll, Gloria, say Trump's actions around the 2020 presidential election were...
Okay, I'm fucking done with this. All right, let's talk about Tucker Carlson interviewing Bloody Poo.
We're in Moscow tonight. We're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously, so we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people. 2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster. It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians, and it's depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound. This war has utterly reshaped the global military and trade alliances. And
when you get crap for interviewing a Houthi teenager, I mean, the people that say that will also compare it to this most likely and make it seem like some random fucking Houthi teenager is the same as like Vladimir Putin. But it doesn't really matter. Apparently, Lex Fridman is also taking flack. Yeah, because he said that it's good that Tucker is interviewing Vladimir Putin. So here's my position on this, okay? One, Tucker Carlson is not a real journalist. He's never been a real journalist. He's a charlatan. He's a hack. He's a propagandist in the misinforming variety. Okay. Do I believe that you shouldn't interview Vladimir Putin? Of course you should. There is definitely a purpose to interviewing Vladimir Putin. The problem is you're not going to get any actual real conversations out of Vladimir Putin. That is just the fucking, absolute truth. Okay. That's it. And it's certainly not going to be Tucker Carlson doing real journalism. One of the things in this situation is that like there are literally like real journalists showing the Russian perspective on the war. Except those journalists are in jail. Vladimir Putin put them in jail. So like, I'm sorry, but that's a little crazy when you got American journalists in jail. That's insane. That's insane, brother. Like, I'm not Vladdy Poo is Hitler. What is happening? It's Putler, all this shit. Like, I'm not one of those people at all. I do believe that you can interview anyone and everyone. I would love to interview Donald Trump, for example. Okay? But overall, I think, sorry, bud, hard to disagree with you. This person just keeps saying that if you're trying to do an ad break debate, I'm gonna be honest with you, I already ran it. So yeah, see, I already ran it. You missed it. Yeah, you missed it, bud. Sorry, bud, I ran it already. Didn't American just die in Ukraine jail? Yeah, Gonzalo Lira or whatever. He's like some fucking weirdo red pill guy who, by the way, did not deserve to be killed in a Ukrainian prison either, for the record, just because he was like a fucking asshole. I did see a lot of people put that position out there. But yeah, or not killed, he died. Sorry. I don't know how he died, but what? Would you say that on the record? What do you mean? Yeah, he was a weird fascist, but like it's kind of crazy that, someone just kind of crazy that he died in Ukrainian prison. Anyway, he was denied medical attention and tortured. He was an unvaccinated chain smoker who died of pneumonia. The Russian narrative is that Ukraine killed him. Anyway, look. What was I saying? I was talking about Tucker Carlson. My controversial opinion on this is that no one is above like being, I guess, asked questions and actually participating in that kind of conversation, even including Nazis. It's just that when you do interview people like that, you have to actually interview them. Okay? You actually have to be, and depending on the platform, depending on who it is, depending on the impact. Like if you're bringing up a fucking random Nazi, that's a little bit different, right? If you're like hyping up Richard Spencer on New York Times, well, you fucked up. If you're hyping up Nicholas Fuentes, then you're technically platforming them. You can't platform Vladimir Putin. He is the platform. Okay? So Tucker Carlson is doing this for that reason. He wants to do it because he wants clout. Maybe he wants to make some money off of Vladdy Pooty Poo and defend Vladdy Pooty Poo a little bit, right? Because there's like this weird Telegram-backed movement in the right-wing circles that actually likes Vladimir Putin because he's like transphobic and shit. Okay. Anyway, regardless, the point is, it's understandable to interview Vladimir Putin. It's just I don't think he's going to do a good job at it. That's it. You know what I mean? You are talking gibberish. I think it's ridiculous to not interview someone like Vladimir Putin. He's not a random person. He is literally the authoritarian leader of Russia for decades. Okay? It's fucking ridiculous. He's a world leader. I would say the same thing as like interviewing Assad. Okay? I would say the same thing as interviewing every single person that has a role in any kind of global conflict. Okay? The only difference is Tucker Carlson is not going to be serious about it. He's just going to want to cut propaganda. Yeah, this is also the interesting element here. Surely a guy whose father was head of Voice of America and tried to join the CIA will do an honest interview with a dictator who was handpicked by Clinton, Tony Blair, Yeltsin, and the CIA director at the time. A lot of people forget that Putin was our guy. You know what I mean? Like, he was definitely aligned with the anti-Soviet regime haters who wanted to liberalize the marketplaces. That's why he was a part of that group of individuals that ended up seizing power in Russia, what is known as Russia after the dissolution of the USSR. So, like, the notion that these guys just someone like Pooty Poo is a fucking Soviet spy or something is so stupid. The only thing that a lot of like pro-capitalist Russians care about as far as like the USSR is like the mythology of being a superpower that is able to fight against the United States of America. That's the only thing they care about. Anyway, but like I said, I find it really interesting. The CIA component I find very interesting with respect to Tucker Carlson. But I do personally think he's just like doing this because he wants clout and he knows that, there's somewhat of a constituency on the, there's somewhat of a constituency that is like pro-Russia, albeit marginal, on the Republican side due to like a shitload of steady Russian messaging on those Telegram channels. But yeah. I think he's just doing it because he's fallen off, though. Isn't this interview good for bringing back attention to hopefully material support to helping Ukraine in their fight against our foreign adversaries, though? Wait, what? Tucker Carlson is going to literally talk about how we shouldn't fund Ukraine and how Russia is doing a thing that is like righteous and wants to defend itself. He's going to say a whole bunch of shit that sounds a lot like me, and a lot of dumbasses are going to listen to it and then get duped by it. Okay? And think that he's like... he's criticizing Russia at all when he's actually defending Russia.
Have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar. These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren. Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia or the Middle East what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And they do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they've done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky, and we hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not journalism. It is government propaganda. Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never heard his voice. That's wrong. Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in, and we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too. Freedom of speech is our birthright. We were born with the right to say what we believe. That right cannot be taken away no matter who is in the White House. But they're trying anyway. Almost 3 years ago, the Biden administration illegally spied on our text messages and then leaked the contents to their servants in the news media. They did this in order to stop a Putin interview that we were planning. Last month, we're pretty certain they did exactly the same thing once again, but this time we came to Moscow anyway. We are not here because we love Vladimir Putin. We are here because we love the United States, and we want it to remain.
I love Tucker Carlson being like, Zelensky got a lot of puff piece interviews, which is why we're going to give one to Vladimir Putin. It's like, dude, what are you like? He's like, nobody cares about the Russian side of the war. Well, nobody cares and nobody has any idea because the ones who do report on the Russian side of the war are oftentimes found dead, falling out of apartment complexes, or found themselves arrested, which is true, by the way. That's the whole point, okay? He says with a gun pointed to his head off screen, fuck no. No, Tucker does not have a gun pointed to him on the side of the screen. The gun is a money gun, okay? It's a money cannon. It's a clout gun and a money cannon, okay? Like, once again, I repeat, there is no reason not to interview Vladimir Putin, okay? There's no reason not to interview him. It makes perfect sense to do that. He is a global leader. You're not platforming him, okay? It's just that you also have to be honest when you are interviewing someone like Vladimir Putin. And I don't think Tucker is going to do that. That's it. We're not here because we love Vladimir Putin. We do, but that's not why we're here. That's funny.
Prosperous and free. We paid for this trip ourselves. We took no money from any government or group, nor are we charging people to see the interview. It is not behind a paywall. Anyone can watch the entire thing, shot live to tape and unedited, on our website, tuckercarlson.com. Elon Musk, to his great credit, has promised not to suppress or block this interview once we post it on his platform, X, and we're grateful for that. Western governments, by contrast, will certainly do their best to censor this video.
Dude, come on. I do hope. Oh my God, I'm wishing for like all the libtards who are so freaked out about Russian interference to like demand the arrest of Tucker Carlson. Please, at least one dub. At least one dub. One dub, please. Oh my God. I would turn around. I would be the biggest fucking blue anon dick rider. You have no idea. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it, dude. It would be so sick. Can you imagine? Imagine like, oh my God, landslide victory. Fucking arresting Tucker Carlson for treason. Oh, it'd be so sick. It would be totally a violation of my principles as far as like journalism and how it should be protected and all that stuff. And yes, deep down inside, I do think that would be not great, but it would be kind of cool if it happened. I would look the other way just for once. You know what I mean? Tucker's going to get sent to a Mordovia penal colony for having some Nelk Brothers Zin in his luggage. This Zin is too powerful. Suka bliat, it's not legal Zin. What is the Zin? You go. Salt mines for you. Label him a foreign agent and make him testify to Congress. Imagine who the right wing would want to trade with Russia to get Tucker out of prison. Biden will do that just like he sent the feds down to own Greg Abbott. Oh, yeah. Dude, many opportunities for Biden to kind of come across like actually Dark Brandon here, and he's just flubbing all of them. No fucking movement on the federales coming in and taking over Texas. No activation of the National Guard even at the behest of the federal government.
On other less principled platforms because that's what they do. They are afraid of information they can't control. But you have no reason to be afraid of it. We are not encouraging you to agree with what Putin may say in this interview, but we are urging you to watch it. You should know as much as you can. And then, like a free citizen and not a slave, you can decide for yourself.
Please interview this guy as well when you're in Russia. That's so funny that this guy thinks that Tucker Carlson does not think Edward Snowden is a fucking person that deserves to be executed. Tucker Carlson would pull a fucking uranium dart move on Edward Snowden if given the opportunity. His dad is literally the fucking CIA, okay? Tucker Carlson himself wanted to join the CIA. Get the fuck out of here. He sounds so reasonable. Shut up, hegemonic world place. Or world peace. Edward Snowden is a right-wing pro-Russia hack now. It does not matter what Edward Snowden says now. Okay? I don't care. Edward Snowden, in my mind and in my heart, will always be an American hero. It is a damn shame that he had to fucking tuck tail and run to Russia to escape the American criminal justice system and military tribunals. Fucking ridiculous. Your chat dumb as hell. No wonder you have to over-explain everything. Yes. Yes, he did a very brave and very patriotic thing. Snowden is a weird libertarian guy and likes Tucker Carlson. I don't know how much he likes Tucker Carlson. Like I said, I don't care. Russia was like the 7th country and the only one that accepted him. Hong Kong was too scared of Daddy USA. I'm interested to watch this Putin interview. Not gonna lie, it'll probably be a shit puff piece, though. Of course it will be. Of course it will be. That's such a backward statement. In the common mind, someone flees Russia to the U.S. Wait, what? What do you mean? I don't care what the fucking... Wait, in the common mind, someone flees Russia to the U.S. is... Yeah, I'm telling you, Edward Snowden had to run away from the United States of America for being a whistleblower and exposing the NSA's fundamentally broken FISA court process and how America spies on all of its fucking allies. Okay? And no, there's a difference between Tara Reid and Edward Snowden. Come on, guys. What the fuck? Please. Tara Reid didn't have to go to Russia. She chose to go to Russia. Edward Snowden had to go to Russia for actually being a whistleblower. Not the actress. No. Is Tara Reid? No, not the actress. The lady. I'm thinking of the other lady. The lady that was like, Joe Biden raped me. What was her name? Who was insane, by the way. Straight up. Wasn't Snowden a naturalized citizen of Russia prior to being a whistleblower? No. Anyway. Explicitly, deliberately unconstitutional FISA courts that self-admittedly have not been fixed. No reforms were instituted, and they kept spying without congressional mandate since Patriot lapsed in 2020. Will you watch the interview? I mean, I don't know when it's going to be out, but yeah, I would watch the interview. Going bald, here's what you do. Our advice series, Ask Tucker, is back. I think that Tucker Carlson's impact has softened so much after being on Twitter exclusively. He went from being the guy who like threatened the Republican majority whip or the Speaker of the fucking House or whatever the fuck, to literally talking to the guy who supposedly sucked off Barack Obama. Okay. And he completely lost all of his relevance. And this is a desperate attempt to win it back, to claw it back, because he knows, just like everyone else does, I guess, or at least just like I do, that the only time you can get legitimate movement on the things that you're doing is if mainstream media is at least offering like round-the-clock coverage on it. Okay? And he knows that interviewing Vladimir Putin will get you that coverage. My goat is washed. Yeah. Kind of embarrassing for Putin to be interviewed by the same guy who interviewed the Duluth Dyson. Excuse me. The reason why Putin probably took on the interview is because he saw the brave journalism that Tucker Carlson was willing to do with the Duluth Dyson about how he did crystal meth and sucked off Barack Obama. Do you think it'll make international news? I think it depends on how the media covers it. I think the impact of an interview such as this one would be greatly softened. Okay? It would be just like irrelevant for the most part if the media didn't cover it. If they do cover it, then it definitely will have more more of an impact. More people will like pay attention to it. They'll go crazy over it. It's a Twitter interview otherwise. Nobody gives a shit. But yeah. All right, let's see if we got some fun shit to watch. Does anyone have something good to watch for me that's not like immediately political in nature? Oh, this is the two things I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, Elon Musk is going to pay for Gina Carano suing Disney. Donald J. Trump tweeted out, by the way, or not tweeted out, truthed out this. The Bud Light ad was a mistake of epic proportions, and for that, a very big price was paid. But Anheuser-Busch is not a woke company, but I can give you plenty that are. And building a list, and might just release it for the world to see. Why not? The radical left does it viciously to well-run conservative companies and people. Very nasty, but it's the way they play the game. On the other hand, Anheuser-Busch spends $700 million a year with our great farmers, employs 65,000 Americans, of which 1,500 are veterans, and is a founding corporate partner of Folds of Honor, which provides scholarship for families of fallen servicemen and women. They've raised over $30 million and given 44,000 scholarships. Anheuser-Busch is a great American brand that deserves a second chance. What do you think? Perhaps instead, we should be going after those companies that are looking to destroy America. They are about to say saying Trump is a psyop? No, I don't think so. You're crazy. Trump isn't wrong. Okay? Trump is not wrong from his perspective. Anheuser-Busch literally has never stopped giving more money to the Republican Party than the Democratic Party. Oh my God, world's strictest parents. Should we go back to this? The world's strictest parents, UK? Good luck finding major corporations that only fund Democratic campaigns. No, of course not. He's saying what you said, but from the right. Exactly. He's not wrong on this. It's like really dumb that Republicans were losing their minds over this at the time. Why didn't when entitled teens realize they're going to jail? Oh God. Anyway, Bud Light probably paid for that truth message. Okay, guys, you can't do that. Like, that's insane. They would get into tremendous legal trouble. One, you can't just get someone, any American citizen, to like put this out there and pay for them to say this without a disclosure. And number two, there's no hashtag ad disclosure in here. That's an FTC regulation. And number two, you certainly can't get it to get a president, a former president, and a current person running for president to say that. You're out of your mind. No, Trump is very good at reading the room. He probably saw that like this Bud Light nonsense is fucking bullshit. Trump, famously a law follower. Guys, it's not about Donald Trump following the law. It's about Bud Light following the law. I never said Trump would follow the law. Hello? Are you guys crazy? What are we talking about here? Oh, Joey the Anime Man released a video you filmed with him today. Let's go. Let's freaking go, dude. Oh, here's another thing that I wanted to talk about. Incredible stuff here. Incredible stuff here. Right-wingers, once again, demonstrating that they have no knowledge. No knowledge whatsoever of history. Okay? Oh, yeah, the anime
When it comes to Japanese cuisine, there is...
This guy, I tried every Japanese food in America. I killed it on this, by the way. I killed it on this. I really put America on the map here for this. What is this? I'm going to make a playlist for Come Dine With Me vids for you. It's a British Normies cooking show for other British Normies. You will love it. No, I didn't have the... Okay. We got a lot of good reacts. Holy shit. All right. Yeah. Right-wingers are so fucking stupid. And they don't know anything about history. Here it is. And wokeness goes, Netflix made a great documentary about Alexander the Great. Within the first 8 minutes, they turned him gay. Even the motherfucking QAnon shaman is correcting the End Wokeness account, being like, hey, man, just FYI for my reading history, Alexander the Great was a well-known bisexual who actually preferred men. Juniper got banned from platform manipulation when she told voters, followers to vote not helpful. I'm assuming the same will be done for End Wokeness. Vote not helpful, irrelevant on this note. Shoving in a gay scene with the first 8 minutes is pathetic regardless of what modern historians are speculating. Okay, dude. Yeah, dude. Famously, one of the least gay parts of history, you know, ancient Greece. I love that. I love looking at ancient Greece and being like, you know what these guys weren't? Gay. If there's one thing that defines ancient Greece, it's homosexuality. It's crazy. Anyway, we got the Alabama family, world's strictest parents, UK, unusual memes compilation. We have I tried every Japanese food in America.
Obviously, no better place to experience it than where it is from, in the great land here in Japan. But unfortunately, not every single person watching this video can just casually hop on their next flight to Tokyo to experience the greatness of Japanese food. So what do they do instead? Naturally, you're going to be tapping on Google Maps to see where the closest Japanese establishment is in your country of residence, but how does that actually stack up to the food that you can get here in Japan? I asked myself this exact question while I was in Los Angeles last year, and so I wanted to get to the bottom of it by trying out every single Japanese dish that you can buy in America with some help from some LA locals as well. So let's rewind the tape to 6 months ago, where I set myself out on a quest to see if American Japanese food is as good or even potentially better than what you can get in Japan. Roll the tape back.
So let's start off with
Yoshinoya is the worst of the worst.
some Japanese junk food. Right now, we're in front of a Yoshinoya, which is a beef bowl type of chain that you see a lot of in Japan. There's like a top 3 of beef bowls. There's Sukiya, there's Matsuya, and then there's Yoshinoya. I'm more of a Sukiya fan myself, but I've never seen or heard of a Yoshinoya being in America before, so let's find out, shall we?
It's really bad. I've had it.
As I stepped up to the counter to order, the familiar smell of beef was hitting the inside of my nostrils. But then I immediately noticed a big difference.
So I got a fountain drink, which is definitely one thing you don't get. Wild cherry, I'm gonna try that. That's sweet. It's like corn syrup. Just pure corn syrup. Okay, I'm back in my hotel room because they were playing like weird gangster music and I didn't want to get copyright claimed, but I managed to get a gyudon meal, or I guess it's called like original gyudon beef. Of course,
so
as well,
bad.
because this is America, they gave us forks instead of chopsticks. Shake my head. And I got a full meal with a side. So the
Yoshinoya was the first thing I got when I arrived in LA. The broccoli was so boiled, it had literally turned white. Dude, it's so bad. By the way, someone said I dislike complaining about soda. I agree. It's the greatest American invention. As a soda boy myself, I think that's the one area where America takes a fat dub over any other country.
side is a 6-piece of gyoza, which is an interesting choice because gyoza is, oh, that's a weird colored gyoza right there. So I got a 5-piece gyoza on the side with a small drink. Yeah, good joke. This is a small fucking.
Someone said that chatter had cauliflower. Oh yeah,
this
that's
is
true. I never even thought about
Yoshinoya's
that.
gyudon with a side of 5 pieces of gyoza and a small drink. And this is a small size in Japan as well. Like, this is roughly the same size. And I think that was like $8 by itself. A bit of a ripoff considering that a regular gyudon in Yoshinoya like probably set you back around like 500-600 yen. So first of all, inflation, am I right?
But hey, before we dive into some Japanese food, let me tell you about today's sponsor, Honkai Star Rail. I'm sure you've already heard of it by now, the winner of So check out Honkai
at least.
Ethical reacts. Ethical reacts.
You're welcome.
I'll show you his logging for 7 consecutive days to get 20 rail passes for free, he says. Okay.
There's new enemies and so much more. And if you log in for 7 consecutive days, you'll get 20 Star Rail special passes for free. Now, I may not be good at math, but I can tell you that that is a goddamn deal. So check out Honkai Star Rail right now by clicking the link down in the description below. And just for you guys, you'll get a bonus 50 Stellar Jade for using my link. You're welcome. Thank you to Honkai Star Rail for sponsoring
To be fair, this is the most ethical react you can do because I'm literally in the video.
today's
Okay,
episode. Now let's go back to Joey being an absolute slob and sucking up all of the Japanese food in America. Why is American food so goddamn expensive, man? Jesus Christ, I'm broke after this.
Also, I don't know about you guys, but with Japanese gyudons, they do not put steamed vegetables. Normally, the only vegetables they would put in with a gyudon is like onion slices, which they have that at least, so I'll give them props for that, but they most certainly do not have cauliflower bits.
That's probably because it's cheaper. That's why.
In your gyudon. Who puts cauliflower in their gyudon, bro? All right, but the most important part is the meat. It's looking a little dry. Also, not a whole lot of meat, but let's give it a try.
Look at that. It
Let's
looks disgusting.
see how well this rice is cooked.
Bro, it looks like hair, dude. Oh god, I hate Yoshinoya so much.
First of all, I'm sorry, but Americans do not know how to cook white rice. Like, this rice is so dry, it's insane. Like, let alone the beef already is a little bit more dry than what you normally get at a Yoshinoya. Combine that with the dry rice, the flaky rice, and the dry.
One of my biggest disappointments was when I personally was hankering in the mood for Japanese curry. And there's a Japanese curry restaurant that exists in Japan as well. It's not as bad as like Yoshinoya, but it's kind of like a franchise, but it's a more elevated than Yoshinoya. I forget what it's called. Someone will know. Coco, I think. Yeah, I think it is Coco. Coco Ichibanya. I ordered it from Coco Ichibanya, and my disappointment was immeasurable. Okay? It was immeasurable. It was so sad. I got it right after Japan, too. I think that was the biggest problem. If I have it now, it'd probably be different. But like right after Japan, I was like, oh man, I wish I had some Japanese curry right now. And I ordered it. It was so bad.
Are steamed vegetables as well. I can see why this is considered a small drink, because I'm probably gonna need this to quench my thirst. All right, let's try this gyoza. So we got some packet soy sauce right here. Pew! Why is this soy sauce so sweet? Okay, first of all, I'm not expecting the gyoza or anything to be like top quality because, you know, at the end of the day, these gyudon places in Japan are considered junk food. But still, this is not good. Considering I paid like almost 3 times the price for this that I would in Japan, this is pretty horrendous, not gonna lie. Not to mention that I got a what was it again? A cherry Pepsi, which just tastes like hot sugar in water. I can see why this is considered junk food in Japan. I don't know how it's not considered junk food in America, because this does probably qualify. But yeah,
it is definitely junk food in America. The difference is that because it's not like a hamburger, I think because it's not a hamburger, it's not like immediately qualified. Like there's like veggies in it. So people think probably like, oh, well, there's healthy stuff in it. It's not fully a junk food thing. It is.
Overall, I would give American Yoshinoya or American gyudon a E tier. This is not good, especially for $12. This is not it.
The Yoshinoya beef bowl ended up being the worst start to my American-Japanese culinary adventure, but I was a little more optimistic about my next stop. Typically in Japan, izakaya food is quite cheap and affordable, so not having the highest expectations of food quality was a given. But if the Yoshinoya earlier showed me anything, it's that food quality is sometimes a figment of one's imagination, apparently. Let's see if this izakaya can help me regain my faith in American-Japanese cuisine.
I'm with the homie Violet. We're at a place called Bizan right here, right near Little Tokyo, and it's kind of like udon place. I mean, they have like a dedicated udon menu, but they also have a bunch of like izakaya style little snacks. So
okay, it looks kind of fire.
And mac and cheese. There's a mac and cheese at this Japanese restaurant. But already a good sign was that the person who was bringing us to the table spoke Japanese, like in a Japanese accent. So that's already a good sign, because there's nothing more sus than going into a Japanese restaurant and there be no Japanese people working there.
Do you like Japanese food? Are you a big fan?
I feel like I eat more Japanese.
I'll be honest with you, there's very few places in Los Angeles where it's not just going to be Mexican dudes, okay? Like, let's be real, all right? We're in Los Angeles. It's going to be Mexican dudes, especially in the kitchen, in the back, for sure.
And Korean food than I do actually Mexican food and American. So yes, I do. No, I really do. I have a lot of Asian friends too, so they know the good spots in LA, so it helps. It helps too. I'm gonna for sure order the edamame. I feel like I always have to get edamame.
Violet Myers is Mexican and Turkish. Mexicans are Turks.
Assorted tempura. So we get vegetable and the shrimp.
Well, they have bukkake, which is the normal one. Don't laugh.
Yeah, I didn't
We're Violet, so I don't know.
I didn't even think about that. You sick. Did that on purpose. You sick. Sauteed green beans. Not much to say. I'm sure these are good. So these are ingen mame in Japanese. We do cook it like this as well, so it's legit. And then we have the gyoza as well. Hopefully these are better than the gyoza I got at Yoshinoya. I think the inside is good, but I think the problem might be the skin. It's a little thicker than normal. There's a little bit more of like a doughy texture to it. The inside though is good, but I think the skin, they can't do much about it because they probably get it from here, and it's probably not the same as the standards in Japan.
What do you think?
The meat is good. I will say that the meat is good, but I can't.
I didn't know that this person was. Is this person a porn star? I just googled her. No, dude. First of all, she knows her meat. I am not embarrassed to recognize a porn star. Okay, let's be for fucking real. I absolutely. I mean, I have porn stars on the stream, so there's no reason for me to like hide the truth from you in that regard. This is the first. I'm off my game. This is the first time I didn't know.
Tell like any if it's tradition or not, but it's good to me. I like it.
Yeah.
I would say I wish it was a little bit more crispier.
Yeah, that's it. All right, main dish, my bukkake udon. Bukkake in Japanese means to pour all over. So now you know.
I actually didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know it meant pour all over.
Yeah. Or it meant like, you know, cover it.
Yeah,
I'm a gooner.
Yeah. With bukkake udon, you're given a sauce that's separate from it, and then you can pour as much or as little as you want into it. You got the beef bowl, which immediately looks 100 times better than the Yoshinoya that we got. They got all the proper stuff as well, so they got like tenkasu, which is like the kind of leftover bits from tempura. You get the oroshi, which is the grated radish. You got green onions, bonito flakes, seaweed, nori. All the ingredients are there. So now it's just a matter of how good is it?
I'm willing to bet mine is the best though. Mine is the top mark.
That's like an A tier.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
The beef bowl? Well, I haven't tried it yet. I think you should try it. To compare it to Yoshinoya. I like the sauce. The sauce is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like not even close. That is like what a beef bowl should taste like. It's like Yoshinoya but with flavor. We got some tempura, classic Japanese.
Is the dude actually Japanese? Yeah, he is Japanese. Yes, I think he's a part Japanese and lives in Japan.
Food, even
Joey.
though it's not Japanese technically. But you know, it's considered Japanese food now. So
I would say it reminds me of like a
Half Japanese, half Aussie. Lives in Japan now.
Are Mexican.
Really?
But no.
I didn't know that.
They're from California.
He thought chimichangas were Mexican.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay to be dumb. It's fine. It's really hard to. Alright, so this is great, but honestly, like same quality as what you can get in Japan.
So if I ever feel like I miss Japanese food, I can just come here.
Just come here. I think this is so far the closest we've gotten to like actual authentic Japanese food.
I will not stand for this Yoshinoya slander. If you can afford better food, go eat there. Don't talk shit about the poor's. Our fast food stay out of poor's business. No, I will always shit on Yoshinoya any day of the fucking week. I'll be there. I'll be there no matter what.
All right, we got yaki onigiri, which is the final one. I'm gonna see how you react.
I'm gonna like cut it in half.
It's so fucking bad. You guys are eating garbo, dude. It's so fucking bad, dude. Fuck. Because you can afford it, lmao? No, man. I ate budget ass food all the time. I ate budget fast food regularly. Okay? No, Yoshinoya sucks. It actually sucks.
Really fresh.
It's hot.
Not what I expected, but
Yeah, it's kind of like a sweeter soy sauce.
yeah, I really enjoy it. I wonder if it's like something I can try. That's
It's not even that cheap, really.
What I would get in Japan.
Like Yoshinoya,
It's worth
I mean.
trying at least one time.
Oh, they even have takuan as well, which is the pickled radish.
I'm Japanese and Taco Bell clears LA Yoshinoya. That's what I'm saying. If you have like, dude, that's the problem. If you want food, like there's a shit ton of cheap ass like Asian food in general. Okay. Yoshinoya is not even that cheap in comparison to like all the other cheap options. And it's like, I don't know. It's just so much. Ugh. It just tastes so bad. It looks bad. It's just like disrespectful to the food.
Yeah, I just had some of my meal. Yeah, it was really good.
Overall, it was exactly what I was expecting from an izakaya experience. Decent food, decent drinks, and good vibes with friends. So all things considered, I'd say...
Wait, did you just compare it to Panda Express? Are you kidding me? Panda Express is phenomenal. Hello? Bro, Panda Express is actually fucking... Like, Panda Express is... In comparison to Yoshinoya, Panda Express is phenomenal, okay? Panda Express is not a decent substitute for any other Chinese American food establishment, okay? That's true, especially because, like, a family-owned Chinese place is probably going to be the same price and infinitely better quality. But if you're comparing Panda Express to Yoshinoya, you're wrong. Panda Express clears. Despite being Garbo, okay? I'm 100% right. This is your worst take? Panda is ass? No, dude. Panda is nowhere near as good as like regular ass fucking Chinese food from like a family owned establishment. Okay. But Panda Express Chinese food is what Taco Bell is the Mexican food. It's not authentic. It's a totally different thing. And sometimes you crave that specific type of trash. Exactly. And it's literally fucking edible. Okay. It's edible. There's like edible shit there. Yoshinoya? No.
The American Izakaya experience was overall pretty solid, but my next stop would be another scary gamble for me, as we were now delving into the world of uncooked ingredients. And to help muster up the courage, I needed the help of America's biggest Japanese cuisine expert, or so he claims.
That's crazy that he
Sushi
just...
in Japan? Not that good. Like, it's not that much better than American sushi.
Are you serious right now?
I'm being, like, 100%. It's not for the video. I promise you, sushi, we know how to do it.
I think it's actually the first time I've ever come to a sushi train outside of Japan because I'm scared already. Right.
I don't even think Ludwig is like that entirely wrong. If you're looking at top of the line sushi, no, dude. If you're looking at top of the line sushi at the peak sushi in Los Angeles, you're gonna have really fucking solid, like world famous sushi. New York too. But in Japan, everything outside of like multiple tiered Michelin star sushi, which Japan still clears every American country on. Okay, I mean every American city on. But if you look at like anything below that, it's not even a contest. As far as I understand, Japanese sushi is just like insane. Like shitty priced, like low priced, affordable sushi in America is never going to come close the low price affordable sushi that you get in Japan.
Right, like, I mean, the setup is kind of similar. Like, we have the tablet, and we obviously have the train. One thing though, or actually a couple of things, these have lids on them. We don't have that.
The lids are good because it's sanitary.
How does Nobu compare to Japanese sushi? I'm not even talking about Nobu when I say this, because Nobu is like Peruvian cuisine, fusion cuisine. I'm actually talking about like Providence, which is like a 17-year Michelin star sushi restaurant. You know what I mean? Like that place is fucking, that's like ridiculous. You know what I mean?
We also don't have 17-year-olds that lick it and put it back.
That's true. You know what? Touche. We don't have this though, the disposing the plates thing. That's actually a pretty cool system in my opinion. I guess it counts which plates you've had the moment you put it in, and then that adds onto it. Because in Japan, we would keep the plates on the table, and then when you get the bill, the person would come over and they would scan all the plates, because different plates have different price points on it.
Well, if we're being smart then, the same way when you're in Japan, you shouldn't pull it off.
Order off the tablet.
We should order off the tablet.
We should order off the tablet. Although I am kind of curious.
We should pull one off.
We can get some watermelon.
It's probably really good. Yeah. You know what? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
All right. You know what? Let's start off with the Japanese tradition. Watermelon. Oh, okay. Did I grab two of them?
Oh no, you're not supposed to grab the thing. You're supposed to just take the plate out.
Oh. See, normally you just take the whole thing and
Our American customs.
Sorry. That was actually a really good watermelon.
That was a great watermelon. One big difference between rolls and sushi in America is how sauced up we love it.
That's like drowning in sauce.
It's got two different sauces. In Japan, the chef put like a little dab of soy sauce and they're like, don't put any more.
Yep.
Not here.
What about the wasabi? Is the wasabi any good here? Oh, that does not look good. The wasabi should not...
Come on, dog. That's not real wasabi.
I'll look this dry.
Let's start off with the Philly roll.
Okay. It's cream cheese, salmon, and what else is in there?
Fake crab, imitation crab.
Oh, an avocado.
When I found out that almost the entirety of the sushi industry in the United States of America is run by that Korean cult, that was a wild moment. Did you guys know that? Almost the entirety of the sushi industry across the board in the United States of America was brought here by that psycho Korean called the Moonies, and they still run, as an exaggeration, and they still run like a big chunk of the sourcing for the fish. Yeah. Not the Moonies, the Unification Church. Or, yeah, was it the Moonies? Is it the same shit? I don't fucking know. Anyway, whatever. No, I'm serious, dude. They are the ones who basically they're the ones who basically brought sushi to America and have been running the show. Yeah, some of my favorite Japanese restaurants in Nashville are owned by Koreans.
Carter.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
This is really good.
The cream cheese is so overpowering.
That's the best part, is how thick it gets with the cream cheese.
God damn. There's a Texan roll, you said?
Yeah, this is how they do it.
So there's a spicy sauce and a mayo, some kind of flakes. Is it good?
True World Foods, an American food service company. It is controlled by the Unification Church, founded in 1976 or 1980. And apparently, the church is denied controlling True World. The True World is controlled by a Unification Church. In 1980, True World Foods was founded as the Rainbow Fish House by 5 Japanese and American members of the Unification Church. The 2006 True World Foods controlled a major portion of the sushi trade in the U.S. and employed hundreds of people with annual revenues of $250 million. My father worked in True World Foods his whole life. I mean, considering that the Unification Church and the Moonies are a CIA op, it's not surprising to me that there was an established connection between Koreans and Japanese people in that regard, specifically in the United States of America. So, what is this? Why did you post this? Updated November 14th, 2020. This is from literally... I was not even 30 at that point. Anyway, let's get back to the video at hand.
So good.
It's a lot of sauce.
You can't taste the fish, that's what makes it good. This is like the lowest quality fish you can buy. That's why the sauce makes it so good. Now we can score our first point.
Oh, hell yeah.
Please do the honors.
Shoo! That's way too fun.
You want to grab that?
Oh, yeah,
cumin,
sure.
tuna.
What's your favorite salmon to go?
Usually, there's like, what the hell?
That was quick.
Wait, that was so fast.
Here it comes.
Wait, that was so fast.
Nice.
This looks like AI made the roll because it's not even like molded on it.
Yeah.
It's just like.
See, that's weak.
Yeah.
A good sushi, it should be like infused with the rice,
not
not
even-
just placed on top. This looks like what if they had sushi in.
Turn off the fucking camera.
Oh God.
Oh shit. Struggling a bit.
It's really good.
It's cold.
Yeah, I wish I had more cream cheese.
Get your ass in there, boy. I think for a cheap place, that was acceptable.
It's like as good as Japan.
As good as you're probably going to get at like a cheap sushi place in Japan. But one thing I can say though, at least with Japanese food, right, is like, you know the saying, feed the eye before you feed the stomach? That sushi right there looked like a video game item. If they had sushi in like Minecraft, that's what it would have looked like.
It didn't load in all the way?
Yeah, it was like low poly sushi,
Yeah.
you know? And then we got dashi olive salmon.
Wait, it's
Olive.
right there.
It's right there. Dashi olive. I don't see the dashi or the olive.
It just looks like salmon with a lemon like.
All right, I think what we have to do is we got to get a little fancy here and like dab it with the lemon.
I see it coating a bit.
Get that lemon juice on it. I can taste the olive. It's a lot stronger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's definitely, they definitely squeeze an olive on it at the end.
I think I actually prefer that over normal salmon.
Just because there's more taste to it?
Yeah.
You can tell the salmon's kind of low quality.
We got to take what we get here.
It's also cheap. What's good old gun cam?
Oh wait, what's happening? Miami Beach!
This is so big for us.
I'm Mutenmar and I'm on vacation. Oh shit, by inserting sushi plate?
We gamify our food here.
Yeah.
If you walk away without eating more, they kill him. It's like an ISIS beheading video.
I wonder if my favorite one's here.
What's your favorite?
I don't know what it is in English.
Say in Japanese, I can probably translate.
It's mejiro.
Oh, fish.
Nice.
Okay, so this is like,
oh lord,
this is classic. This is actually what I think of when I think of American sushi. Is usually you'll order like something called like a ninja roll, and it'll just be like up with sauce, and you won't even know what you're eating. It tastes all kind of the same,
yeah,
which is relatively good.
I've never been like physically assaulted.
You're in this video and Ludwig makes the ISIS joke. What world is this? What do you mean he makes ISIS jokes all the time? He loves ISIS.
Before? I feel violated off that.
You like it? Like a good violation. Like what's a good violation? Like
trick question.
It's actually there is none. I would say is my answer.
Premium American beef.
It's just beef. It's just a big old piece of beef.
Hey, no way, we're trying that. Okay, first of all, false advertising. That thing is like
the picture.
That thing is look how thick this boy is. It's like this thick. Meanwhile,
also way more raw than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's like blue steak, bro.
They barely seared it.
Would you like to try this one first?
I'm down to get food poisoning for your video.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yep, make sure to get a garlic.
This is so bad.
That smells horrible. Oh my god, that smells so.
Hasan, where would you have taken Joey for sushi in LA? I would have taken him to, like I said, probably Providence. I don't eat sushi though, so I took him to my favorite fucking Japanese steak place.
If I get sick tomorrow,
and he loved it.
You'll know.
Spoiler alert.
Bruh. Yeah, this ain't it, chief. That's not sushi.
So it's like the meat's cold.
It's chewy.
It's chewy.
Coming.
It's not premium. And then all you taste the entire time is the one fried garlic. That's all. Might as well just give me a piece of fried garlic.
I don't need any seafood. I don't need seafood.
And these are gunkans?
No. What'd you say?
Gunkan.
I thought you were saying like Australian, like goon. And I was like, what does that mean?
Oh, they got sea urchin.
We have to try it.
I love sea urchin.
But like,
oh, but yeah, but
about
American sea urchin.
They say about sea urchin is like it's the worst food to have a bad version of.
Bad sea urchin is like taking a mouthful of salt water.
What is good sea urchin in that example?
Good sea urchin is like, it has the kind of like ocean flavor, but it also has like, it's like creamy. It doesn't stick around in the mouth for too long. The texture is like better.
I just don't understand why you would ever like fuck around with those odds. You know what I mean? If it's like really, I've heard bad sea urchin is just like so gross. Like, don't take a gamble. Just avoid it entirely, like the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Don't gamble with the top of the hour ad break. Sometimes you see a 3-minute ad break, sometimes you don't, right? Just subscribe for $5 or for free to make sure that you avoid seeing it no matter what, right? Twitch Prime is free, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Fucking got him.
Better than most, like, cause like bad sea urchin is like salty snot.
Yes.
Good sea urchin is like salty snot, but good. All right, here's a snow crab.
All right.
At least they give you a good piece of crab.
It looks like a crab dick.
Don't say that. Ruin the immersion. This is definitely fresh. You know, only the best that Kudos has just to offer.
Oh, it's delicious.
Delicious?
I mean, it's snow crab.
I mean, it's kind of hard to crabs, unless it's like imitation crab.
The crab did all the work.
Oh lord. Visually, that's like a 3.
A lot of rice in it.
Rule number 1 of how to identify a good piece of like uni gunkan is that if you can see the rice, that's a bad sign.
Dude, it smells awful.
Should we halve it?
No, I think you should enjoy this.
Are you sure?
No, this is really important for the video.
I really want to like share this experience with you though.
Nah.
So normally, right, when you take sushi, you would try and dip this in the soy sauce. But because it's rice underneath, the rice just gets wet and none of the soy sauce actually goes onto the uni. So what you do is you take a piece of gutty and you dip it in soy sauce and then you use it like a paintbrush.
It's kind of badass.
And then now you have the soy sauce on the actual uni and the rice is untouched. And you still get the full flavor. Come on, good thoughts, good thoughts.
No, it's not that bad. It's not, it can't be that. Come on. America, number 1.
That was probably the worst piece of uni I've had in my life.
Where did we go wrong?
Opening up this restaurant.
Okay, all right.
You know how I was telling you about...
Now I kind of want to do this, but in Japan. Like, go to Japan to try American food. Whatever you consider that to be, I guess. Like burgers and stuff. God. Okay, next time.
Like, the texture is the number 1 thing, and the taste is the number 1 thing. For one, the texture was horrendous. Like, way too slimy.
Stay the fuck away from Japan and the trash taste boys, Hasan. You'll ruin them like you ruin everything. Your podcast that was the most hated. It's such a funny take that is just so objectively untrue. But thank you for saying that. One, I'm good friends with them. And two, it was literally one of their best episodes this past year. I think it like they literally ranked it, no? Weebs are so funny when they cope on this shit where they're like, dude, I can't believe, like, dude, I promise it was really bad. I promise it was really bad. Everybody hates it. Everybody hated it. Yeah, it almost literally won in their own episode of the year. Yeah, it was so good. So many of the takes on there have become prescient staples. Luffy is a terrorist. Attack on Titan is a flesh mecha anime. Anyway,
dude, I'm not even I smell it on your breath and your mouth. It is messing with me. Get to that snow crab.
Yeah, I need to get to this snow crab right now. I need a
palate cleanser.
Oh, that's so much better. Everything else has been like acceptable to pretty good. That uni though, holy. Yeah, we need 4 more plates to save Muten Maro.
Grab that. I want to try it.
Which one?
Eel. It's like kind of a risky one.
To be fair, I'm not worried about this because it's cooked.
Can I ask a dumb question? Is eel sauce made with eel?
The answer is no.
This is the editor's moment to make Joey look really dumb.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. So please confirm right here. Let's try the Toro first. That is oily, dude. You can see the. I can see my reflection in this thing. That is probably the best thing I've had.
That was amazing.
That was good.
I'm damn near call it S tier.
I'll give that an A. When it comes to sushi, I am a snob.
All right, well, let's try it.
I do like eel. Okay. Oh yeah.
Come on, man.
That's probably the best thing I've had. Actually.
That was great.
That was great. Eel, you did it right. There we go. That's what I want. That's the good stuff right here. Very good.
You gotta grab that. Real crab.
73,000 likes, but they're most hated, by the way, Lemafeo. It has 8.4 thousand dislikes, but most of that was the haters in the subreddit trying their hardest to make people hate it before it even came out. Yeah. Yeah, it also cooked Ludwig's views too. I can't believe they're both at 2.2 million now, but actually mine has more views. I guess Ludwig's is half the videos with Ludwig. We straight up fucking talked for 2 hours about anime. 2 hours. It was their most anime dense episode. That's how you know haters are. That's how you know my haters are just fucking completely and utterly unaware of all the good things that they can get if they just stop being haters.
California roll, which is very rare. California roll, I think, is the most popular American sushi roll. I believe it's called a California roll because it's called a CA roll, which is crab avocado.
Well, I thought the Californians were like, we got this shit. We own this shit now.
It's just because it's crab avocado CA California.
Why don't they do that with every state? Texas roll? It's got
TX.
Yeah, it's got
Get there.
Toro.
And
Xanax. There's very little flavor.
You're mostly just chewing on something that's kind of fun to chew on, and then it has a little soy sauce in it. I don't get why these are as popular as they are.
I think we can confidently say that kurazushi, it's all right. There are some dishes that American kurazushi has nailed, and then there are some, like the uni, where you should probably take it off the menu.
It's still sushi, yeah?
It's still sushi.
Not that much different than Japan?
Not that much different. Again, some things they kind of do up to par with Japan, and some things they do a lot worse, but I think overall, it's as authentic of a sushi experience, I think, as you can get.
Across the board, it is way uglier, though.
Yes.
Like the rolls themselves, like it's just a piece of stuff, like the nigiri is just hanging on it, because they don't got someone back there who's been here 15 years.
No, and if they do, they're not getting paid enough.
I came expecting, like, American sushi, it's about as good as Japanese sushi.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to have as many misses, though. Do the honors.
Oh, shit. We got 2 more plates.
Chuck them in.
Juan, that plate count is going to hit 15. Bam. Sushi plates have been inserted.
Yeah.
Oh. That's a spicy meatball. We got the recipe back. Scan QR code. Oh fuck. Wait, don't disappear, please. Oh. Oh wait, I got it.
It's coming.
Oh, what the
Yeah, it comes out.
I got Batman.
With like so much advertisement on the bottom, that's crazy. Really good looking.
Thank you to Ludwig for coming on and teaching me the Japanese ways of sushi in America.
Arigato gozaimasu for having me.
Well, that was genuinely surprising. I think it's safe to say that American sushi has definitely improved over the years. And although I managed to win this particular bet, the gambling was going to continue at our next place. Another staple of Japanese cuisine that has taken the world by storm. And after a stomach full of raw fish, I was not exactly looking forward to this one.
We're here right now just opposite the street from Little Tokyo in a place called Ming-or. This one was actually recommended by Alex, my producer. And I want to know just how much ramen has, I guess, evolved since the last time I had it, because
This is a non-controversial, 100% certified HasanAbi banger take. Ramen in Los Angeles is so fucking good that it is a 1-to-1 identical to Japanese ramen. I stand on that 100%. Ramen in Los Angeles is so good. Doubling down, tripling down, I'm telling you. Straight up. It is definitely much more expensive. It is definitely much more expensive than like Tokyo ramen, I guess. Overall price points higher, but you can get almost identical quality ramen, in Los Angeles as you would in Japan. Let's see what he has to say
I had ramen
though.
once in LA, the first time I ever came here about 6 or 7 years ago, in Little Tokyo, and it was not that great. So I'm hoping this place is a little bit better. Let's go. We want to try out just like the most basic ramen that you can get anywhere in Japan and anywhere in LA. So let's go with the shoyu ramen. First off, the prices are, they're expensive. It's $17 for a ramen.
Yeah.
There is a Michelin star ramen in.
The irony is literally that like ramen is supposed to be like super quick, super cheap, right? It is quick, but it's definitely not cheap in LA, but it is still very good.
Shinjuku. I don't even think the Michelin star place was this expensive. But again, this is LA prices we're talking about, so can't be helped, I guess. Honestly, these are prices I'm pretty used to seeing anywhere outside of Japan, so the idea, it's all about the taste. Okay, so I got the shoyu ramen. Honestly, looks pretty damn good. Really, really close. So you have all the essentials. Obviously, you got your moyashi, your bean sprouts, you got your menma, bamboo shoot, you got 2 slices of char siu, half tamago, piece of nori, some seaweed right here, and some veggies and spring rolls. There are a number of factors when it comes to ramen to determine how good it is. Number one is the broth. So let's have a little sip of this broth, shall we? All right, nice
The egg
oily.
looks like shit. What are you talking about? It looks perfectly fine. What are you talking about? Is a soy egg.
Texture right there. Ooh. That's nice. That's not too like heavy. Let's try out these noodles though, shall we? So they're a little thinner than usual, I've noticed, but same color, same
This
consistency.
is
Let's try this out.
perfectly fine.
I prefer my noodles a little bit thicker, but these thinner noodles right here still have a really nice texture, really nice consistency, and it goes really well with the broth as well. Let's try this char siu actually. Ramen's really improved. This is like 10 times, 100 times better than the ramen I first had in Little Tokyo. I see you. You're getting a little bit better. I respect that. Try the menma as well, the bamboo shoot. I love these things. The flavoring is good. Menma's a little bit salty, but that's a preferential thing. Some people really like it salty. I'm down to finish this, which is a big compliment to give to LA Ramen.
You just said this is the weebiest Japanese dude I've ever seen in my life. Brother, what are you talking about? He literally has like the #1 weeb podcast. Yes, his name is the anime guy, brother. The anime man.
Again, because the worst ramen I ever had in my life was in LA, in Little Tokyo, like not far from here, 6-7 years ago. So in these 6-7 years, dog, LA is definitely improved.
He is the weebiest Japanese person you can arrive at, for sure. No, Chatter didn't say he's not Japanese. Chatter said he is the weebiest Japanese guy.
In their ramen game. This is actually really good. Like, you could serve this to Japanese people in Japan, and I think they'll be satisfied with it. So, enough of my commentary.
Fucking told you, baby.
Finish this right now.
Told you. See?
All right, so I just finished eating at Men-O. You know, initially, the first couple of bites were actually pretty good, but this is very common with a lot of ramen places, even in Japan. The more you eat it, the more your opinion about the dish starts to change. So in the case with Men-O, I didn't finish it. It was a lot of food. 2, every time I ate more of the noodles, it kind of left this like chalky texture in my mouth. That's usually as a result of the noodles maybe not being cooked through well enough. But I mean, that also happens in Japan as well. I'm just personally not a fan of that, so that's that. Usually in Japan, they give you, I guess, different choices as to whether the ramen is like hard or like crunchy or anything like that. In this place, obviously, there was no difference. Broth in and of itself was good for the first couple of sips, but then obviously the oil started to take over quite a bit and it became a little bit harder to stomach, and that's probably another reason why. Look, I'm not gonna say that was the best ramen I've ever had in the world, obviously, but I think, again, I'm comparing it to the first bowl of ramen I ever had in Little Tokyo. Compared to that, yes, this is definitely an improvement, but I do still want to see, I guess, the ceiling of ramen raised a little bit higher here in Los Angeles. I don't know, maybe I didn't go to like the best ramen place in Los Angeles. You guys in the comments can let me know what your favorite place is. But yeah, I think my stomach is full with ramen for this lunchtime. But now, I would be lying if I said I didn't save the best for last, as this final stop will truly show the potential of what America can do with Japanese cuisine. And what better way to top this all off than by sharing it with America's biggest weeb himself. It's his recommendation. He says that this place is the shit, so we're about to find out.
I'm telling you, this is like as close to Japanese level as you can get.
Well, I mean, I'm already seeing a good sign on this menu here that says our cuts are flown directly from Japan to your table, never frozen, ensuring the guests experience the best quality Wagyu in traditional Japanese style. That's a tall order. If this place ends up sucking, we know who to blame.
100%.
Not the restaurant.
I'll take it. It's my fault, 100%.
And then starting on the left-hand side, you guys have the roast beef with our house-made sour cream sauce. Then on the far right, you have our dried beef with Parmesan and arugula, and then in with the tartare in the middle.
That smells delicious.
So far, so good, huh?
This is already very Japanese, considering the fact that, again, it's all about the philosophy of you feed the eyes before you feed the stomach. If it looks pristine and it looks good, it's presented nicely, that's how you know it's going to be good.
The raw beef is insane.
The tartare?
No, tartare.
Yeah, so this is very Japanese right here, the tartare beef. It's called tataki in Japanese.
Marinated too.
Yeah.
That's so good.
That's super good. I'm silently judging your chopstick skills, by the way.
Why, is it bad?
No, it's good, actually. Better than a lot of people I've seen. You're holding it correctly as well. Yep, you're moving it correctly. That's how you know, man. That's how you know Hasan loves Japan, bro. So far, appetizer, very, very good.
Two cuts here.
Oh, yeah.
One of the leanest A5 Wagyu beefs we have.
That's the best sound, isn't it? Ooh, look at that. Thank you. I mean, how could you hate that? How can you hate that?
Every single meat from here on out is going to be better. Another downside is that it gets really fucking hot in here.
It does.
Yeah.
All right, we got some garlic rice with what looks like a little bit of like cooked tataki inside of it as well.
You definitely need this though, because like all of the meats are like that.
You need like a palate cleanser for all the fatty goodness of the Wagyu. So this is like perfect for that. Honestly, like for the little that we've had already, like I can see why this is your favorite place. To be fair though, it is pretty difficult to yakiniku. Like it's all about the cuts. Like as long as you get the good cuts, which so far we have, and it's only going to get better from here. Like unless the chef like completely sucks at cooking it here, which I'm sure they won't be, then like it's pretty difficult to like majorly.
Yeah, it's the meat carrying it for sure.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point. You can't really get it everywhere else.
Sure, that is true.
Like, that is one aspect of this experience that has ruined me a little bit. It's like, that like, I don't know, regular sirloin, I'm like, It's not as marbled, it's not as textured. It's not as good.
Look at the sheen on this. Look at that. The oil just dripping off of it. This is going to be bomb, I can already tell.
This is determined like prefix menu as like many high like as many high quality places will do. It's like a tasting menu, basically, omakase. And it's, I think, like $200 per head. It's very expensive. It's so fucking good. Not an omakase, that's for sushi. Whatever it's fucking called. Yakiniku, I think. I forget what it's called.
Yazuyaki A5 Wagyu sirloin, one of the most memorable, richest tender cuts. This sauce is special too. It's sukiyaki marinade sauce, which is sweeter than regular marinade sauce we have here. That's why this time we're doing with egg sauce.
Oh my god.
Also, no, it's $600 technically because the camera guy is also eating. Yeah, he was eating good, baby. It's so good. Omakase is not just for sushi. I don't know what it's called. I don't care. This is also dipped in egg yolk, as he said. It's so fucking good.
Awesome, thank you. So we got the egg and everything as well with that. Now look at that. Oh my lord. You know this is gonna be good.
How is it?
Damn.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you've been to the place that invented it, huh?
I've been to the place that invented it. That's good.
It's like maple syrup. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
It's very sweet.
The egg part, definitely, they've added like a little bit of like a froth to it, which like I'm kind of indifferent against. It can be fine sometimes, but like I think what struck me the most was definitely the sauce that they put on this is definitely a lot sweeter than usual, which I wasn't expecting. Like Japan does have like sweeter sauces, but like that one was like,
oh yeah,
extra sweet.
I describe it like eating a pastry almost.
Especially with the egg as well. Like, yeah, it does kind of feel like you're eating like a meat pastry, which sounds horrible, but it was actually really, really good.
It's delicious.
A little gift from the chef for you guys. This is our Toro Wagyu A5 sushi. It has a little caviar and uni on it.
As a guy who doesn't eat seafood, I know that that is like one of the smelliest, right?
It is like probably one of the most divisive. There's a lot of people who don't like it for the texture or the smell or the taste. People who love it. I love the shit out of it.
We'll try it at the same time. I don't want your reaction to cloud mine, you know what I mean?
Okay, sure. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Considering that I'm not throwing up, there's an aftertaste to it, but it's not like a sea aftertaste.
Yeah, it's like a salty aftertaste, right?
Yeah, it almost feels like dirt. I don't know how else to describe it, but not in a bad way.
It's like dirt, but in a good way. I really liked it. Okay, so for one, I mean, the meat was going to be good. I think everyone understood that. Yeah. But the uni is like incomparable to the one I had at Kurazu.
These are marinated.
I feel like 600 for 3 people is in the range for high-end tasting menu, especially if it includes like a drink pairing. There's definitely way worse places. No, this is like, this doesn't even pair drinks with it. It's a tasting menu, and it is simply that expensive because it's literally flown meat out of Japan. That's it.
Wagyu. The first 2 are round beef, right? Okay. We have 2 more on this page. One is round beef. Ichibo, medium fatty one. This is really good too. Kamenoko, cut from the thigh, back of the leg. Fattiest one on this plate is rib shin, A5 Wagyu ribeye.
Look at the gleam on that.
Or it would be like lean cut, and it's still so sweaty.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good too. Different from
so look at that, holding it for the camera as well. That's a professional. You know this gonna be busting.
Let's see if this holds up to the Chateaubriand.
That's a good piece of meat though.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so soft.
Oh,
god damn. God damn.
I take it back. This shit's fire. I'm so happy now.
Well, I think, Hasan, I can say with confidence, this place just as good, if not better, than some yakiniku places I have been to in Japan. Your recommendation was legit. So Hasan has good taste in Japanese food, confirmed. You get what you paid for, hopefully, and this place definitely delivers.
So there you have it, the American-Japanese experience. Overall, I will say that the quality varied from absolutely horrendous to incredibly amazing, but what I can say is that America is definitely getting better at making Japanese food.
Of course, at the end of the day, this is all just my opinion and my personal taste on food, but rest assured, Americans, your
Bro, I did it. I defended the honor of Japanese food in America. That's right. Ludwig is so good. Well, look like he's dying inside lmao. Oh my God. Did you bring your own Diet Coke? No, they have Diet Coke there, man. What the fuck?
Japanese food is pretty alright. Obviously, I couldn't try
I wasn't searching for
every single Japanese dish, and I'm sure you're all screaming at the TV going, what about that one, Joey? But I think I managed to at least cover the wider spectrum.
Bro, all you did was go to the most expensive Japanese spot. First of all, this is literally not like a known spot. It's so unknown as far as like being a spot that it literally isn't even its own like personal restaurant. This is actually an offshoot of an actual sukiyaki restaurant. Well, now you know. But the restaurant itself is actually the butcher part of the sukiyaki restaurant. Are you being sarcastic? No, I'm not being sarcastic at all.
Spectrum of Japanese food that is readily available in a city like Los Angeles. So a big thank you to all of my content creator friends who helped me out on this video. Check them out on screen right now, and thank you for watching. Leave a like, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you all in the next one. Ciao.
First of all, Nobu literally is not a Japanese restaurant.
That is just an objectionable thing for humanity to do, right? It's not the worst thing we've ever done, but it's part of our worst instincts.
Banger video. I will not tell you what the spot is, and I don't think he mentioned it either, by the way.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by John Oliver.
Here we are.
He's the Peabody Award-winning host of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, a show that's won more than 24 Emmys since premiering in 2014. Catch new episodes Sunday nights on HBO at 11 o'clock Eastern, with past episodes canonized rather conveniently right here on YouTube.
Oh,
John
right.
Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sean. I was gonna say it's a pleasure to be here, but let's not start with me lying right into your face.
Right. You know, that's how we build the trust.
That's
here.
right,
We just
exactly.
have to be honest with each
Exactly.
other.
Let's build an immediate connection. My instinct says this is gonna go very, very badly.
As people who don't know, Sean Evans is my mortal enemy.
Let Stockholm Syndrome commence. I'll be honest, that was hotter than I wanted the first one to be. I would not say great at this point.
Old school HasanAbi heads know the lore. No, this is the one bald guy who I don't immediately fetishize, okay?
I would say, uh-oh, we're working with a different spectrum than my face is used to.
We're gonna put a number to it today, all right?
Okay, yeah, all right.
Do you have an all-time favorite misuse of HBO resources for a
man.
bit on Last Week Tonight?
I mean, I love misusing their resources. There's almost nothing in life that makes me happier than doing something I think they're gonna be a little bit mad at. So yeah, we bought Russell Crowe's jockstrap. I was gonna give people context. I don't know if you really need any. It was from the movie Cinderella Man. So we bought it and we sent it to one of the last remaining Blockbusters in Alaska. I think that then shut down. I believe
R.I.P.
it was then sent to the actual last Blockbuster, which I think is in Oregon. I think that's where Russell Crowe's Cinderella Man jockstrap is right now. The Smokey J. I don't like the name at all. Not horrible.
Right.
This might be the only one-sided beef where you're the one with the beef. Yeah, also, it's not real beef, it's a joke. Many years ago, when I was a young up-and-coming content creator, I created a show called The Breakdown on the Young Turks. The show was brought up for an award at one of these like award shows that doesn't exist anymore. I forget what it was called. What was it called? I'm doing a lore dump. It's official. Chatters will know. It's not the Streamies. It was the Shorties or something. I think it was the Shorties. This was also the same year or the same award show that flew me in a private jet alongside David Dobrik and many others from Coachella to the award show. I flew in with nothing, literally high as fuck, on mushrooms, on this private jet. That's where that photo comes from, where I'm like looking all freaked out. Yeah. That's where the private jet scandal comes from. The shorties were like, oh, we already have a private jet that we chartered. If you want to fly on that to New York, that'd be great. I was, of course, dead broke as fuck and thought, yeah, of course I'm going to take the fucking private jet. Are you crazy? Anyway, I flew. I wore my mom's clothes to the show, to the red carpet, which the Queer Eye guys loved. Okay. And I was up for an award. I was up for best new like breakout show or something like that. Oh yeah. Yep. Best new breakout show. I was very excited for it. I had not ever been put up for an award. I thought it was sick. Why do I look alarmed? I'm high as giraffe pussy. Okay. In this. I literally left like Neon Carnival or something and fucking got on this jet high as a kite. I don't recommend it. Anyway. So I come back. Hasan Houster video now live. Jesus Christ, bro. Why are you doing this to me? Did you tell me you were high or not? I don't remember. Anyway, I get there and basically what ends up happening is I lose. I lost to Sean Evans. Sean Evans won the best new breakout talent segment, whatever the fuck it was called at the time. His show was new and so was mine. And he won. He won over me. This thread is too good. That face when you are spotted on a private jet with your $750K salary. That's from 4 years ago. I am so high here. This is after Coachella where the Shorty Awards let me hitch a ride with the Dobricks to attend the award show and even announce an award in New York 3 years ago. I lost best new show to the fucking Hot Ones and my career has never recovered since. Nice meme though. I like that the stalkering never stopped 4 years ago, and it's still the same. It's been 4 years, and these motherfuckers still haven't stopped. Some people found out about the term champagne socials for the first time, and now think it's the ultimate lefty destroy because, you know, someone who's well off can't advocate for a more ethical and fair system. Notice how much things have not changed. Isn't that fun? Anyway. Oh my God, you're right now. There's new people who essentially believe the jet shit. Christ, I know. The point is, never give up, dude. Never give up on your dreams. This is a 4-year-old pose. It's just funny that it's a 4-year-old pose and it was an internal community meme that turned into an external psychopathic thing. That people still push for. Hairline looks good here. Thank you. This is probably the first time you've been on r/Hasan Piker since posting that comment. No, I go on r/Hasan Piker on my own time. I still go on it. Anyway, let's continue.
I think you were kind of jarred a little bit by the first one, you know, but that would be like, you know, you're a football fan, right? That's like you got out on the pitch, you took a bump, and now you're settled into the game, you know?
Yes. Which football are we talking about there?
I'm talking about round football, you know, because I'm a host. I'm hospitable. You know what I'm saying, John?
Yes. Oh, pitch. Pitch was the giveaway. Pitch. I didn't even, that really was hospitable. You said pitch and I didn't even internalize that you were being gracious. Yes. I love football very much. And that, you're right, that felt like, this one gave me a nudge. This one, I don't feel nudges anymore.
Because you're in the game, baby.
Because I'm in the game. I'm all about the game.
So when we had Louis Theroux on the show last year, he said that his Britishness works as like a superpower for getting American subjects to just reflexively trust him. Does that align at all with your own experience?
It does. I mean, he's a brilliant interviewer, right? In fact, I thought I was going to meet him. It was when I was working at The Daily Show. It was a producer there had worked with him, and they'd set up something for my birthday, and so he just needed to get me upstairs. And he said, Louis Theroux's here, do you want to meet him? And I was so excited. And then I ran in, and it was just a surprise birthday party for me. And I had to really reverse engineer. Oh, I thought I was meeting Louis Theroux, not this.
An emotional sort of short-circuiting.
That's right. This isn't what I wanted. You're not him. You're celebrating my birth. That's not what I was promised.
I would love to meet him as well. I'd also love to meet John Oliver, too. I love John Oliver. I don't care that he's a liberal. I don't care that his foreign policy is like pretty much aligned with American foreign policy no matter what. He's one of the good ones. Would you go on Hot Ones and squash the beef? Yes. No.
Delafaz, Funky's hot sauce.
Yeah, the names are getting fun.
Yeah, aren't they though? Actually like that. This is going to be the moment I remember somewhere over here as the good times.
From breaking your nose in a Civil War reenactment to hiding from security during the 2008 Republican National Convention. What stands out in your memory as being the most harrowing experience you had as a Daily Show field reporter?
They were all pretty harrowing, I think. I mean, that was one of my first experiences in America, was breaking my nose. It probably made me realize that I was in the right place to work. It was a dream come true to come and work for Jon Stewart. That was my first interaction with the US healthcare system. No notes, by the way, Sean. Works great. To get back to the office and hear them playing that clip again and again and laughing so hard, it kind of made me think, oh, you're more concerned about the joke than me? I think this is where I belong.
You found a home.
Yeah.
Dude.
Los Calientes, Verde.
That was probably so sick. Yeah, no, John Oliver is my like my liberal problematic fave, I guess. This video showed the restaurant door and it was easy to reverse image search to find where it is. What? Yeah, dude, I'm not like actually fucking gatekeeping. Shut up.
Again, I feel like I'm being hit in the face with a setup jab, right?
Right.
It's the lead left that is hitting.
Why is John Oliver problematic? He's not. I just like saying problematic fave like I'm a stan.
But
or no, bias. He's my bias. John Oliver is my bias.
That's not the fist I'm worried about.
You know what? Just roll with it because we're moving forward. You know what I mean? Every step is a sauce that's out of the way. You know what I'm saying? So you just take it. If you got kind of a freebie, just take it. Don't apologize for it. Enjoy it. These are the good times.
Every
These
step
are the good
is
times.
a sauce out of the way. If that isn't a piece of merch, if you don't have that on a t-shirt,
Chris, run it.
And you're leaving money on the table.
For the uninitiated, what's magical about the Edinburgh Festival, and how do you think it shaped you as a stand-up?
I mean, the magical thing about it, and you know that word is overused, but to me there is a really magic to it, is that it's not curated. Like so many other festivals, you're invited to come so that you maintain a certain standard. The beauty of Edinburgh is that kind of quality control doesn't exist. So it's just absolute free-for-all of artistic mayhem, and that can produce things as great and as terrible as you would imagine. It is the greatest place. I miss it so much every year. It's the best.
And you know, it seems like bombing is almost a part of the process. It's like a rite of passage when you do that. Is there a set that you look back on and think of as like a comedy nightmare?
There was a gig in Edinburgh. I'm not sure if it still goes. It started at 1 in the morning. It was called Late and Live, and it was a bear pit. So it's starts at 1. Notoriously aggressive. There was one time I'd bombed already, very fun. And then a comedian had gone on after me and done really well, and he was getting an encore. And as he came off, we agreed that it would be funny if I took his encore. So I then went back on, and a guy smashed a beer glass, on the table in front of me, and he said, "If you tell another joke, I'm gonna stab you." And I said to him, this anger in you, it just can't be about me. And he said, "It really is." And you know, that's one of the happiest memories of Edinburgh I have, is having a guy saying, "You are going to compel me to commit an act of violence." That is how much I object to what you think is funny. Yes,
and that violence, it's not me.
That's right.
It's you.
That's right. I promise this is you problem. Your implication is there are other things happening in my life. There aren't. I have a stable, happy life. You've turned it upside down, and you must be stopped. Queso sin queso. I don't know if that's a collab I'd encourage.
But another level of heat, but it seems like you're kind of on top of it. You know, I was a little nervous with the first one, but it does seem like you've caught a rhythm here, John.
Oh, yeah.
I think Sean Evans and his team are so good at conducting interviews. Like, you always have to have you always have to have like an autistic research guy, like Nardwar, the human serviette, on your team that will just like pull out some of the most insane shit that you didn't even know other people knew about yourself. Okay. And I think Sean does a pretty good job with it. Nardwar obviously is a goat at it. You know, I think he does a great job. Vladimir Putin, hot ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking, have my confidence gone up? No, I'm still at thinking.
That's smart. That's smart. You know, where people get into trouble is when they get overconfident.
Yes.
At this point, you know
that is not possible. We're 5 in. I think we all know where this is heading.
You have a quote that I found interesting where you said, "The problem is the loudest journalism in America is generally saying the least." Can you unpackage that?
With our show, no one in their right mind would try and do a show about prison health. No one wants to hear about that. But they should know about it, and so we're going to force feed it to them. And we're in a very, very lucky position because we don't have the commercial pressures that other certain news outlets do have. So we are lucky to be able to follow whatever interests us and force feed it to people, but they can't or won't do that. And so you are left with, kind of yammering talking heads who on TV who are really not talking about much. And that's the problem with being in a perpetual election cycle. I know we're in an election year now. It never really feels like the election year stops. That's the problem, right? And that takes out all the air from a room because you're just talking about people, but candidates, like politicians, whereas policies are much more important than politicians. But we are focused on the personalities, and that's easy to do, but it's not the most important stuff. Bourbon and maple think they're concealing what the third word is promising.
Now, what's nice about this is I do think you get a little maple up front. You know, the first thing you catch is maple.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Then what happens? is there's this tail on it.
Maple delivered. Bourbon, not detected, but I appreciate the idea it's there. And then the Reaper says, actually.
I'm the star of the show.
That's right.
I'm the captain now.
I am the guest at this party who's going to dictate the evening.
Are you someone who finds comfort in the stress and tension of an adversarial interview? It almost seems like it would be like a prerequisite for anyone who went through the Daily Show School of Broadcasting.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Yes is the answer, and I can't really square that with who I am as a person. There is something where my heart rate goes down and I don't feel what they are feeling. So yeah, I can't really explain why I don't mind it, and I'm drawn to hostile interviews. Yeah, it brings out a side of me that I don't particularly like, but it is there. Okay, the forbidden fruit. All right.
Same with me.
Yep.
This is a jump.
That wasn't fun. That's not an experience I'm gonna look back upon with.
Remember the good old days?
Yeah.
Remember the good old days,
Yeah.
John?
Remember Punky's hot sauce? Oh,
Those are
Punky's
the
hot
best.
sauce. With your Stella fuzz. And your fun little cartoon font.
Dude, sometimes I feel like these guys are joking. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you just made this stuff up, right? Like I legitimately think like people just come in here, make up a new name, and they're just like, bro, homunculus funky man fucking went ape on you, dude. He went nutty on you, dog. Like, dude, you don't know what kind of smoke homunculus funky man have for you. You don't even want to know, dog. He went crazy, dude. Nutsack Kevin owns you, brother. Are you fucking joking right now? He just got you good. You didn't hear it? The forgotten boofer. Yeah, it's just like, I don't, first of all, I don't need to know. I don't need to know that. I don't need to know who these motherfuckers are. And I don't need to know what every person whose opinion is. What the fuck? And then you got the dude, the funky rational Jeff just cooked your ass in the QRTs. Oh, dude. Dude, he absolutely destroyed me, dude. He was joking. Chatter was joking. Lamau. Oh, he was, right? There it is. Because sometimes they're not joking. But it'll be like a person I've never heard before being like, dude, this guy fucking destroyed your soul. And I'm like, I have no idea what is happening. How does it feel to be consistently owned by the libs? It doesn't feel good. I hate being owned by the libs, dude. Elmo got a thread going.
We had fun, didn't we?
If I went to a Liverpool match at Anfield, what's one chant and one obscenity I'd need to know?
Wait, John Oliver's a Scouser? John Oliver's a Scouser? John Oliver's from Liverpool? No shot. Did I miss that part? Did he say that? Or does he just like... No, I think he's from around Birmingham. Oh, ew. Yes, he grew up in Liverpool. Shit. Born and raised, it's known. That's awesome. I did not know that at all.
Last chance. You should probably know.
He's a Broomy, but supports Liverpool. I would be spending my whole life fucking moving away from Birmingham if I lived or was from Birmingham. I would also do my very best to be like, oh, Birmingham, definitely not from Birmingham. Brummies are the bloody best. His mom is from Liverpool, according to Wiki. Wiki. Right. From Liverpool. Do you have a lot of sugar today? No.
What's the worst UK accent?
Probably Birmingham.
Yeah, everyone says that. Or Scouse.
No, I like a Scouse accent, but Birmingham's shit.
Where are you from?
Newcastle.
Everyone's favourite.
Up the tune.
So that's the best UK accent.
Aye.
Birmingham. What am I doing on the stream? Watching a man practice a British accent? No, you're watching a man perfect a British accent. Isn't that where Paddy DeBatty's from? Yes, Paddy DeBatty is from Liverpool. It's not a Tory. I'm from Liverpool. No, lad. I'm not a Tory. I'm a Scouser. I'm from Liverpool. Anyway, Geopold is from Brum. Oh, God. All right, let's continue.
Oh, it's basically Mo Salah running down the wing. Salah, la, 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 the Egyptian king. That's it.
I think I got that.
Yeah, you can do it. It'll be great. My kids knew that song before they knew anything else. If right now, if I say to them, Mo Salah, they'll just, even if they're in a different room, they'll say, running down the wing. That's right, kids. That's right.
Where does nailing that free kick in Soweto when you were covering the
Oh, my
world,
God.
where does that fall on your list of career accomplishments? It has to be up there.
It is so depressingly high. I'm genuinely embarrassed to say how much it meant to me scoring that free kick. In my head, I'm seeing a wall of like 4 or 5 like 6-foot guys,
Yeah.
and it bending all the way around, then kissing the bottom of the crossbar and going in. It went in, and I just started running. Absolute joy coursing through my body, and yeah, it's one of the best sporting moments of my life. And I think, and the whole thing was kind of set up as a joke, right? It wasn't a game. He might have let it in. But the fact I scored, I think, a serviceable free kick in Soweto is spectacular. I mean, I've been putting this off, but I guess there's
nowhere to run.
No. All right. Okay.
This will know almost immediately.
Holy fucking shit.
Whoa. And I'm not gonna lie to you, John, it's just gonna kind of build from here a little bit.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, I just want to be transparent.
Oh, good. Yeah, thanks. I'm pretty angry at that.
Yeah. No, I get it. Are you about to smash a glass? Please don't stab me, John.
It's not about you, Sean.
There's a shanking. Sean, is that a shanking joke? Fucking class, yeah. Oh, fucking class, yeah.
No, it's not about you. So how many of these have you had in your life?
I'll estimate 315 times.
You're gonna die, aren't you?
But I made it so far. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm actually
Sure,
getting
you made it so
stronger,
far, but
you know?
it feels like the science hasn't caught up to what you're doing to your body yet.
No, I'm a one of one. You know
This
what I mean?
feels, yeah, this feels like the kind of stomach version of CTE for
Right.
football players.
Yeah.
They're gonna cut your stomach open and realize, oh yeah, you
They're
can't
gonna read
actually
about
do
me in a
this.
medical journal
This
someday.
actually isn't okay.
And then just be careful around your eyes. You know what I mean? Because you have it on your fingers.
Makes
I can see
sense.
the tears coming, so I'm just be
Uh-huh.
very careful. Be very
Yeah.
careful. And you know what? While you
He's not being
endure that,
careful.
I know that you spend over a month preparing to systemically dissect all these complex issues on your show.
We do.
But after the bomb, I think it would just be kind of fun to get your totally unprepared, raw take on some hot topics. So I'll just throw them
everything,
at you,
just to be
John
clear,
Oliver.
Sean, everything that I just said I don't like, you want me to do
Yeah,
now.
100%.
What I like is, considered, I wish the news did it more. Take
Yeah.
your time.
Right.
Render a coherent opinion. Make sure you back it up. Don't shoot from the hip. What you're saying is,
The walls are closing in, and I've pulled the guns.
Go.
The Muppets. The Muppets.
Yes, Muppets. Okay, I love the Muppets so much in many ways. Crazy this might sound, we've kind of modelled the show around the Muppets. Like those big things that they did. The big things the Muppets did.
Is it real talk? Sean's shit's gotta be crazy, but no. The answer is no. When you eat that much hot sauce, which I don't even think he eats that much hot sauce, but if he were to eat like a shit ton of hot sauce, your body gets used to it. There was a point where I basically was eating those like spicy yellow peppers every day. Right? And at first, like for the first week, it's just like your butthole is on fire when you're pooping, but you develop a tolerance. Just like your mouth gets used to it, your asshole gets used to it too. I don't know what the yellow peppers are that I have, but they were really spicy. I forget what it's called. They're not like banana peppers or something. They're not like sweet.
I don't know what I'm talking about now. I love puppets, Sean.
Love Island.
This feels like my Vietnam. I shouldn't have got into this, and I've got no good way out.
Yeah, and the napalm is, you can feel it in the room.
Sorry, you were saying?
Love Island. Love Island.
Love Island is Britain's id. It is, if you take us at our best with Monty Python, I'm afraid you must also take us at our worst with Love Island.
George Santos
in Office, I kind of turned on, it seemed like at the start, this guy has no place in politics. Towards the end, I thought, I kind of love this guy. He's this part of me, not a part that I particularly respect, one that I try and mute, thinking, well, now what's he doing? He's got a mystery baby. Sounds right. Come on, George, what do you got next? It felt like his whole time in Office seemed to be again produced by Andy Cohen in a way that I genuinely liked.
The Bomb Beyond Insanity.
The Bomb Beyond Insanity? That is just an objectionable thing for humanity to do, right? It's not the worst thing we've ever done, but it's part of our worst instincts. It's really terrible.
But you've survived it. And it's
such a funny but stupid thing to say about a hot sauce.
Behind us.
You say that.
Never be able to take that away from you.
You say that. I couldn't say I'd be completely surprised if I woke up in a hospital room now and they said, oh no, you blacked out after queso sin queso.
I'm actually shocked, as the chatter also pointed out, that Sean Evans didn't ask him about like his furry fetish. That's a bit of a research L.
So what the fuck is this? Matasanos hot sauce. And it's a monkey in a top hat, which I do like. Is this going to be worse?
No, nothing's going to be as bad as what you just said. It won't be fun, but it will not be worse.
Yeah, that's a perfect description of this. This is not fun.
But not worse.
Why am I still eating it?
I don't know. I'm just following along with you.
By the way, I talked with one of the Last Week Tonight writers, and they said the funny furry stuff mostly comes from John. Did you ask them if there's a secret HasanAbi head in the writer's room? Or who the secret HasanAbi head is in the writer's room? Because we know there is one. There's no way. Don't say Ego Andy, bro. Don't say Ego Andy. We know there is one. We know. They made too many inside community memes outside. It's one of those instances. It's one of those instances where it doesn't even fucking matter if everyone says no. I just know in my heart that it is real.
John, why on earth are you eating more of that?
Maybe you like it, you know?
Yeah, there's a
the tension that you find.
By the way, I will work with their partner. I work with their partner. I told Ryan Kenyon probably have them on the show, and I think they'd be down. Wait, who? What? You work with what? Whose partner? I don't even know. I don't know who Ryan Kin is. But Wirechat is disputing community memes. Ryan Kin is a TikTok person. You've liked their stuff before. Let me find a link. Wirechat is disputing community memes. Makes no sense. It's like fun to just say that I'm wrong.
Find comfort in?
Yeah, exactly. It was a deeply
We're
self-loathing
going
of myself.
cross-platform,
You
yeah.
deserve it. You deserve the monkey in the hat spitting its metallic venom at you.
Of the odd jobs that you worked before TV, which do you remember fonder? Shoveling oats as a factory worker or working the phones for someone who trafficked and stolen kitchen appliances?
I did do both of those things. There was one odd job that I had that one summer when I was a kid. I was a cashier at like an independent.
Oh, this guy
supermarket.
writes for.
It was when there were price stickers on.
Wait, this guy writes for The Daily Show? I mean, not The Daily Show, John Oliver. Yeah, this guy's awesome. He's funny as fuck. I guess he does writing for Last Week Tonight. I'm pretty sure the HasanAbi hit is Daniel O'Brien. I don't know. We'll never find it. They won't admit it, but it's okay. They Hasan? Shit, my bad. Wait. I didn't even wait a minute. Did I even gender them? I thought I said this guy's awesome. Guy can be non-binary. But maybe I said him. Oh, I didn't know. My bad. You were supposed to have a mention of the Elon Musk segment, but they cut you out like they cut the top of the hour ad break. That's like not even a good trial. Like imagine earlier today, the chatter that put a secret code in its like in their ridiculous rant, and now this guy is just like. Didn't even try. It was doing an ad break now.
Things you had to input it to make the day go. Interestingly, I kind of had dynamic pricing system for people. So the people like I would overcharge some people so I could undercharge others. So it was basically operating my own kind of taxation system on. I know that you came up in a nice car. Bad news. These beans are going to cost more than you think. This woman comes in with 4 kids. These beans are going to be half price for you, and it made it work. So it was like my perfect version of making, the
world. You're like a Robin Hood. You're a cashier Robin Hood.
Yeah, that was a fun job though. Yeah.
All right, John.
All right. Wow. Okay. So, what's this? Oh, what the hell? We've come this far. Is that all right?
Let me see.
I'm not gonna lie, the hot ones, spicy wings, like the wings kind of look busted.
Yeah, that's generous.
Okay.
I'd maybe do one of these.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
I'm at a point, to be honest, where I'm not sure I can feel anything anymore.
Yeah, right.
I feel like a spice
We're on the other
now.
side. We're on the other side. Yeah. Well, cheers, John. What a
cheers.
run.
Salut.
Salut.
We did it. I mean.
And again, like the last one.
Green doesn't suit you? Oh, green with envy? No, I don't have a real... They are, Gordon hated them. Vegan wings for this episode? Yeah, I don't have a real animosity towards Sean Evans' chatter.
Not fun. But it's all behind us.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Anymore, right? This resets...
Wait, how do they do vegan wings? Do they put like, is it plastic instead of the bone? Like, how does that work?
Body's expectations of what is allowable
The hard part's over, John.
Yeah.
We just have one more question for you.
Yeah.
And to do it, I want to kick it back to when we had Trevor Noah in the show.
Okay.
And he said that the parting words that he received from Jon Stewart when taking over the show was,
Oh, yeah. What?
I'm leaving because I'm old and angry, and you're young and happy. So enjoy it while it lasts. As someone who's marinated in...
Okay, dude. John Oliver, significantly better talent. I'll just say it. Okay. That is an actual one-sided beef, I guess, that that I've maintained for years. It's not Sean Evans. It's Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah. That's the real one-sided beef.
News headlines and commentary for nearly 2 decades. How do you think your work has shaped your view of the future? Like, do you think that you've been permanently fossilized in a kind
Wait, what? Dua Lipa? Dude, it has nothing to do with Dua Lipa. I mean, that's insult to injury, sure. But that's not the real reason. I've told you guys this before. A mutual friend of ours, when I was at the Young Turks, introduced us to Soho House West Hollywood. And he literally just he snubbed the shit out of me. He didn't even look at me. Okay, he was just like, yeah, whatever. And I've never, I remember that. Okay? I remember that forever. He snubbed the fuck out of me. And it was 100%. It was just such a big timer move, which is fine. I wasn't, it's not like I'm still not a famous person. But back then I was not even remotely famous. And it's just even if, it doesn't even matter if I'm famous or not. He was just so rude in general. Okay. So that was one. And then comparing that to my experiences with Hasan Minhaj, who was incredibly fucking nice from the jump, I just carried with me that animosity. But he's also done a bunch. He's done a bunch of stuff. Who was the nicest big celeb to you? Who's a big celebrity I've met? I don't know. Wait, you met other Hasan? Yeah, I met Hasan Minhaj. We've hung out before. I guess the nicest big celebrity could be John Mayer. I mean, most of the celebrities I've met are very nice, including T-Pain. No, every celebrity I've met has been very nice. I've never met a celebrity that was awkward or bad, except for Adam Sandler. Yeah, Simi was great. I mean, he's dope. Earl Sweatshirt was dope as well. Oh, Tobey Maguire was the other one. Yes. Tobey Maguire's studio used to be next to our studio back in the day. And it would fucking rip gars outside in his little fucking... He had this metal chair that he spray painted gold for some reason. Okay. And he would fucking sit outside and smoke cigars outside of his little production studio. And he definitely was he definitely was interesting, I'll say. He just had a bit of attitude. Sucking on Cubans, dude. Gars, brother. Not cigarettes, cigars. As far as Adam Sandler goes, yes, I played ping pong with Blake Griffin, but that wasn't really anything. As far as Adam Sandler goes, you know what's really funny? All of these celebrity sightings are mostly when I was dead broke, because I used to go outside a lot more. You know what I mean? As far as Adam Sandler goes, public courts won't leak where. I don't know if he still goes there, but Mark Wahlberg goes there too, and his son plays baseball out there. But public courts I used to go to all the time. public courts I used to go to all the time. Adam Sandler would come and ball up sometimes. Okay. The first celebrity I ran into when I got to LA was Jank. No joke. Okay, Jank is not a celebrity. We're talking about real celebrities. Anyway, Adam Sandler is wearing his like big ass shorts. Okay. His big ass shorts. And he's playing basketball. And like, I'm there. I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, I'm playing fucking basketball with an actual celebrity. This is what dreams are made of. I'm so LA. I'm like a year into living in LA at this point, or maybe 2 years. And he's like pretty nice overall to every single person. But at the time, this is like before Uncut Gems and stuff. So this is before Uncut Gems, so he's like not top of mind for like, I guess this is back when like, millennials are the it thing. Millennials killed this, millennials killed that. That's what they're talking about. I'm talking like almost 10 years ago at this point, right? So he's not like super poppin'. Like he had his peak in his career with the Happy Gilmore and stuff, but like that's kind of died down at this point. He's making like dog shit Netflix movies. So a lot of people don't know who the fuck this guy is, right? Except for people like myself, we all knew, right? So there's this young kid there on the courts, much younger than me. I think he was like 14, 15 at the time. And basically, everybody knows who he is except for this kid. So he says hi to every single person. Okay. And the kid goes up to him and he's like, hey, what's up, man? I'm John, whatever the fuck his name was. And he dabs him up. He goes, what's your name? And everyone grows silent for a brief moment. Okay. Everyone is like, oh, I can't believe he asked him that. Why? Because everybody knows who he is, except for this fucking kid who doesn't actually know who he is. So, in that moment of truth, in that moment of like, in that moment, I thought he would like react in a normal way and say his name. Hey, I'm Adam. Nice to meet you. Okay? That's actually a lesson I took on for myself. Instead, he goes, come on, kid, don't do that. And the kid's like, what? Like, he genuinely has no fucking idea. He goes, come on, you know who I am. And ever since then, I have always reminded myself when I meet someone, I always say my name, even if they're very clearly a fan. I think Will does it too. Even if someone's like, even if someone tells me, what their name is and they're like very clearly a fan, I 100% will be like, my name is Hasan. Nice to meet you. Okay? Because it's a good thing to do. It's a good thing to do in general. It's like a humbling thing. Right? But also, it's common courtesy. But also, I never want to be in that moment. I never want to be like Adam Sandler with that kid. Okay? Who 100% did not know who Adam Sandler was. And it was so fucking awkward afterwards. Not that I'm excusing the way he reacted, but maybe it's because he had a lot of fans front him in the past. Well, who cares? Yeah. What happened after that? We balled our faces off. Nothing else. I feel like Sandler is one of the few people I wouldn't think badly for doing that, even if it's awkward as fuck. No, it was real awkward, chatter. Let me tell you, it was awkward as fuck. We balled up after that, but I don't know. I mean, it was a formative memory. Like, it literally stuck with me. Did Adam Sandler ball well? I don't remember. I think he was fine. But yeah, his he was all right. Simu Liu was very good. Andy from Fallout Boy is one of the coolest dudes I've ever met, and I know he lurks in here sometimes. He's very leftist and had some commie flags behind him when he's been on our Sunday streams before. He still drums from the band Race Trader 2, and they're my goats. Andy from Fallout Boy. Isn't that one of those bands that that Frogan loves? Wait, is Fall Out Boy the I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Is that the one? Is that Fall Out Boy closing the goddamn door? No. It's much better to Oh, that's Panic at the Disco? Fuck. Wait, what is it? Dance Dance? Is that's a song they have? I definitely listen to their songs. Fuck. They're the Dance Dance guys? Wait, let me see. Let me see this. Fall Out Boy, Dance Dance.
You look so handsome.
Dude, this is when culture was peak, okay? This is when don't talk shit, I'm not. This is when white boys had real swag, when they could do Michael Jackson covers like Alien Ant Farm did. No, I am a firm believer that white culture peaked at Woodstock. I do think that. Like Limp Bizkit is the peak of white culture. Korn, Limp Bizkit, Slipknot. Like white guys were literally on top. Not Alien Ant Farm, which is fine in and of itself. But I think that like Limp Bizkit, Korn, and fucking Slipknot is like genuinely, maybe even Kid Rock, genuinely peak white culture. You don't even listen to music? These are the last moments where I used to listen to music.
She says she's no good with words, but I'm worse. But it started out a joke of a romantic stuck to my tongue. Way down with words too over dramatic. Tonight it's a can't get much worse.
By the way, I recently found out that the lead in Disturbed is a Omega Zionist. Okay? And it's so funny because he looks so funny as well. Which kind of shocked me to my core, considering that it's like Down with the Sickness and shit like that I listened to when I was younger. And then seeing his like, yeah, he used to argue with Low and Option back in the day. Of course, dude. Of course. He was a Bernie bro. Was Andrew Garfield nice? Yeah, Andrew Garfield was very nice. Soad is like Armenian. Yes, I love Soad. I love System of a Down. I always have. It's so funny because like in Turkey, we would listen to it. And it was like, I guess, the peak of resistance of like being an anarchist youth, I guess. Because we would listen to System of a Down and everyone would be like, you know, those guys say no dogs and no Turks at their concerts. Like I remember this like Turkish meta. And at the time I gave zero fucks. I was like, who cares? The music is awesome. Are you kidding me? Have you heard Chop Suey? Like this shit sucks. I mean, not sucks. That shit slaps. I don't know why I said sucks. See, Turkish guy can't even fucking promote an Armenian dude without getting it right, you know? Yeah, this is the guy. This is David Draymond. You know what I'm talking about? When like dudes have the look of like heart disease, he has that heart disease stare. I don't know how else to describe it. It looks like he has high blood pressure. He's awesome looking. So what is a super chud? Do they? I mean, that's not surprising. What the fuck? Joe Biden and Pete Wentz? No! Stay away! Yeah, Disturbed is the band that every song sounded like. Disturbed is the band that made music specifically for Newgrounds stick animation that was like hyper realistic, ultra violent stuff. That's what Disturbed is known for. Being the soundtrack to every Newgrounds flash animation where a stick figure like rips other stick figures' heads off. And like has like machine guns and does like mass shootings, and it's like, oh, wow. I used to listen to that shit all the time. Pete Wentz called me weird once, but it was deserved because I made socks with his face on it. Oh my God, I knew it. There are people in this chat that don't know what a flash animation is. Didn't like Mac basically kill flash animation in general? Soad Drummer is a MAGA head. That's why they hesitate to tour, because Serge doesn't like him. Yeah, I think Serge is like pretty woke, right? I mean, I don't know if he'd like me or not, because he's I don't know if he's very fond of Turkish people, but even though I do have hella Armenian fans, but I don't know. I've always liked his music though. But yeah. Chrome stopped supporting it because it gave everyone viruses. As an Armenian, there's dozens of us. Bro, there was an Armenian dude that approached me at Equinox, and the first thing he said was, I'm Armenian. And I'm like, bro, why did you say that? Like, he's like, oh, dude, Hasan. I think his name was like Nick or something. I don't know. But he's like, I'm Armenian. And I was like, fuck. Oh, brother. Oh, shit. It's like, your boy works out here. Jeff, the barber. And I was like, yeah, I know. Why did you say you're... In my mind, I was thinking, like, why did he say that he's Armenian? Like, what's going on? How do you personally reconcile liking an artist's music but dislike their political views? I don't know. I don't really care. I feel like he would be a fan of you. The song is very anti-capitalist. Take us back, Hasan. Halo 3 montages with sickness. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, dude. This is so... Oh my God. This is my... Can you feel that? Can you feel that? What is this compy, dude? What is this compy? It's got 554 views. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, this is so bad. Chatter made this in like 6th grade and is sending it over here right now. He's like, bro, you gotta watch this shit. This shit's stone cold, dude. It's crazy. Anyway, God, my childhood, I just thought it was funny. I sent it to Felix, and Felix like he knew already that the photo I sent him of David Draymond was him wearing the Fuck Hamas t-shirt. Oh, this one. Oh my God, he's posted the t-shirt so many times. This is it. This is the peak, dude. This is peak sex appeal. In my sea of lonely. Dude, oh, Linkin Park was another. Obviously, I listened to a lot of Linkin Park. Papatya çayına benziyor. This is how chuds used to protest things properly.
When you get ready to take down trees, sometimes it's best.
What? Oh, I remember this. Wait, what the fuck? I feel like I've seen this before. I don't know if MHUD showed this to me before or not, but I feel like I have seen this. Or maybe I'm thinking of our current tree protester, obviously, a more recent tree protester who is, what do you call it? Madison Cawthorn.
Put myself in. I'll get you.
I'll get you. Oh,
you son of a bitch.
Yo, that probably feels good as fuck for the tree, dude. That's so sick. Oh yeah, Playboi Carti photos are going viral, chat. He's wearing a thong apparently, and people are losing it over it. I don't know why. My favorite thing is people immediately going, "Oh, it's got to be a humiliation ritual." Nah, dude, he's just weird as fuck. Also, he's not wearing a thong. It's a bodysuit, and it's obvious that like it's not even clipped. I think he's wearing a sheer bodysuit, like one of those things, like a one piece. Get it? This is the most Armeno-K vid ever. Wait, what? A romper. Thank you. I don't know why I'm very like I think rompers are very hot. I love when women wear rompers. I don't know why. I just think that there's something super sexy about it. But basically, he's wearing like a romper style thing that's sheer, any or like a leotard, I guess. But he's like, it's not clipped. That's what it is. Bet $1. It's Rick. Oh yeah, this is what I meant. Yeah, Ciao or whatever. This is exactly it. Guys, you guys are literally learning so much about American culture, okay? Like this is you're learning. I'm teaching you guys about like millennial shit. This is millennial lore. Yeah, Newgrounds. Anyway. This is Chinese, whatever. It was for all intents and purposes, this was American, okay? This was on Newgrounds. This was our skibbity toilet. You guys won't get it? Yeah. Yakuza Like a Dragon producer says the game was really, really inspired by One Piece. Ichiban is classic Luffy. Dude, I believe it. I really like the new character. As someone who's currently playing Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, or Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, rather, Like a Dragon 8 Infinite Wealth, I understand why they're no longer calling it Yakuza. But I really, really, really like the new character. I didn't think I would, because Kazuma Kiryu is like obviously the GOAT, and so is was it Majima Goro? Anyway, yeah, Kasuga Ichiban. Goro! Majima Goro! But yeah, no, he's a really fun character. Do you play subbed or dubbed? I currently am embarrassingly playing dubbed. I played obviously all the games subbed because there was no dubbed version originally, but I have played this last game dubbed because I thought it was gonna suck, which it does, but then you get used to it. It's actually not bad. Dub is better. I will die on the hill. No, that's not true. Dub is not better, but it is manageable. Cardi looks so much sexier than you would look in a romper, you said to C-Mac. Truth hurts. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Slatty Maddie's like, I hope that that's a thong. I wished it was a thong, and I wished it was my thong. I wished I was the thong. That's what Slatty Maddie is saying. Yeah. You know what? Let me do a fucking quick we didn't even finish this, but I guess the interview ended. But here, I'll do a quick recap on my One Piece adventure so far. And then we'll get back to the other reacts, because we got hella reacts. We got perma reacts up here. All right, it's time for the One Piece update, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while. I have to pull out information, as a matter of fact, to tell you, because I can't remember what the last One Piece update I gave you was. Okay? And then we can do a Shai react as well. Mugiwara! Ladies and gentlemen, after Punk Hazard, we moved on to, let's pull up the One Piece arcs. Story arcs, a complete order. As you guys know, after Fishman Island, and I was watching it after Fishman Island, after going through Fishman Island after a long ass hiatus, I basically stopped watching One Piece for months. And the reason why I stopped watching One Piece for months is because it was impossible to watch with the pacing. It was really, 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 really unimaginably hard to follow. Okay? I'll tell you, it was hard. And then my saving grace, after forcibly getting myself to go through Punk Hazard, was One Piece. As you guys know, I started watching One Piece, which is a fan-made cut. I started watching One Piece on Streamio, where I use the magnet links automatically, and I just stream it. And it was fucking phenomenal. Okay? And let me tell you, it saved me. But let's start talking about Dressrosa. Dressrosa is a very long arc, as far as I understand it. It is after entering the New World, the Straw Hats led to Punk Hazard by a distress call. They leave Punk Hazard with a samurai. And they get to Dressrosa, alongside Trafalgar D. Law, Kinemon, and Momonosuke, with a captive Caesar to broker a deal with Doflamingo. This was a phenomenal arc. Why? A phenomenal arc. Because Doflamingo, probably my favorite arc as a matter of fact. Why? Because Doflamingo is the greatest villain. Don Quixote Doflamingo is incredible. Okay? He is phenomenal. He's hot. He's so powerful. It seems like he's an impossible villain to beat. He has his puppet master fingers in literally every orifice. He has a very clear-cut agenda. He's motivated by vengeance for what the world originally promised him. Initially a member of the Celestial Dragons, his father decides to go down into the real world and live alongside the normal humans in the depths, alongside the normies. And the normies, of course, eviscerate them. Okay? It's a story of white privilege. Okay? It's a story of white supremacy. It's a story of white privilege. It's a story about a dude who literally, much like many of these dudes who think like they're Vikings, they're descendant of Vikings or whatever, but they live in fucking Iowa, is all about a guy who desperately wants to capture what he believes he's entitled to, and then basically decides because he's not getting what he's entitled to, that he's just going to destroy the entire process. Okay? He's great. One of my favorite parts about it, of course, was one of my favorite parts about Dressrosa is that, like, obviously there's a big like gladiator arc within Dressrosa, which I personally love. A lot of politics, which I personally love. Dofi's dad is so liberal coded. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Dressrosa is shrouded with many secrets, as you guys know. What's up with these toys? Why are they living alongside the real normal humans? Like, what the fuck's happening there? Okay. Why is this entire place run by a crazy madman who also secretly has a dual life, as he's a weapons manufacturer for every conflict around the planet, and also simultaneously has mob ties? Doflamingo is literally the CIA in many ways, okay? Think about it. Manufactures weapons and arms every conflict globally, okay? Has direct ties to organized crime and manipulates organized crime, runs the entire show after plotting a fucking psyop, or not even a psyop, basically a psyop, but also a black flag, a false flag operation, overtaking the entire country and running the show. And on top of that, he works for the government. He's got it all. Doflamingo is a CIA-backed narco state, pretty much. And especially when the Cypher Pole guys come in to protect his ass, you start to realize, like, there's more to it. There's more going on here. And I don't know, maybe there is more going on there. I still don't know with the arc that I'm at. I'm in Wano now. But it has been really, really interesting watching his his story unfold. But even then, there's a better guy. There's a bigger guy behind the scenes. There's one of the emperors. This is where you first briefly get a look into one of the pirate emperors, the 4 pirate emperors. Obviously, there's like a back and forth altercation with Mama, but that becomes more important later in the Whole Cake Island arc. But this is where you learn about Kaido. Kaido reveal is pretty fucking sick. Kaido is a drunk. Kaido is a drunk libertarian. He is libertarian coded. Yes. And of course, you find out that he's not only a weapons manufacturer, but he's like linked up with Kaido, one of the 4 pirate emperors, as he supplies them with like fake ass devil fruits. That's where Caesar ties in. There's a lot that goes on in this world, basically, where you're immediately introduced to like so many different kingdoms, so many different characters, especially in the gladiator side. And then there's like 2 different background arcs that are incredible. Okay. You mean Gangster Gastino? That comes later, but that's a great one. Incredible for world building. Probably now my favorite arc, I would say. Okay. Definitely fell back in love with One Piece during the Dressrosa arc. The Sabo reconnection with Luffy is a really emotional moment where Luffy finds out that Sabo is alive and Sabo is a part of the Revolutionary Guard. Incredible. Love that part. Obviously, anything that you see of the Revolutionary Army is always phenomenal. Trafalgar Law's backstory, Trafalgar D. Law's backstory is incredible. Okay? Is so fucking good. That one actually made me tear up. And then there was another lore dump, another backstory that I really like. Oh, of course, Rebecca and the Tin Soldier. Rebecca and the Tin Soldier, and the story of the Tin Soldier who never gave up, who kept fighting over and over and over again until he ends up defeating, just like he wanted to, and basically freeing all the people that are trapped as toys. Every part of it is incredible. Okay? Every part of the story is incredible. I loved it. I thought personally, hard-boiled Senior Pink's backstory. Senior Pink's backstory also made me cry a little bit. Oda is fucked for Rebecca's character design. I don't know what you're talking about. Fucking Senior Pink is awful. No, he's not. He's incredible. No, he's awesome. Also, let me explain something to you, okay? Oda either draws the sexiest woman with the, hourglass figure with the biggest boobs and biggest butt you've ever seen, or the ugliest woman you've ever seen, and nothing in between. There's nothing there. It's just like, sometimes, literally, the sexiest body on the ugliest woman you've ever seen. That's the only distinction he makes, is like, when he draws like an insane 25-year-old woman's body and puts like a 700-year-old old lady's face on it. Oh, Hasan's misogyny arc. You know what's ironic about it? Is that I personally think that Oda's drawing skills are really funny when it comes to like drawing women. I think it's like ridiculous. I think it's out of control. I like my favorite character look is All Sunday, Miss All Sunday. Nico Robin before the time skip is literally, I think, the best looking One Piece character of all time. Okay, and I think Nico Robin post time skip, when she loses the bangs, doesn't look as good. They also made her whiter, which I guess like she looked whiter in I guess she also looked whiter in the manga, but still, pre-time skip Robin is incredible. Anyway, yeah, Kureha, Dr. Kureha is the example that I'm referencing, but the other one is also Brule in Whole Cake Island, where she literally has like a sexy, the body of like a 20-year-old. Latina Robin is the best Robin. Anyway. Yeah, Brule is the same look. But going back to it, where the fuck were we? Okay, so Dressrosa arc. Trafalgar D. Law's full name is revealed. More information about the Celestial Dragons is revealed. Gear 4 is introduced. My controversial opinion is that Gear 4, it's all right. It's not that good. Maybe people will get mad at me for this, but I think Gear 4 is fine. It's not that good. I don't think the Bounce Man is that good. It's weird, but Snake Man is better. Snake Man comes later, though. Remember, Gear 4, like when he becomes a bouncy ball, is like it's whatever, you know. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like in Wano. What else? Oh, God Usopp, incredible moment as well. There's so much that happens in Dressrosa, and I probably should have like recapped it while I was watching, I realize, but I didn't. So now I'm stuck trying to remember all of those moments. But after that, we get to the Zoo arc, Zoa or Zoo. And I think this is the first time where I was like, am I a furry? Like, what's happening? Like, this is the first time I can't believe I'm admitting this, but the zoo arc basically like made me understand furries a little bit. It did. Like there's so much fan service there, but I get why people love I get why people are furries a little bit. Okay? Straight up. Straight up, I'll say it. Can't believe you're skipping Zorro's part in Dressrosa. I can't remember. What did Zorro do in Dressrosa? I see it's been a while since I watched it. What, versus Pika? Is that what you said? Pico? Oh. He sliced the castle man. Yeah, I mean, that was cool. That's typical Zorro. Yeah. Pika is pretty funny as far as like villains goes. So then we move on to Zorro, like I said. Very cool. I think like a very cool way that they introduce it. Like I think this is like walking elephant island with like a ton of people living on top of it. The Mink tribe natives. Somehow they're also connected to Wano, which I think is cool. At first you think like our straw hats that were broken apart, they died or something. Then you realize very quickly that it's a mistranslation. Okay. Then you find out that like the Beast's pirates are fucking OP as hell. It was a real shock when you do find out that the ninja was actually there and they were hiding him, and they were hiding him from everyone. Stop trying to bait me by asking me about my feelings about Carrot just so everyone can spam that she's like supposed to be canonically 16. Okay? Don't. I'm not answering questions at this moment. I will not be taking your questions. And I also refuse to acknowledge that these are supposed to be like fucking prepubescent characters or some shit. This is ridiculous. That is just classic Japanese nonsense. Okay? Don't care. Show chat Wanda in Nami's outfit. All I'm saying is like they have no business. Like Oda had no business drawing these fucking characters, okay? Like the way he does. Okay? He just put big titties on a dog? No, nah. Yeah. But also Fujitora summoning a meteor. Oh shit, how could I forget? You're right. The blind admiral letting the blind admiral openly expressing his goals of like destroying the pirate the pirates that collaborate with the Navy and allowing them to fucking leave is pretty sick too. Yeah, I bet you look kind. That was also a great moment as well. Oh, how can I forget my favorite character, by the way? How can I forget my favorite mother freaking character? Bartolomeo. Going back to Dressrosa, Bartolomeo is like Oda basically made a meta character of all of fucking Monkey D. Luffy's biggest fans and the Straw Hat's biggest fans, which are ironically all the people that watch the show. And he made him an actual good character, like a cool character who originally looks kind of whack or looks kind of like a villain. He's very villain coded, but then very quickly you find out that he's incredible. As a matter of fact, he's a massive simp, and I saw a lot of myself in him, and I think he's great. He definitely was sick. And now Monkey D. Luffy, after Dressrosa, has a massive fleet, whether he appreciates it or wants it or not. Anyway, he pisses on people. Yeah. So Have you ever seen the Parasocial Hell video? Shannon Strucci talks a lot about Bartolomeo and got me into One Piece. So that part is sick. The Tontata is fine. They're pretty cool. They won me over afterwards. At first, I thought they were like kind of cheesy and too kawaii. But yeah. Going back into Zoa, or Zoo, the Zoo arc, the Mink tribe. We find out a little bit about Sanji's backstory here, which is pretty cool. You find a lot more about Sanji's backstory in the upcoming arc in Whole Cake Island, which was incredible. But it's a pretty cool reveal when you find out that like Sanji's last name is Vinsmoke, and he's actually a part of like a kingdom basically that is on wheels. His backstory is pretty sad, but also on top of that, his backstory is pretty cool. Also, Sanji's sister is smoking. Yeah. Anyway, as far as the Zoe arc goes, what else did I have? What else did I think about it? What else? What other opinions did I have other than the fact that I think Oda went crazy with the way that he drew these animals. Okay. Did you like Oda foreshadowing by having his poster say "Only Alive"? Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'm still on Zoo. Hold on, I'm still describing Zoo. Anyway, they form a new alliance. They find out about the road poneglyph, which was pretty cool. The elephant is from the Void Century. Yeah, that part is sick too. I still don't understand what the elephant connection is to the Wano King, the Wano kid. But yeah. But yeah, inevitably they split up one more time. Luffy and Luffy's group travel to Whole Cake Island with one of the most goated characters, Pedro, which I thought was also very sick. They go there to retrieve Sanji from the political marriage that the Big Mom is trying to facilitate between Big Mom and her pirate group with one of Big Mom's daughters. Big Mom has like 46 children or some shit. She's just popping out babies. Jack got cooked. Yeah, Jack does get cooked at the end, but anyway, that part is whatever. What is this? Kozuka Oden is introduced. The Ninja Pirate Mink Samurai Alliance is formed. The crew splits up again. Pedro and Carrot become allies. The crew learns about the road poneglyphs and finds their first one. So Pedro and Carrot are great. 86 kids, not 36 kids. I think 46 of them are daughters. She has 46 daughters, but 86 kids in total, or 85 kids in total, which is insane. So Big Mom, I'll say this much. When I first started the Whole Cake Island arc, I personally thought that it was going to be kind of lame because I'm like, ugh, like it's all, what do you mean? It's all about like a person that wants to eat cake. And Big Mom does get a little annoying because she's constantly screaming, wedding cakey, and things like, mama, mama, over and over again. And you hear it probably like 1,000 times throughout this long ass fucking arc. Okay. I mean, it's crazy. All of the fucking characters are related to like pastries or delicacies, food and whatnot, which I think is like fine. The entire wedding cake shit does get a little maybe too overplayed. Big Mom is literally brain damage from childhood. Yes. Here's the question for you guys though. And this is a very serious question. Did Big Mom actually eat her mother and all of the other orphan children? Because they kind of imply it, but they don't actually say it, but they imply it. Because, like, obviously that's how she got her mother's power, her mother's devil fruit power. She had to have eaten the mother. That's how she got her devil fruit. Yeah, okay. They don't actually... I thought maybe they cut it in One Piece or something. They kind of allude to it. But they don't actually personally show it. Yes to the mother, not to the kids. Mother Carmel. Yeah. Her backstory is also insane. I felt kind of bad for Big Mom, despite the fact that she's like, wedding cakey, over and over again. When you find out that, like, her parents left her there. But yeah, no, she definitely has, like, she definitely has, like, a lot of issues, okay? She is emotionally stunted, but also phenomenally powerful. But she sucks. She sucks ass. Okay? She sucks absolute ass. And it's annoying. But this is also where we find out, like, when she does her whole, like, story. When she does her whole, tea party situation, wedding situation, you get a better understanding of all these, like, new characters that have been around for the whole time. Like, having the, she doesn't suck ass, she sucks souls. She sucks souls and ass. The Luffy Sanji moment was really, really emotional for sure. Where Luffy's like, I'm not eating, and he goes on a hunger strike until he can get Sanji back. Sanji kicking Luffy's ass and being like, get the fuck out of here. You're just, like, lowborn. You're nothing to me. You ain't shit. All this stuff. Kind of fucked up. You know, that was a sad moment, even though, you know, Sanji's heart is not in it. Sanji's backstory is incredible. Big Mom just wanted diversity for real. Yeah, except she's also obsessed with having giants that she also beat the shit out of and killed and was, like, excommunicated from. Okay? So then she's, like, trying to recreate her own giants. She's insane, bro. She's a cannibal. She's the worst. Yeah, Luffy tries to rip his arms off to save Sanji, to tell Sanji the truth and to get him out of there. Luffy's dripping whole cake is insane. Controversial opinion, hated the Italian fits. Okay? Brook finally pops off on Whole Cake Island, so that's kind of cool. Brook versus the whole crew. He, like, one-shots basically the entire mission. Like, an entire side quest, Brook one-mans himself, which is wild. Which was not expected. So Brook carrying and being the MVP on Whole Cake Island arc was a fun moment. Jinbei leaves the Big Mom Pirates crew and joins the Straw Hats officially. That's pretty sick. But Big Mom is, like, obviously so shitty that, like, half of the fucking daughters that he has are fighting against her. You know what I mean? Like, for example, the sexy fishman daughter that she has, fish woman mermaid daughter that she has, that is, like, married to the other fishman guy, Jinbei's captain. Or even Pudding. Controversial opinion, Pudding is hot as well. Even though I feel like Oda doesn't know how to write like a BPD ass chick. Like, Pudding is basically Oda trying to write a classic trope. Okay? And Pudding is Oda trying to write, like, the classic trope of, like, the BPD girl. Okay? Pudding is 16. Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't know how old any of these characters are. And obviously, it doesn't fucking matter. They're not drawn like they're 16. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to constantly be like, they're actually 16. Like, I get it, dude. Yes, the Japanese pervertry is heavily a part of this. It doesn't matter. It does nothing to the story. Okay? Smoothie Princess is also incredible. I thought it was really cool that... Okay, here's what I will describe, okay? As far as Pudding goes, nothing changes in the plot point. It's never mentioned that she's 16, and nothing changes in the plot whether she's 16 or 18. Who gives a fuck? Shut the fuck up, okay? it's weird when anime is drawn in a way where you have like a very obviously fully developed person that is consistently pointed to as like, this person is 17, by the way, 17 and a half. Make no mistake. This is literally below the age of 18. It's weird. Okay. But it's way weirder when it's like very clearly a child, like a baby. Okay. And they're like, no, this is a 3,000-year-old dragon. It's varying degrees of weird, but one I can at least like not think about at all. The other one is like impossible not to notice, and it's like fucking odd. Anyway. So stop being that fucking weirdo person who's always like, oh, they're 15, they're 16. Like, shut the fuck up. Okay? Yeah, I read the manga. I'm just finding out putting a 16 today. What the hell? Yeah, I had no idea. They don't even mention it at all. I think chatters are just fucking basically making it up. But the weirdest is the 300-year-old vampire transforms into a 6-year-old. Yeah, I feel like knowing what their ages are is like even weirder because they rarely ever mention the ages of any of the characters. So you just like went into the deep lore to find out how old the characters are. Okay? What else? What else? Oh, let's talk about Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri is probably one of the few instances where you just have a very straightforward villain. Okay? So in many ways, it was refreshing because One Piece is very unique in the way that like all of the villains and all the main characters, they're all their powers are so weird. They're all goofy as fuck in different ways. And then you have Katakuri, who is like literally just a straightforward badass. Okay? And not only that, but also his power, other than like his OP observation, Haki, his power is almost identical to Luffy's power. Okay? The Mochi Mochi fruit is basically very similar to the Gum Gum fruit. It's almost identical. So the reality is that, one, I will stand on this, Katakuri would have beat his ass. Katakuri would have fucking destroyed Luffy. Okay? If he didn't do a self-imposed last second, like, I'm going to be a good guy and stab myself, okay? He would have kicked Luffy's ass, and he does. He basically beats his fucking ass up and down, and then he nerfs himself. I also like him a lot because, like, he's probably the first lieutenant that Luffy fights that is more powerful than him. Like, very openly more powerful than him. He just fucking... Bro, he literally whips Luffy around, okay? That's where you also realize, like, man, Luffy's powers really do have a ceiling here, okay? And the ceiling is, like, the 10-minute marker. Luffy also reveals Snake Man, which I think is very sick. I think Snake Man is way sicker than the other rubber band one. This is also the most Dragon Ball Z ass fucking situation. Okay? This is like the most Dragon Ball Z ass fight sequence. It goes on for 100 episodes. Okay? It's a great fight, but god damn. It goes on for so long. And the venue is fine, but I fucking hated the additional sounds in the mirror world. Where the chirping sounds in the mirror world, I hated that. 22 or 26 exactly. Yeah, it's long as fuck. It was very much Dragon Ball Z coded. Okay. Dressrosa is all filler because I had to wait for the manga to catch up. Yeah, except I watched it on One Piece, so I didn't see any of the filler. Did Luffy lose this in your opinion? Yes. I think Luffy 100% lost this. I think this dude basically taught him how to beef up his observation hockey and took an L. Okay? And I think he took an L on purpose. That's my take. I haven't seen anything more, so don't spoil it for me. I haven't seen like if he comes back in Wano or some shit. But yes, I think Katakuri would have beat Luffy's ass. Okay? First character with a $1 billion bounty, 1 billion berry bounty, and you know why. Because he is so fucking goated. Okay? Straight up. I loved it when like his lore is that he's perfect and he's never actually put his back on the ground. But then when he eats his little donuts, he like goes into a house that he builds for himself and then eats his donuts inside of that house. So even then, there's obviously a very, there's a very classic Oda like quirk that you have to put on every single fucking, you have to put some kind of quirk on every single character. But like I said, Katakuri is like the closest you get to like a Bleach style character, in my opinion. Because like, who are the other, think about it this way. Who are the other fucking major players here? Betche. Okay? Tank Man. With his fucking tank. A woman that looks like she is supposed to be from a different anime that, turns everyone into a smoothie. You got Oven Man, which is, it's pretty straightforward right there. But like Betche's power is really cool. Okay? And then you have Katakuri, who is like, who just is very, he's just very chill with it. He's very cool. He's very badass. He just looks like a real fucking, he looks like a normal anime protagonist or antagonist. The cookie guy was fine too. You are the reason why I watched 1,000 episodes of One Piece nonstop for 5 months. Yeah. Good luck on your Crunchyroll endeavor. I'll be honest, it's like hard. I don't know how the fuck you do it. Bedge's shot with a pistol on Oven was epic too. What about the first Sweet General Luffy fought just at the beginning? He was fine, but he wasn't all that powerful. Luffy ate his way out of that battle, it feels like. So that wasn't like that crazy of a fight. Actually, they make it seem like that dude, was his name Cracker? Was that what it is? General Cracker? Is that why you guys are asking? Oh, yeah. He was like not very... He was not very memorable, I'll say. General Cracker was not very memorable. Anyway, yeah, Luffy just straight up ate his ass directly. Did you like Kaido intro when he jumped off the island? Yes, it was so sick. Yeah, he's the final boss of white people. When are you getting back to politics? I don't care about this Tapa shiz. I don't know what you're talking about, but Sapa the hour. What? Ad break? Damn, Chatter's getting literally low scores on the Jabay right now. That's the first time a chatter has gotten low scores from other chatters. Yeah, you fucked up on the delivery there, didn't you? Here's a 3-minute ad break now, though. You're right. Minor spelling mistake means you got fucking rolled. I want to hear about the Kamehame smoothie. I want Smoothie Lady to turn me into a smoothie, okay? That's what I want. There you go. I said it. I want to be turned into a fucking smoothie myself. Yeah, she was great. What is this whole cake?
Has anyone ever thought about how it's perfectly reasonable for Big Mom to have wanted to kill the Straw Hats? Like, imagine this. You are the Emperor of the Sea, Big Mom, and one of the islands under your territory is Fishman Island. And the only thing you ask from them in exchange for protection and whatever the fuck else they get from you being an Emperor of the Sea, the only thing you ask from them is that they give you some snacks, one of your favorite snacks. It's like a fish snack, whatever. You love it. You like it a whole lot. So you call them up and you're like, yo, where my snacks at? And this lunatic picks up the phone, gives you his full name, address, and social security number, and is like, I ate your snacks. Now what? Like, you don't even know this person, and he's just off rip starting a fight with you. So you send some of your cronies to spin the block on his ass. But in the middle of that, you come in contact with some very useful information. One of the Straw Hats is actually a prince with the Germa Kingdom, okay? Now, you see this as an opportunity to get what you want and also knock off every single member of Germa, all right? Now, keep in mind, Germa is an evil island. Like, they're all just vile, so this isn't even like a morally dubious thing. So you end up kidnapping Sanji, and you know that Luffy and the other Straw Hats are...
Okay, to be fair, her interest in the German kingdom was literally their cloning operations, though. They're literally like... Germans are basically like, you know... They're the closest you get to the Nazi shit, okay? It's an entire kingdom, specifically... It's an entire kingdom that is not even a kingdom. It's a kingdom without a fucking actual landmass. So it's an island, it's a kingdom on wheels. And Germa 66 has like the Power Ranger Nazis at the tippy top. And the entire fucking principle behind the Germa island ethno-state thing that they're fucking trying to create is that they want to dominate all the other places, and they want to get, they want to win, like, they just want to take over. They want to take back what's theirs.
They're probably going to come to Whole Cake Island to get Sanji back. So that's a whole other plan that you have to set up for them. You're waiting for them to show up so that you can take care of this lunatic that ate your snacks, okay? So they pull up just like you thought, and they run into one of your best generals, okay? Luffy, the crackhead that challenged you to the fight, ends up in a fight with your general for 11 hours. And after that, he ends up getting assaulted by his own crewmate. And after that, you send one of your armies to go beat him up and throw him in jail. Okay, so this is going pretty according to plan so far. All right, now one of your sons is the jailer of the place that they're locked into. It's Luffy and Nami, and they're in jail. And one of your sons is watching over them. Now, you don't really know what happens after this point, but the next you hear from your son is that he captured them and he executed them. It kind of sounds like he's lying, but you don't really know why he would lie. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if he's lying, that actively puts everyone on your side in danger, so you just can't figure out why he would do that. But to be fair, you know, let's put ourselves in Opera's shoes, okay?
Spoiler after 12 minutes? What?
Like a couple episodes, watched your own mother indiscriminately murder one of her sons. Like, and that was for no reason. So, I mean, you fucked up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like Big Mom is insane. Like, she just gets hungry and has hanger pangs, and then will just murk her own fucking son like it's nobody's business. Okay? Bro, this whole review is spoilers. What? Yeah, it very clearly it is making it's joking about Big Mom.
You allowed this crackhead to escape prison and just run off into the night. Like, that could very feasibly have some consequences. But, you know, you think to yourself, I can lie, it's fine, you know, like, sure, he escaped prison and he ran off, but he still has to fight a whole ass other army to get to anywhere on the island. The wedding's tomorrow, like, and even then, like, you know, Katakuri's gonna be there. Like, you think there's no way he's gonna make any problems. This starving, sleep-deprived crackhead, you think there's no way that he's gonna possibly fuck this up. So it's the next day, the day of the wedding, and this is around the time where Big Mom pretty much is removed from the narrative, and I'll explain that later. But now we gotta look at it from the perspective of Katakuri, okay? You are Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest member of the Big Mom Pirates besides Big Mom herself. And it is your job to be security at this fucking wedding. It's your job to make sure that no fuck shit happens at this wedding. And you're pretty confident at that. You know, you've got a 1 billion berry bounty. Your ridiculously strong devil fruit helps as well. And you've got future sight, so you can look into the future. You're also still on alert because you're Katakuri. You know, you're just always on guard. You know, sure, Luffy...
So much poise. So much swag. Katakuri, for having the power of mochi fruit, which is like kind of whack in the same exact way that Luffy's gum fruit is whack as fuck. Okay. Honestly, it's just like he is the quintessential Sigma male, okay?
Is dead according to the most recent intel that you have, but there could be other straw hats here. There could be somebody here that wants to try and hurt me or my mother or anybody else. You don't really know what you're looking for, but you're on guard. But either way, the last thing you were expecting was this starving, sleep-deprived crackhead to jump out of the wedding cake and start whooping everybody's ass. Like, that is not, you did not see that coming. You're so startled that when you just randomly access your future site to make sure that everything's gonna go right, when you see this happen, when you see 100 starving, sleep-deprived crackheads jump out of the cake, you are so fucking flabbergasted that it takes you extra long to process it. You can't even do anything about it. Like, there was time to do something about it, but because you don't quite know what the fuck's going on, you're frozen. Someone has to ask you, yo, cat, you okay? And you're like, listen, something's about to happen. That's all I can say. Get ready. So 100 starving, sleep-deprived crackheads jump out of the cake and just start beating everybody up, like just assaulting everyone in sight. And you understand, like,
it's not too whack due to it being Logia. Like, the mochi isn't like the wax fruit, it's straight up a Logia. So I wouldn't say it's like the gum fruit where initially you don't have many benefits. I guess. Okay, I won't watch after the 12th minute.
all right, this is probably like a trap or a trick or something.
Wait,
Either way,
it's
like,
not a Logia?
There can't really be 100 Straw Hat Luffys. Like, that's not a thing. We got to find the real one.
I think it's just like Luffy's. It's just like Luffy's fruit, isn't it? I felt like it was. It feels a lot like Luffy's fruit. Like, because I feel like it was supposed to be like a direct comparison to Luffy's. And when you hit him and he like changes his body a little bit, it's in the same way that like when you hit Luffy, because he's gum, it doesn't actually like penetrate him. You know what I mean? I think the reason why people think it's a Logia fruit is because like with Smoker can like manipulate his body, and then and that's the reason why people think that it's a Logia fruit. But I don't think it was a Logia fruit at all. I thought it felt a lot like it was a direct comparison to Luffy's fruit. That's what it felt like. But yeah, he was dodging with future vision. He was dodging with his observation hockey. He wasn't actually.
So someone yells out,
Anyway.
"Show yourself, Mugiwara," and you're like, all right, that's a good start. Like, other people are catching on to what we need to do, but there's no way he's going to, announce himself in the crowd and ruin whatever plan that they've got. And to your surprise, this starving, sleep-deprived crackhead, the real starving, sleep-deprived crackhead, raises his hand, tells you his full name, address, and social security number, and says, now what? It's at this point you immediately understand this motherfucker is dangerous, all right? Your eyes lock and you're like, fuck everything else going on. It's me and you. I have to deal with you. It's got to be me, because if I don't, I'm scared no one else is gonna. So you devote all of your attention to this lunatic that has now just announced himself to you. So you start fighting him a little bit. But in the middle of that, because you focused all your attention on Straw Hat Luffy, one of his crewmates manages to exploit your mother's one and only weakness. Now, this is a weakness that pretty much turns her into a rampaging monster, effectively pretty much ending her role in the plot and reducing her to a plot device for the entire arc. You don't know how they're gonna stop her, but the emphasis is on they have to deal with that bullshit. You look at your mother right in her eyes and go, yeah, that's, you got a lot of sons and a lot of daughters. I'm taking care of the crackhead that broke into my sister's wedding. You guys have fun. Sorry, this is what I came here to do. I'm wedding security. This guy's got to go. Sorry. So you chase the crackhead out of the wedding. All right, but somewhere along the line, it looks like he has kidnapped two of your sisters. Now, your sisters have two really powerful devil fruits. One of them lets you go into the mirror dimension, and the other one lets you alter memories. You don't know what this starving, sleep-deprived crackhead is going to do with those two devil fruits, but the potential alone scares the shit out of you. You mobilize even more people. Like, we got to stop him.
Oh my God. Oh, the other part where I also teared up was when putting at the end. Oh God, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. Putting at the end when she walks up to Sanji and takes the cigarette out of Sanji's mouth, and then kisses him and then takes his memories out and cuts them and wipes his memories so that Sanji will then continue on his journey with the Straw Hats instead of like constantly worrying about her, because Sanji is a massive simp. It's so sad. Oh my God. Oh, it's so sad. The other part of the story that's also very sad is Pedro. Pedro is such a sick character. He's such a fucking cool character. But I very quickly got angered because Pedro, you know, he goes out like the brave Mujahideen warrior that he is. But then at the end of the day, he allowed them to escape in that moment. But he still only took out Candyman's arm. You know what I mean? And it sucks that, like, I mean, I know his time was up, right? I know he was gonna die. But the fact that he wasn't able to at least take him out completely, it made me so mad. It made me so mad that his sacrifice wasn't in vain, but that fucking piece of shit candy clown, he got away.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but we gotta end this shit right now. So you chase him all the way to the ship. All right, you start beating up any of the crew members that you can, and you know that they can't beat you. So you think, all right, so it looks like this is finally over. Like, let's end this. And then this lunatic grabs you, throws you into the mirror world, and then jumps in after you, and then he breaks the exit. He seals off the exit. So let's really put yourself into category shoes, okay? You have chased this starving, sleep-deprived crackhead out of your sister's wedding after he just assaulted everyone there. And then after thinking that you have him cornered, he straight up says, "I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me." And then gets ready to fight. You are terrified. You understand better than anyone in One Piece at this very moment just how dangerous Luffy is and that you need to take him seriously. He starts fighting, you start fighting, he starts trying to transform. You're like, no, fuck that. I'm not even gonna give you time to do that shit. I know I can beat you, so I'm just gonna fucking end this shit. You beat him up and you use your devil fruit powers, your awakened devil fruit powers, to bury him in mochi. Now you say to yourself, no one's ever escaped my mochi.
So this is a bit of a spoiler, I guess, but the awakened devil fruit powers, I suspect, is like what Doflamingo has, right? Like when Doflamingo is able to manipulate everything around him and like turn everything around him into the strings. Like I feel like that's the final stage of your devil. That's the final stage of your devil fruit powers, right? Like where you can basically alter the environment around him according to your alter the environment around you according to your power.
He's done. It's over. It's fine. We should be good. So you clock out for your lunch break. All right, you go and you start eating some donuts. 7 minutes later, that crackhead has broken the door down and he starts trying to fight you again. You're like, how are you? Why? Can you give me like 30 minutes, bro? Please. How the fuck? How are you even still here? And Luffy simply explains, oh, I just ate the mochi. So you have now fed this crackhead, giving him more energy to keep fighting you. So you keep beating his ass, all right, until finally he runs out of hockey. And he's like, oh, fuck, I need 10 minutes. And you're like, well, fuck that. I'm not going to give you 10 minutes to keep this up.
For the record, that was my favorite part. That was my favorite part of that fight. Because it's so stupid that Luffy is always able to get away and, like, breathe for 10 minutes so he can come back with hockey again. And like that was the one time he's like, no, motherfucker, what do you mean? I'm not letting you get away with this shit. What the fuck? What do you got? Plot armor? Which he still does end up getting away with it, but it's still like at least there's an attempt there. So that's good. You know,
I'm ending this. So you start chasing him around the mirror dimension until he runs into your sister, which controls the entrance and exit of the mirror dimension. You think, oh no, this is horrible. He takes her hostage and he flees. You go, fuck. But low key, you're kind of relieved. You know, you're 48 years old. You can't be fighting for 11 hours.
Okay, that's the other part that's like crazy. I didn't know Katakuri was 48
hours like that, you know? The sun is going down. So that means you've been chasing this crackhead around the island like all day. So you get your breath and you start looking for a way out, and then 10 minutes later, guess who you see? But that lunatic, that crazy ass crackhead coming back to run the ones with you. You almost shed a tear, you're so tired.
Yeah, it's the third secret type, by the way. Brulee is the third secret type of woman that Oda likes to draw. Okay. The two types of women that Oda likes to draw are like impossibly sexy and impossibly ugly and nothing in between. Or the secret third type of woman that Oda will draw is literally impossibly sexy body and then like the impossibly ugly face built on top of the impossibly sexy body. And Brulee and that doctor also fits that bill. It's just so funny.
You are so old and so tired. So you keep beating him up until something starts happening. All right? He starts closing his eyes as if he's trying to anticipate how and when you're throwing hands. You're like, what? Are you trying to be a Jedi? Knock it off.
Oh, what is this? What is Charlotte Amande? Impossibly sexy. That's so dumb. What a question. Yeah, no. Charlotte Amande is on the impossibly sexy side. Yeah, she's the throat goat, dude. What are you talking about? Next question. Yeah, look at that neck. No, I personally think that Big Mom Pirates officers, out of all the Big Mom Pirates officers, like Charlotte Smoothie is literally insane. Like, she didn't have to go that hard. Okay? Like, Oda did not need to draw her in the way that he did, but he chose to do it anyway, and it fucked me up. Okay? There you go. This is, once again, the classic sexy body, but then also what the fuck's going on there? Charlotte Smoothie is out of control. Okay? Charlotte Smoothie is out of this world. She's out of control. I want her to turn me into a fucking smoothie with her legs. She also basically looks like she's from a different anime the entire time, which I thought was really funny. Like when she has that hat with like the one, like you can only see the one eye. She literally just looks like she's from a different anime, and she was just like propped in there. She looks like she does not fit in One Piece. Okay, I don't know how else to describe it. There's a lot of like JoJo coded characters in this universe, but what? Trisha Paytas did a segment about you today. So random. They think your dad's a billionaire and you fly in private jets, but also you are Oscar. Just knows you're hot. I don't think they know you're friends with Ethan. What? Trisha Paytas did a segment about me and said my dad's a billionaire and I fly in private jets. The one time I flew in a private jet was with Trisha Paytas, and it was a David Dobrik private jet. Yeah, she was there. Charlotte Smoothie's role is so shit in the story. Private your Twitter, a fucking storm is coming. Wait, what? She said the private jet was mine. That's awesome. I don't think any single person would believe that, right? Right? They're trying to turn the gays against you? Yeah. Anyway, all right, let's continue. So, the other thing I wanted to say about Whole Cake Island before we get to Reverie, which is obviously the last part of the saga that I want to talk about, was fuck, what was I gonna say? Because Reverie was insane. Reverie was so much lore dumping. But what the fuck was I gonna say? God damn it. I feel like Smoothie was underutilized for sure. She could have had a bigger role, I think. My queen. But you know, that's fine. It's neither here nor there.
Let's finish this. But he starts dodging your hands. You're like, are you fucking kidding? There's no way he's turning this fight into a training arc. And you know, that's not fair. Like at that moment, you literally think to yourself, that's not fair. How it's supposed to go. If I'm way stronger than the protagonist, I
literally saw that Trisha TikTok today.
Interesting. No idea. You know who else was on Big Zerto? Another straight man. Hasan was on.
Hasan.
He's straight, right?
I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Who are we talking about?
What's his last name? Piper. Moses knows him.
Yes.
Young Turks. And he's Twitch streamer. I'm like, Moses is.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about this. You guys are real perverts, dude. Drama perverts. What was I gonna say? There was another thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm forgetting. Shit. Colby revealed during Reverie. Yeah. But that's Reverie. Hold on. I'm gonna get to Reverie in a second. Whole Cake Island. There was a couple other points that I wanted to address in Whole Cake Island that I'm not remembering right now. What else? The Mink's secret power is cool. Oh, the musicals. So I thought obviously Whole Cake Island is Oda trying to do I felt like Oda trying to do like a Wizard of Oz, like Disney style musical thing. Alice in Wonderland, Wizard of Oz, Disney style musical, which I thought was like kind of weird. I didn't really like the I didn't personally like the musical side of it that much. I'm not like a big fan of musical anyway. Subbed, it's creepy. Yeah, it wasn't the best. I guess the last song is pretty good. But other than that, wasn't a super big fan. But let's get to the motherfucking incredible arc. Okay? You forgot about Jinbei and Morgan's? No, I didn't forget about Jinbei. I mentioned it. Low-key music has always been important to One Piece though. Okay, I want to say something that's controversial. I feel like there's like 5 1. Oh, Morgan's is the news guy. Yeah, he's great. I forgot to mention that. Yeah. I thought Morgan's was sick. Fake news. Fake news Morgan's. Also, Morgan's working with fucking Cypher Pole CIA lady. Come on, dog. Fake news. Come on, man. Morgan's is literally working with the CIA where they like hang out a little bit. Working alongside the CIA Cypher Pole. Come on, dude. Come on, brother. Anyway. Big news, media mogul news, making fake news. Yeah. Also, Bird and Birds ain't real. All right. Anyway, not political though. One Piece is not political. Oh, the thing I was going to say about One Piece music is they're controversial, but like there's 5 songs, dude. There's literally like only 5 different songs for like 1,000 million episodes. We need more songs. They're all bangers, fine. But like, dude, come on, dude. The first time I heard a new song was the entry into Wano with the sitar. Holy shit. Up until then, it's literally fucking 5 songs. And I'm being nice when I say 5 songs. In reality, there's 3 songs. And then sometimes they play 2 additional bangers. And that's it. It's so crazy that this fucking show, this goddamn show has literally had 5 whole songs for 1,000 episodes. Sure, they're great. Like, obviously, my favorite is the dun, 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 like the epic one that I play all the time. This is like the trap version, obviously. This is the clapped out version, but like, it's crazy to me. Dog, the One Piece OST is like 3.5 hours long. 3.5 hours? Really? I don't think so. Bump, bump, bump. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. To be fair, Toei still uses sound effects that were used in the original in 1989 Dragon Ball and One Piece. They are a shitty-ass animation studio. Yeah. It's just like... And then this. Yeah, I mean, this is the one. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. It's always this, bro. This is always the song that's playing. Music of One Piece. More than 100... Wait, what? More than 100 musical CDs have been created in the media franchise? I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe that there is... First of all, half of these are probably from movies. None of them are featured in the fucking TV show. And the other half are all basically like the same song over and over again, okay? Yeah, this is another goated one. Yeah, there's a lot of one-offs, but the ones they play all the time are the same fucking songs, dude. All the song variety is pre-time skip. Yeah. It's nuts. Oh, and this probably counts the opening songs too. The intro songs don't count. I'm talking about the soundtrack, okay? It's almost always the same theme with like some variety on the same theme. It literally feels like there's 5 songs. There's 3 songs and then like 2 extra songs that are also repeated sometimes. That's it. I will stand on this. I feel like there needs to be more. There needs to be more songs. Like, come on, dude. It's 1,000 episodes. For how big One Piece is, I don't see One Piece orchestra events like Nier or Final Fantasy. Yeah. Yeah, and then this. Who could forget this? There are so many One Piece orchestra events. Anyway, what is this? Oh, this was a good one too. I think we're... Anyway. The very, very, very strongest. So Is that from a movie, actually? I don't know. Anyway, listen. All I'm saying is more songs is a necessary thing for One Piece, okay? It'd be nicer if there was more than fucking 5 songs.
Protagonist has to get like a training arc, a magic weapon, go Super Saiyan, something. All right, Luffy straight up just said, I bet he'll get tired of beating my ass before I get tired of getting my ass beat. And he was right. You are so tired. You have hit him so many times. Every hit connects and he goes down every time, but he keeps getting up. It's almost inspiring. Like every time he gets back up, you hear Eye of the Tiger, and it kind of pumps you up a little bit. But you know, no matter how much...
Terrible Take, We Are is the only song One Piece needs just on loop like it is in my house. Yes, We Are is probably the greatest anime intro song of all time. I do agree with that. For sure. Not the strongest opening, but it's a classic. It's permanently stuck in my mind. So, bro, read the manga when you catch up, please. Anyway, I don't want to watch the rest of this because you said that he has spoilers in here. But yeah, let's move on to Reverie before we forget. You see these? I don't know if copyright.
Yarodomo! Shukoda!
I'm in the beginning of Wano. I watched like 2 episodes on One Piece. It's so good. Okay. It's so good. I saw this guy live in LA not long ago for a One Piece convention. That's crazy. They have a One Piece convention. All right, let's get to Reverie. Okay. Oh my God. The Revolutionary Army. Holy moly. Reverie's kind of sick. You know, you got, this is where you're like, damn, Luffy is such a big dick bandit. Okay. Luffy's basically on the 767 private jet whipping his gum penis around. Okay. And now it's gotten leaked. He's got $1.5 billion, 1.5 billion berry bounty. Okay. He's like Drake up in there. He's Drake up in the fucking Going Merry, whatever the fuck. Okay. He's whipping it around. He's slinging big cock. Okay. That's just the truth. That is just the truth. His fucking shit's flapping around in the goddamn wind. I don't give a fuck. 5,600 soldiers ready to fucking ride or die. This bitch doesn't even drink the fucking sake with them. And he's still out there going about his business, trying to find chicken wings left and right. Meanwhile, motherfuckers are willing to die for him. Okay? Motherfuckers are willing to die for him. He has already at this point basically struck the hearts of every goddamn princess. Okay? From here to every far corner of the planet. Okay? All the princesses are getting together and they're like, oh my God, I want to fuck Luffy so bad. I love Luffy. Luffy is the sickest. We stand. Luffy is the best. Everybody literally is just, all the princesses are like, he has the most effortless Riz. Okay? He's the most Sigma. He's the most Alpha. Fuck it. He literally is the Beta too. Okay? He's everything. He's got all the princesses wrapped up. Okay? They can't even see anyone else. He's literally fucking ace. not Ace in the sense that like the greatest character Ace. I'm of course talking about how he's asexual, okay? And it doesn't even fucking matter. Boa Hancock loves him, but you thought Boa was enough? You got all the princesses that are like, oh my God, do you know Lucy? And then the other girl's like, no, I know Luffy. We all love him though, okay? We all love him. They all love him. Nothing sicker than the fact that you're out there, okay, dick flapping in the fucking wind, letting your nuts hang on your way to motherfucking Wano. Meanwhile, literally 50 of the world's 170 nations have gotten together and they're all sitting over there talking about, damn, this motherfucker is powerful as hell. What the hell is this? What the hell? What the hell's up with this boy right here? What's going on? Okay. He literally is a harem anime at this point. Everybody's talking about Luffy. Everybody's talking about the big dick bandit. Okay. They're like, why is he so strong? Why is he so powerful? People are like, yo, Luffy, your dick too brolic. Okay. Your weed too bad. Your bitch is too hot. They'll kill you, Luffy. And that's what they're talking about. They got men simping for him. You got fucking, yeah, Akainu is pissed off. He's like, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. What's he doing? You got emperors calling one another on lines that are authorized. Okay. You got emperors calling one another up. Okay. They're like, hey, what's up? No, I'm going to kill Luffy first. The other emperor's like, no, fuck that. I'm going to kill Luffy first. They're fucking eating each other's asses trying to get the Luffy first. He's him. Okay. It's crazy. It's cool as hell. It's sick. Then what's Shanks doing? What's that? Oh, that's right. Shanks is out there having a little conversation. What's that about? We find that we find out that Shanks is talking to the what's the guys? The 5 dudes, the 5 dildos. I don't know what the fuck they're called. Okay. Don't know what that's about. Don't really like that. Feel a little suspicious about that. Okay. The 5 elders. Why is Shanks talking to them about a pirate that he wants to talk to them about? Why are you talking to the elders, Shanks? You're a fucking emperor. Chill out. Okay. Then one of the things that I found that was really interesting is the 5 elders also reveal that, as a matter of fact, one of the princess's dads, the one that's like gonna die, he has cancer, Cobra or whatever, the one from Alabaster, he actually is a descendant of the fucking celestial dragons who just stayed in the lower world, okay, in the nether regions or whatever. So I don't know what that is going to reveal later on in the lore, and don't spoil it for me, but I do find that really interesting. Okay. But yeah, no spoilers. I am done with Whole Cake Island. I'm in Wano now. I'm in the first episode of Wano. But overall, in the opening of Reverie, when you get the fucking Revolutionary Guard, when you get the Revolutionary Guard commanders, I was like, God damn, these guys are so fucking sick, dude. Revolutionary Army's flag, not the coolest. I will admit, not the biggest fan. She's out of control, by the way. She's got, I mean, this is a ridiculous character. Like a ridiculous character. Holy moly, dude. Holy fucking moly. They're dope. Don't want to misgender them. I don't know what's going on with the gender stuff here, but they're also out of control. They're sick as fuck. Okay. I'm pretty sure her rallying cry is just basically findoming all of the peasants into a peasants revolution. Okay. Her fruit is basically like, look at my titties. Won't you fight for them? Okay. And then everyone's like, of course I'll fight for that. Are you crazy? All right. Let me wave this flag around and rally everybody. Okay. And then you got like weird steampunk nerd guy who has like steampunk gadgets and gizmos. And then you have this fucking sick little thing, this sick little number, Mr. Mr. Crow. I like them all. I just think that it's dope that you have a revolutionary figure that is openly now revealing that they're going to go to fucking battle at the Reverie, dude. And what do we find out? We found out something really sick in the Reverie arc as well. We found out that Kuma is also a part of the Revolutionary Army, but he, as a former king, was literally fucking made an example of. I love that. I love that there's like so much Kuma lore that I just am completely uninitiated with. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. I think it's fucking sick. Okay? Kuma, very excited. Bro, you don't know anything about Kuma? Egghead is wilding. I don't even know what Egghead is. Like, is Wano over? Is Egghead like a side separate arc or something? Because on One Piece it says Wano is not over, but then there's also Egghead too. So when I get there, I'll learn about it. Don't spoil it. But anyway, Wano is so last year. Okay, whatever. Well, don't spoil it, but and you have the girl that can like transform. She like sneaks in to Marjorie or whatever the fuck is called. The place where all the celestial dragons are. Then you find out that there's the one celestial dragon that is actually kind of nice with it, who was like defending the mermaid princess, who I fucking hate, by the way. Oh my god, she's such a little crybaby. Oh my lord. I'm mad that the celestial dragon wants to fucking enslave her in front of everyone else at the Reverie, because he's like the one with the fucking, you know, mental health complications. Okay, there's the one celestial dragon who's like very obviously you know, a byproduct of like incredible amounts of incest. Okay, I fucking hate the little fucking wimpy crybaby massive mermaid. Okay, you have the power to literally get like sea titans to go and fuck shit up. Okay, how are you such a bitch? How are you such a bitch and a half? You literally fucking cry all the goddamn time. You're so fucking annoying. You can literally summon leviathans on fucking command, and you're constantly like, oh no, oh, is that a forest? Like, shut up. Yeah, it's a fucking forest. Fuck you. Okay, god damn, dude. She's a traumatized child. Yeah, I know. It's I get it. But at that moment, I'm so fucking annoyed by her constant, incessant crying. Jesus Christ. That I literally was like, maybe this is perfect. Maybe if she's fucking enslaved by the celestial dragon, she'll be so goddamn annoying that the celestial dragon will fucking kill himself. Okay? Jesus Christ. It just pisses me off. I don't like it. That's the one trope that I despise that Goda definitely engages in, which is like the annoying princess trope. Bro, she had a pedophile chasing her in Fishman Island. Law, I don't blame her. Bro, she could have eaten the pedophile if she wanted to. She's massive. Okay. Anyway. By the way, bro, she was 8 is so funny because this is the character that people are talking about. I don't know how old she is, but it's really funny when chatters will be like, bro, what are you talking about? She's 8. For the uninitiated, this is what she looks like. Okay? No, bro, she's not fucking 8, okay? She's... Look, even here, she's crying. She's always crying. I just want to know how her little ass mom gave birth to this, okay? I know Pop is pretty fucking large. I don't even want to know how they had sex, but I definitely don't understand how the fuck her little ass like Luffy-sized mom gave birth to this goddamn behemoth, okay? What kind of fucking growth hormone situation occurred there is crazy. Fish lay eggs? She used to be smaller? Yeah, whatever, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on. That thing stretch. Yeah, Luffy literally nicknamed her Weepy Hoshi because her crying annoyed him. I know. If she's 8, someone's got to check Oda's hard drives for real. No, I don't think she's 8. I think they're just saying that. What about Emu and the giant straw hat? What do you mean? Oh, Emu the shadow person. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about. I have no idea what that is, but I also hate that fucking little freak prince, the one that is like technically Sabo's stepbrother, okay? Who's like, oh my God, I can't wait to like, you know, get my way to the top and become a fucking celestial dragon. It's like, fuck you, dude. Shut the fuck up. You're bitch made, okay? Stop with this nonsense. It's really annoying, okay? And then out of nowhere, they just revealed this fucking shadowy figure. First, they revealed that there's the throne at the center of the earth. No one can sit on it. You're not allowed to sit on it. And Stelly's like, I'm going to sit on it. Fuck you, Stelly. Sit on this dick, okay? That's number one. Number two, the throne's supposed to be empty. All of a sudden, we find out the 5 elders are actually there, and the throne doesn't actually remain empty. There's some fucking shadowy figure who sits on it all the goddamn time, okay? What the fuck's that about? We don't know. I don't know anything about the shadowy guy, but they talked about like eliminating the light of like a person, and I'm a little worried about that, okay? I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know what he's like talking about, but I don't know who they're going to... The elders also talked about doing an ethnic cleansing and how necessary a cleansing is. And then also that like they're gonna destroy the light of like one person or like remove them from the memory. Maybe he has like some kind of fucking void powers, like somehow ties to the ties into like the lost years or whatever. But yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Not ethnic, just cleansing. Okay, don't spoil it though. But yeah, the Void Century somehow I feel like ties back to the Void Century. But that's it. That's where I'm at. What's wrong with community notes? Just genocide. Like the website is run by Hitlerites, I think, which is pretty obvious. Like we know that already. So that's why the community notes reflect that Hitlerian style of politics, that distinct Hitlerian style of politics. Anyway, but I'll just say this much. I've been looking forward to Wano for a while, ever since I met the samurai characters in Punk Hazard. I have maintained the position that like Wano is supposed to be a stand-in for Oda's feelings about Japanese culture, I think. And I don't know if that's going to be correct or not, but like obviously we know that characters have like real world nationalities, right? That like they draw inspiration from. Zoro being a police officer and Japanese and being racist. I think that's definitely I think that that's definitely like it says something about like what Oda thinks about Japanese culture in general. I think how strict the samurai are and how traditional the samurai are, I feel like it's a commentary on what Oda thinks about Japan, maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm totally wrong about it. Wano is in Palestine. Skypiea is. Yes. So yeah, we'll see. Oda's take in the women of Wano. No spoilers. Wait, what? Love that. Wano, Reverie, and current arc is the best of One Piece. You are in for a treat. Well, I'll tell you this much. Reverie was insane. Okay? Reverie was so jam-packed, was so filled to the goddamn brim. And we'll see. We'll see what happens in Wano. I am very excited to watch it though. What do you think of Fugitora in Reverie, the snippet of what he wants? Wait, which one is, what do you mean Fugitora? Which one was that one? In Reverie? What did he say? The blind guy, the blind admiral. What did he say in Reverie? I don't remember. Oh, didn't he show up to Marineford or New Marineford or whatever? And they were like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're not supposed to be back on any kind of like marine ship until you find us, until you bring back Luffy. Yeah, I mean, he wants to abolish the warlords. That's his main motivation, right? Which I kind of get. Like, I get it. Dude, if I'm in the fucking Navy, if I'm a sea cop, okay? If I'm a goddamn sea cop, okay, why in the ever-loving fuck would I create a bounty system where, like, the absolute worst of these motherfuckers I'm actually now giving immunity to? Like, that's crazy. It makes sense. It totally makes sense. I'm like, I'm a sea cop. Why the fuck are we hanging out with these worst, with the absolute worst motherfuckers, and we're publicly giving them immunity? It's like, isn't this basically creating a system of one, corruption, and two, a reward structure for like the absolute worst people? No, fuck that. I don't want to have these fucking militants on payroll. Like, these guys suck. And I think like Fujitora is another one of those, like, there's always like a kind of a good cop dynamic. I think Oda, very interestingly enough, like, has this very weird approach that is so fucking political, but I don't think he's like personally all that political. I joke around about how he's like a revolutionary person or whatever, but it's always interesting to me that like he tries to show that there are, you know, good cops, but they still do cop shit and are ultimately bad because they're still doing cop shit. And I feel like that's a very, I don't know, there's a very woke person in general. But I do personally love that there are, look at the duality of this community, except everyone sees the top of the hour ad break. That's like the one uniting factor, unless they're subscribed. You think him being blind has a meaning there as well? Well, he says he blinded himself after he saw something vicious, right? I don't know if it was like... I don't know what it is. Wano is overrated. It's only because of recency bias. All I'm saying is, it is shocking to me that a dude who is like... It's shocking to me that a dude, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. It's shocking to me that a dude who I don't know anything about in his personal life, and I'm only making inferences off of like what kind of art he's made, has like such interesting political takes. I don't know if I'm like massaging his takes or if I'm reading too much into it, and maybe he just made like a regular old fucking story. Okay. But it does feel like there's a lot of politics involved in it, in the way that I see the world, at least, where even the fact that like he talks about he creates a world where like you got sea cops, you got a one world government, they're fucking corrupt as hell, they're doing slavery, and they're also like very liberal in the sense that like they act like they are the preservers of or they're the ones who are like keeping the world stable, but there's a big secret, they're hiding the big secret, we don't know what the fucking big secret is. And but even then you have like, you know, Garp, and you have Fujitora, and you have all these other, what is this? Garp, my children will become proud soldiers of the Navy. His children. Yeah. Oda literally modeled the Revolutionary Army off of Che and Castro. I know that. Look. You don't have to do a biographical reading for your interpretation with legitimate. That would be the intentional fallacy. Like, there's that. There's like all the references to like Che Guevara and things like that. But then there's also, yeah, Al-Kiji left the Marines after losing to another, almost gave up on his justice too. There's another one, like the only good cop is a cop that left the force type shit. You're scared to believe, aren't you? No, you know what I'm actually worried about? Because like I talk about One Piece being like a very leftist anime, I'm worried about it like reaching like so much momentum that people just genuinely ride for it in that same way. I know this community wants to believe it, and I know there's plenty of fans that even outside of this community that like universally also probably see it in a similar fashion. But I do worry that like, I do worry that like one day Oda is going to make, my biggest fear, this is so dumb, is that he's going to come out and be like, I'm not a socialist. I hate socialism. Especially because like there are so many fucking annoying One Piece fans who are like, this is not political, this is not political, this is not political at all. And it would be like a tremendous amount of fucking heartbreak if that was the case. You know what I mean? Oda comes out and is like, you guys read into this completely wrong. You guys are so wrong. Especially that one guy, I don't even know what his fucking name is, that fucking fake socialist hypocrite billionaire fail son, HasanAbi February. Fuck you guys. It's actually very capitalist. It's not even political, but if it was political, it would be fucking capitalist. I actually love the one world government. Actually, fuck socialism. He says that. And if that's the case, I die right in that moment. Yeah. My normie friends, after watching Trash Taste episodes, started saying One Piece is political political it is. It is political. There are entirely too many political references and too many power dynamics, including little Easter eggs about like genuinely revolutionary figures. And it would be a wild heel turn for the Revolutionary Army to not be the good guys, but instead to be the fucking bad guys somehow. You know what I mean? I had no idea you were in One Piece, bro. You mean into One Piece? Yeah. So that's what I worry about a little bit. Don't know if you've seen this. The fashion of One Piece.
What a character wears is an easy way to show what they're all about. A loud suit turns this Jimmy McGill into Saul Goodman. Gohan wearing a purple gi shows his respect and admiration for his one true father, Piccolo. These chunky shoes show that Sega was really banking on soap shoes to become a thing. One thing that always bothered me about cartoons is characters never change their damn clothes. And I mean,
except for One Piece, where they fucking get dripped out all the time.
I get it. You gotta make turnaround sheets for every single costume for consistency's sake, and it bogs down the machine that is animation. but one series says fuck it. From the outside, it may seem that One Piece characters only have one fit, but trust me, that is only for promo art and ads. After author Ichiro Oda knew that One Piece was sticking around for a bit, he started throwing Straw Hats into all kinds of banger outfits, and I just wanted to share some of my faves. Now, honestly, Luffy doesn't change a whole lot. The first difference we get is in Skypiea, where he opens his vest. Okay, I'm being a bit disingenuous. He also has a bracelet. Okay, but the first real change is when we get to Enies Lobby. On face value, it doesn't look too different, but I feel like there's a bit of subtle storytelling in simply changing Luffy's color palette. We swap the bright red shirt for a darker maroon and give him black pants. He's wearing the same style, but with these darker colors, it shows that he's still the same Luffy, but he's serious now, going against the world government. And this trend follows throughout pretty much the entire series. Once in a while, we'll get things out of
Dude,
Luffy's
yeah.
normal
This was my favorite Luffy shirt.
wheelhouse, like the intro to Wano or the Whole Cake Island suit, but for the most part, the kid sticks to his bread and butter. That being said,
Oh, by the way, from Reverie to Wano, the jump in like animation goes crazy too. I must admit, it goes extra hard, and it literally turns into an entirely different anime. Like, I thought that was also sick. Like, Wano's animation is wild, and it turns into a very different. It went from a 2010 show to a 2020 show. Yeah, no, literally, the animation got so much fucking better. And it actually shocked me. Wait, Wano Act 1 versus 3 animation is night and day too? Wait, it gets even better than that? Yo, that's crazy. Why did it take until like 2019 for the animation to make such massive jumps? Anyway, that was another thing that I saw. The new arc literally has 2030 animation. They got new art directors. Anyway, like the outfits are sick. The like what I've seen so far, because like Luffy and them haven't even reached Wano yet, or like I think Luffy's like underwater or some shit with the squid. That's the last thing I saw on Wano. And I don't know. I thought it was dope. I thought it was like really sick, like the way Zoro looks and stuff.
due to Luffy's very attractive and cute design, you can put him in anything and he absolutely rocks it. In comes the One Piece Gucci collab. Here we have Luffy wearing some high-end fashion, and every single outfit is a slay, man. Like, I don't even know if this is actually Oda's art, but they matched it very well. His expressions are great. His vibe is fucking 10 out of 10. Luffy wearing Gucci. Who would have thought? And going into more non-canon, I think one of my all-time favorites is from the film Strong World. It's a fun play on his regular outfit with some extra accessories to play on his adventuring
I've watched 0 of the movies, by the way.
aesthetic. Ever since Strong World, Oda has had more of a presence in the movie's production.
I watched 0 of the movies. I don't know if I should watch any of the movies. I don't really care. Are they even relevant to the plots? No, right?
So, going forward, all the outfits that the Straw Hats wear in the movies are killer. Zoro's character is so cool, and it's such a shame that the man never changes his fucking clothes. I get it. The dude canonically does not shower, but he has not taken off these pants for the entire series.
He's
One
right.
exception is Dressrosa, which I love. Now, this is just a
Yeah,
personal
he wears
thing,
a
but
suit
characters
in
suits
Dressrosa.
are a hit for me. I don't know, they look so damn cool, and seeing Zoro in a suit is such a breath of fresh air. He looks awesome. Going back to the Strong World movie, in the finale, all the Straw Hats get dolled up, so this outfit isn't so dissimilar from this one, but I wanted to diversify a little bit, so we're choosing Dressrosa. The other movies like Z and Gold have Zoro in more business casual, which look absolutely amazing, but all that being said, these are not my favorite. This one's rather...
Wait, what? I'm skipping this, right? He says spoiler ahead for Egghead. When does the spoiler end? I have to skip it, right? Because I haven't seen this. Who linked it? Austinox did. Just the Fitz, don't worry. Yeah, but he gave a fucking spoiler, dog. It must be skip to Nami.
Similar stuff up until post Alabasta. My theory is that the Straw Hats actually had money now and they can afford to splurge a little bit. And it's really tough to pick a favorite pre-time skip. I mean, Skypea is really fun with the pigtails and beachy vibes. Water 7 has this.
The fuck was that? Bro, wait.
And they can afford to splurge a little bit. And it's really tough to pick a favorite pre-time skip.
Was that a remaster?
Really fun.
I don't remember Skypea looking like this. Did they like remake it or something? What the fuck?
Pigtails and beachy vibes. Water 7 has this button up and tie. Super cute. Both Thriller Bark outfits are amazing. Post time skip has been kind of rough with no real standouts except for one, and it's got to go to this dress in Whole Cake Island. Oda, please. Personally, I love it when Nami does things with her hair. I'm not a big fan of the long hair of post time skip, but when she does fun stuff,
Bro, Nico Robin, Miss All Sunday, anime peaked, okay? When you want to talk about best girl, All Sunday Nico Robin is literally the peak, okay? Pre-time skip Nico Robin is all hits, okay? It's all hits, no misses. Everything is a 10 out of 10. The greatest crime of all time was making Nico Robin more Caucasian and deleting the bangs. Okay? That's it. Unacceptable. But Miss All Sunday is literally the greatest, most peak, most excellent version.
I think it looks really good. Robin struggles in the same way with having no real post-time skip drip. The only one that I really like is Egghead Island, but I'm not picking that one. So we have to go to pre-time skip where there are some bangers like the Goth Mommy dress in Thriller Bark, and the return of the cowboy hat in Sabaody is fantastic. But is anything ever gonna top any slobby? The black leather dress with the white
Okay, this was a pretty fire one too, but Miss All Sunday is the peak, I think.
Except for it does. Strong World, the first outfit she wears, Robin in glasses, this freaking dress, Strong World solos, sweep the competition. I don't make the rules, I just follow them.
この俺を敵に回したことを後悔しね金魚すくいの名人の称号を持つこの俺をすげえあんたすげえよすげえだろ嘘じゃないだ
No All Sunday mention means that this is like completely, this is fraudulent. This is fraudulent activity.
嘘だと言ってくれ嘘
Back to someone who never changes. Usopp refuses to take off these fucking overalls. If I had to choose, I'd probably go with Dressrosa. I think the helmet looks pretty cool and the jacket.
I don't like Usopp's drip at all. I think Sanji has like a lot of cool drip. Sanji's worst drip, in my opinion, might be the fucking what do you call it? The one where he's on Zoo.
All the colors
is Black History Month. I don't care, man.
Match very well. Really slim pickings from you, Usopp. It's such a shame too because Oda can draw Usopp in some fantastic attire. Looking at some of the colors.
Bro, the fact that he missed this is like, that's a miss. Miss All Sunday is ethereal. Sanji's weakest drip clears Usopp's best drip easily. Yes.
Color spreads that Oda has done. He has some great outfits for Usopp. One of my personal favorites being this one where his hair is down. I mean, he's either wearing a hat or he has his hair up in a ponytail. Oda, let Usopp's hair down. You're literally nerfing his sexiness. You know, and it's wild because Usopp is literally the most creative Straw Hat of them all. And I wish he would express that more in his outfits. Look at any one of his costumes from the movies.
Yo, that's sick.
You can't tell me the kid wasn't up all night designing these things. Come on. As I said before, characters and suits are a hit for me, so of course Sanji's design is one of my all-time favorites. He always looks great, but honestly I feel like the most fun is when he's outside of the suit. And I ain't talking about butt naked. Both Skypiea outfits are great, giving him this more relaxed vibe and putting him in shorts, showing off them hairy legs. And heading into post-time skip, I think there's a sleeper outfit in what he wears to Zoe. I think the colors look
That's the one I didn't like.
fantastic. The jacket looks
This is the one I actually didn't like. Okay, me and this guy were fighting.
so cool, and Sanji in glasses is always a treat. Another one that I
like Sanji in glasses. I think that outfit that he wears is probably the worst one.
enjoy is his Germa raid suit. That being said, it's very short-lived.
This fucking no! I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see that, dude. What the fuck? Okay, I didn't technically see it. Okay, that's fine. I mean, look, I saw and I knew that he was going to inevitably try the thing, because I did see in the beginning of Wano where they're fighting over the canister. Watching OP vids is a bit idea because there will be spoilers, no doubt. It's from a movie. Damn, he went into
the
Brook.
first time he's had his afro be different colors. He looks so cool. But on the complete other side of the spectrum, you get metal pirate core Brook with this spiky afro and leather all over. This shows that Oda can still dress Brook, so let's hope that he's in the kitchen right now cooking something special for my boy.
I skipped Chopper because I don't really care.
Oh, Frankie. So obviously the bit is that he only wears a Speedo, so it's kind of tough to give him different outfits. I mean, 3-time skip.
Yeah, when I found out that they forced Oda to make Tony Chopper not a monster, like kind of like animal looking monster, and instead this like cute ass fucking little thing so they could sell merchandise, that's when I felt vindicated about my feelings on Chopper. I don't think Chopper is, I think Chopper is like a cute character, fine. But I do think that, I do understand that, I understand Oda's decision originally. Like when he first reveals Chopper, he's like a monster and he's like kind of a human. At least he has monster form, but like I wish he kept up like a human looking monster form all the time. You're gonna hate Zoo, lol? No, I didn't hate Zoo at all.
He was just changing out shirts. Going back to Strong World, I think this leather jacket looks so fly on him. And I mean, the stars on the Speedo are fun. But then we get the post-time skip and things get a little tricky. On one hand, we get Frankie in more out there outfits, and this is exemplified with his new hair changing concept. But on the other hand, it's beholden to this design. Now, we're not here to talk about character designs, but post-time skip Frankie makes outfits look very weird. You mean to tell me this guy and this guy are wearing the same thing? Some color spreads have Frankie in open jackets or tank tops, which I think look fine. I mean, Film Red went full-on metal with him as well, and this looks sick as fuck. But in my opinion, I think that his outfit in Egghead Island plays into his new robot design perfectly.
Okay,
Last but not least, we have the newest member of the DK crew, Jinbe. Even though
I hate post time skip Frankie. Okay, I'm like worried that there's gonna be more fucking spoilers in here, so I'm not gonna watch the rest of it. You are literally Frankie. I will take on that I'm Katakuri, but I will not. I refuse that I'm Frankie. What is this? The breathtaking world of One Piece? Okay. The mangaka for Black Clover is definitely a leftist. The MC's goal is centered around class discrimination. Also, Tim Pool called it anti-communist, so you know it means the opposite. Yeah. But yeah, give the guy a like. Yeah, I agree. This guy's video was great. It's very well thought out, even though I disagree with him. Okay. Not mentioning Robin's Alabasta outfit is a crime. Great video. So, sadly, I'll admit I'm not the biggest fan of that outfit. I won't hate on it, though. Okay, this guy's bad takes. Bad takes. How many eps are you away from being fully caught up? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This guy's great. Don't fucking shit on YouTubers just because I made an off-handed remark. I just started Wano, so probably like another 1,000. I don't fucking know. Dude, I don't know. How many episodes is Wano? $150? Okay. I mean, people are saying Wano is long as hell, but dude, think about it this way. Okay? I fucking pumped through this goddamn episode. I mean, these goddamn arcs. I'm in the home stretch. Like, it's not even a big deal. 150 episodes is nothing to me. Are you watching One Piece for Wano? I am. But I also secretly am worried about catching up because then it's going to be like a trek. Especially because I've heard that like the anime when it's like the anime when it catches up is like filled to the brim with fillers kind of. Switch to normal watching now? Fuck no. I'm not going to switch to normal watching. I really like One Piece so much. I take yearly breaks from One Piece to build it up a bit. Yearly breaks? Once you catch up, you'll realize One Piece isn't long enough. I'm just kind of worried. I'm just personally kind of worried that, I'm not going to find something like a One Piece again, But anyway, on that note, I think I'll be ending it here. There was some other fun reacts that I wanted to get to that I didn't get to, but listen, this was some fun. We did some fun stuff. We're gaming tomorrow, Aussie. I need to find a game to play on stream that isn't Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, which I've been playing nonstop off stream. But anyway, I could play Contraband Police potentially. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace in the Middle East.
California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. please take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.